Yeah. Hi, hello. I'm Pyra Z, your little fireflower. Welcome to my stream. Happy to have you. Yeah. Like my costume. I'm Elvira. I'm just being silly. But I do enjoy it. And there's Spark in the corner. Say meow. 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 Excuse me. I'm feeling a lot better than I have been lately, but I am still a little under the weather. But I'm glad to be feeling the way I am. I'm also trying to have the window open so that I have some fresh air. Because it's so nice outside. But yeah. Oh, right. This is a mature age stream because let's face it, with Australian common vernacular the way it is, we do have a tendency to swear sometimes when we're feeling kind of passionate about something, whether it be anger or joy or something. Yeah. Yeah. I don't really know what to say right now. Welcome to Freaky Friday, as it is Friday for me. Friday the 7th of October, to be exact. But yeah. Welcome to the Freaky Friday stream. I was going to call it Fucked Up Fridays, but then I thought, maybe I'll save that one for next week. Yeah. So what we're going to be doing today is, we're going to start off with some reactions and some artwork. But depending on how I feel and all of that, I might switch it up and play a bit of a horror game. Like one of the ones that I have on my PC at the moment. Yeah. So I've got some spooky sounding videos lined up. I hope they're spooky anyway. They look like they would be. Hello there, Koji. You made it first. Welcome to the stream. Do you like my background? Hello, Moon. How are you? And thank you for the letter raid. I do appreciate it. Mwah. Mario's ass isn't as big as it was in the thing. Oh, yeah. Which is odd, because it should... The poster showed that he had quite a cake on
Alright,
him.
let's go. My KD with this one is 20.5 win rate.
I still love the wings
And
that
my
you've got
KD
there,
is
Moon. I really do.
1.01.
And hello! How you doing? Yeah, you met some VTubers in a random game? You can die happy now. What game was it? Greatest achievement. Oh, I'm sure that's not true. Valorant? Valorant is a very popular one, but I'm not really a shooter person, so that's why I don't play it. I'm not quite healthy enough to do the evil laugh the way I would. But I do sound normal, so I'm really ecstatic about that. But yeah, I'm trying out this 10 a.m. start time. Also did some scary games. Oh, that's good. What ones did you play? Oh, scary for you. Fair enough. Hold on, I'll do it for you. Wait, what will you do for me? if this is the way I could get the Zelda movie made. Yeah. Well, they do have a film thing now, so why not? Survived Mortuary Assistant. That one was scary. I watched that game and oh my freaking god, it made me freak out. And Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion. How was that one? That one looks like it'd be fun. Take a peek and collab. What? Ah, I see. Okay, I will set that up once we're on the next page. Because right now, this is my space. But I will have... Oh, Moon's in there too. I guess I should pop over to the other screen, huh? The media share. The media share. Hi, guys.
Oh, Pyra Z.
How you doing?
There you go.
Welcome to my stream.
Oh.
How's your
Did you
day
eat the
going?
laughter for the day? How was my day? Well, my day has been very effective and very
Infective?
effective. Effective.
Okay.
Because I was able to move all my shit into the other room. I now have a brand new setup.
Yay! And how about you, Moon? How was Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion? That one looks like fun.
It was very scary.
It was scary?
No, it wasn't scary. The scary part of it was like the jump scares because you never expect it.
You want to know what I
Ooh.
absolutely hate there in Durable Moon?
What?
I absolutely hate jump scares.
Don't play that then. There's
I don't-
about 500 of it.
Don't plan on it.
I'm not a big fan of jump scares, but they do entertain everyone a lot, so...
Oh yeah, there's jump
Apparently.
scares, and sometimes there's also like entities chasing you.
Mm.
So
Oh, that's great.
fun.
That's fantastic.
Do
Listen, man, I'm all up for a fucking good thriller, man, but...
Okay, look, if you just take out the jump scares and the entities, it's just a normal mansion with 1000 rooms.
1,000 rooms? You're shitting me. Wow, that's a lot.
That's scary in itself.
I got through 200 rooms today, and I still have to do 800.
Jesus
Wow.
Christmas.
The thing is, it always gets worse the more you go on.
Mm.
I
Because
gotta know.
I've seen people play it for like 1 hour before, not the full game, just a bit of it, and I
Yeah.
know it's what it's about, but I don't know like the later levels.
Ah.
And
I see
it doesn't help that I screamed like a little girl getting chased by a psychopath on level 50.
Yeah. Just a bit
I
like
I
that
mean,
on some of the levels.
I actually did get chased by a psychopath.
Oh.
Yeah. More like a spirit psychopath, but you get it.
Oh yeah, I saw
Same thing.
something about that when the game first came out. I watched it a bit. It looked cute.
You look cute!
Well, no. The game
I-
starts out cute and then it goes.
Ah.
The cute scared me too.
The cute scared you too.
Yeah, sometimes
Bro,
sometimes cute
it
things
just
scare me
jumps
as
in
well.
front of me.
Too. Luigi's Mansion commercials are definitely scarier than the game. Okay. I'll keep that in mind, TMNT.
Luigi's Mansion is not scary at all.
It's not scary at all. And if they made a fucking... If they made the commercial scary, what the hell?
False
False
advertising!
advertising. There we go. Yeah. Look at there. Enjoying your bouncing on the booba?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking at your painting back there.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn
Yeah.
it into. I'm gonna try and make it into an animated emote where I'm bouncing on my boobs.
Do you still have hand tracking?
Hmm?
Do you still have hand tracking?
We need to go into Virtue for that.
need to
I
use
need to
a
figure out how to
different
do
program for that one.
Oh.
that. Yeah. You need to teach me.
Yeah, I'm still kind of working it out myself, but okay.
Damn it. How did you get your hands to be able to move then? I have yet to be able to actually have my camera to be able to be turned on.
Oh, that's weird.
My camera's all like, I don't want to turn on. It's like, please, camera, turn on, please. No, I don't want to turn on. Please, camera, no.
I
The
can't
first
get
step
it.
is fixing your camera.
I can't get it to work at the same time as VC Face, sadly.
Oh.
Which is a pity because VC Face does much better face tracking.
Yeah, it does.
And
Probably
yet,
would have been.
Virtue on the phone showed better face tracking than the PC version, which I find
I know
weird.
some people like do it with like complicated stuff like VR headset, VR chat, and tracking gloves.
Oh, yeah.
I have no idea how that works though.
All that stuff's so expensive.
You bet your sweet Bippy, if I ever get a $4,000 pay cut from this entire ordeal, I'm getting myself a goddamn headset and I'm going to start doing all sorts of dances. You just wait.
Yeah. I'd love to have the VR gloves and stuff.
All of you are going to be able to enjoy every minute of it, especially you degenerates out there. I'm watching you, especially you, TMNT.
I feel attacked.
You feel attacked?
You shouldn't be.
Listen here.
You're perfectly fine,
Listen.
Moon.
Yes, absolutely fine, dude. You ye degenerate.
Do you guys want a visual representation on the screen? Or are you...
Yes.
Yeah?
Okay.
Okay.
Do the thing, please.
Do the thing.
Wait, do I have to... wait, no, I don't think it's actually working. Oh, that sucks.
I was about to say, do you have a ninja for me, or what's the other one?
You want me to be in... which one would you rather me be in? Would you rather me be in a PNG, or would you rather me be in physical moi? With PNG me, you can actually make me smaller. So.
True. What one do you have, Moon?
Oh wait! I was gone for a second. What are we talking about? I zoned out.
Whether you had a PNG thingy or a ninja, I was wondering.
Thingy. Define
Yeah.
thingy.
The PNG stuff, the thing that could be able to utilize the movement of mouth, saying hi, and also close of mouth, yes. Whenever you're not talking.
Yeah.
Or do you have by any chance a video ninja that's able to mimic your entire 3D model movements? So therefore she can be able to show off your lovely model onto her screen.
Yeah.
That's too complicated for me.
Okay, I guess we'll go with the
Too complicated.
PNGs then.
Yes.
PNG
Probably.
Dude, I think my Fujitech is still on, so I think it should be alright if you just flip on the switch.
I need to chroma key you.
You need a chroma key me?
Yep.
How am I not even saved yet?
On
I
this
am hurt.
on this page, you've not since you've changed. Where is the chroma key? Oh, there it is, right next to the top. Okay, now get close.
Oh shit.
Do you have a Fuji Moon? Fuji Tech?
How tiny I am.
Yeah, you are tiny. I can sit my bum on you.
Yeah, don't squish me.
Not like
Do
the
it.
Coke can, or the
Don't do
boba,
it.
or the
Do
boba
it.
tea.
Oh, the boba tea. Boba on the booba tea.
I can't do it. My boobs crush it. They crush the cup. So I can't do the boba between the booba because
So you're telling
too
me that your
much.
booba is so tight that it will crush it instead of be able to settle upon it.
Yeah. At the moment, with what I'm wearing, yeah.
He
Yeah.
sounds so hyped up.
There you go, there, ladies and gentlemen. Not only just me being all hyped up, but also you. Just for you, I'm pouring in all of your degeneracy onto me, so therefore you can feel what I'm feeling right now. Yeah. Anyway,
I can actually prove it if you'd like. I have a water bottle in my room that is of similar make.
I've never done a co-op. How do you get like the little thingy avatar on the screen?
I have to get the little thing.
Fuji.
Yes. Here, I'll go ahead and give you the thingamajig for it.
What's the website for it again? Fuji
Thingamajig?
Tech?
Boogie Tech, yes.
So the Mario movie? What is the Mario movie?
You don't know about the Mario movie?
No!
Oh my god.
Am I
Nope.
supposed to?
Wrong Fuji Tech. Yeah.
It's reactive.fugi.tech. Well, fugi.tech. Here, I got it for you. Endurable mirror.
I mean-
I got a friend request from such a lovely person such as you.
I mean, I
There we are.
have a Fuji Tech, but I'm
Yes, because you are chibi. Little chiba. Little tiny chiba pal.
but I'm not finding the right website.
How are you not finding it? Well, I already got the website.
I
I already
believe
get it. Yeah, I already got it.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I
just
need
send
it
it
for
to
me
me.
so that I can get moons.
Oh, I can easily just do that myself.
Okay, you can do it for me. Okay, you can give me the
I
code.
can do it for you.
I'm gonna grab that water bottle so that you guys can actually hear what happens.
Oh, my jeez.
Reactive images. Once to access your Discord account.
Actually, hold on. Fugi could be able to do it himself. Hey, Fugi, if you see into the chat itself, the little, if you go onto the Fugi Tech, and you see all the things once you log into it through your Discord, okay?
Mhm.
Once you log in through your Discord, you should be seeing all sorts of names on the left side, other than, of course, the images on the right side. You'll see all the
Config
names.
links.
Yeah, you'll see the Conjay, and you'll see the Pyra, and then you'll see your name. All you need
Yep.
to do is just to copy Pyra's name. And if you ever want to be able to have just a PNG model of Pyra, all you would need to do is just go into OBS. But you don't have to be able to have OBS right now. All you need to do is just you could just copy paste that little link right there onto one of our DMs. That way you could be able to have it saved for next time. So whenever you go onto OBS, you could be able just to make a new source, which would be a browser source.
Which is what
And
I'm
then you'll-
doing right now, so I could get the thing for your Fuji.
Saucely.
So I need the URL.
You ever just set it the browser source?
Yep.
Yep.
I need a URL so I can do it. Oh, this water bottle turns out is actually thicker than those cups, but I'm gonna do it right now.
It's my yeah. Anyway, what?
Sorry, I had to pop it back into shape afterwards.
I need to make a speaking picture. Give me 1 second.
Okie dokie. So yeah, that was a water bottle. What happens with a water bottle when it's between my boobs?
What would happen to a? Never mind. I need to calm myself down. It's too hot in here. Isn't that right, dog? He's looking at me like he agrees.
You can't see my face.
He's not even looking at you, but yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, Balto likes to look at me and saying, "What the hell are you talking about? I'm just laying here, man."
But yeah, that was a Cool Ridge water bottle when I put it between my boobs. And just
Anyway, Koji and Pyra and Moon's reaction to the Mario movie.
yes.
Okay.
It's welcome.
I mean, I know that the trailer just dropped, so I'm excited to see what the trailer is looking like.
What's the Mario movie? Wait,
That-
no, I know, I've heard of it. Like
Yeah.
a movie Mario. Yeah, I've heard of it. I haven't looked into it.
Yeah, you get it, but yeah, look, Elvira currently has 70 people. That's weird. What? Oh, never mind.
Mm-hmm.
I looked up. I said she stated that she got a date. I was like, what the hell? Since when?
I heard from Victoria yesterday.
Ooh.
Yeah. She's doing well. Still on holiday, so.
Oh, that's good. I am quite possibly going to wind up getting a new job, by the way.
Oh?
Mm-hmm.
Why's that?
Due to the fact that this particular job that they currently have me going on to, they continuously like to switch up the schedules, and they are currently cutting a lot of people off to a point where it's going to be practically impossible for anybody on the ramp to be able to do jack shit. Especially currently, de-icing season is coming up, and if you don't know what de-icing season is, for those of you who are out there currently saying, "What's de-icing season?" Well, you see, there is a particular truck that actually goes over the plains, right? That currently sprays off all of that frost and all of that snow, so therefore the plane don't have to be all like wobbly wibbly, and potentially go into the jet engines and have everybody die.
Yeah, tell me
So
that.
it's very important for the person to be able to spray the plane to make sure that there is no ice and there is no snow onto the plane,
yeah.
at least on the wingtips and the top of the thing. Well, as of current, they are planning to have only 5 people per shift.
That doesn't
5.
sound safe.
No. Because what's going to happen is that there's going to be one person that's going to be in the quote-unquote bag room, i.e. the person that's currently in that's in the little garage thing that actually helped put up the bags into the carts.
Yep.
And there's going to be 2 people on 2 regular rampers, the operations guy, that's me, and the supervisor.
Uh-huh.
And that's it. And there's only very few people qualified for the de-icing. So that's taking away 2 people, which leaves literally 1 person onto the ramp.
Why are they doing this?
Because they are dumb.
Hmm.
And if they actually do this, I'm leaving. There's no way. It's not about how much of a struggle the job is. It's not about the fact that I hate the job, which I don't. I absolutely love the job.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the stupid crap that they're coming up with in order to be able to save money.
Yeah. Understandable. But weren't
So I decided to apply
stopping...
for a position.
No, you continue.
Oh, I was just going to say that I'm currently applying for a position that offers $1,200 a week.
Ah.
And guess what I do?
What?
What I would do if I did get it accepted.
What?
Go door to door and say, "Hey, can I fix your garage door?"
That sounds like a lot of effort.
I did more before.
And do you really want to be doing that in winter?
I don't care. I did it before in winter. I actually used to go door to door to say, "Hey, would you like to get some siding and roofing?"
Oh,
I was literally
no.
a second canvasser. In this case, I actually do wind up fixing the garage doors. I don't really have to sell myself. Not like that, chat. Anyway.
Mm. But won't changing what you're doing make it so that you more difficult for you to get your pilot's license?
Well, I did the math because as of current, for 2 weeks, I'm only getting almost $1,100 every 2 weeks. If I get this other job, I would be getting $1,200 up to potentially $3,000, well, $2,000 a week.
TMNT would buy you if you did sell yourself.
I mean, listen, buddy, I wouldn't mind, but the thing is, I don't know if you could even be able to afford me. My rates are $300 a day. And I'll be able to get me everything that I would need and be comfortable for the rest of the time that I'm there.
Good.
Sophia even agrees. Why?
Nice.
Why, Sophia? Why do you want me in your house? I'm just a weirdo.
I think it'll be because you'll be doing the cleaning.
That is true. To be perfectly honest, if I'm gonna wind up doing some sort of job, I'll be doing cleaning. I'll be house lady. I don't care.
Yeah, I couldn't do that, no. There we go. I finally got my goal saying subs instead of points again. Hated that it only said points, because then there was the confusion between channel points and subs.
Oh.
Oh, and more than cleaning. What the hell?
Everybody ought to have a mate. Reaching up, bending down. There was a musical I was in once called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Forum.
God.
And a part of it was there was a brothel with a very dumb but very attractive whore in it. Everybody wanted that
Is a
whore.
prostitute.
And they were hiding her in one of the houses, so she didn't have to go with this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And they were hiding her as a maid, and the father of the family is like all about the everybody ought to have it. I should be able to find that song on at least the song so you guys can know what I'm talking about. They actually did a whole song about the maid. Everybody ought to have a maid, I believe it was called. But yeah.
Oh, my.
How's that PNG coming? Moon?
Mine? I think I'm gonna do it tomorrow, to be honest. I'm way
What?
too tired to do it today.
Way too tired, they say. Give me your best grin and your best frickin' mute face. I'll do it for you.
No,
Oh, wait,
Well,
no, I'm actually tired.
Okay. I
Getting
won't
tired.
give you a
Not tired yet.
visual representation then. Let's see if I can find it. Thank you
Oh,
for the
God, you're getting
headphones.
half at it.
Everybody got to have a maid. What the hell? All right. Maybe perhaps I could be able to center this bish. Center it good.
Huh. Apparently Whoopi Goldberg was in it at one point. There we go.
Sorry, Whoopi Goldberg.
Yeah.
That is fucking phenomenal.
Everybody got give a man. I can barely read that.
Oh, well.
Celebrate for me, you bitch. Kojina may dress. Oh, that you just reminded me.
He
I
has
need
to
do
become
something.
affiliate and then he'll do the maid dress.
Yup. But I do need to find a costume out.
I can't wait to see that.
I'm going to go for a live performance for... wait, there was a movie of it? I'm so tracking down that movie. I didn't know there was a movie of it, but I was in a production of it.
That's fucking beautiful. I tell you quick. There's no such thing as wait. Just putting costume.
I mean, the name's a mouthful and a half, but it was a very fun, comedic musical I was in. You guys ready for it?
What show was it?
Huh?
What show was it? A musical.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Show me the deep dirt. Give me the dirt.
Tonight. Oh no, that's doing the opening song. That's not what I want.
Why in Sam hell would I want to be looking like a fucking Aaron Yeager? Do I look like an Aaron Yeager to you?
I don't think you want the answer to that question.
Oh, hi. Wait a minute here. Also, hi, Jade. Wait a minute. Maybe I do want the answer to that question. Do I look like an Aaron Yeager to you?
Yeah. No? Both?
I was about to say, I personally do not look like an Aaron Yeager.
Just sometimes.
What? Pyra!
Yes.
Do I look like an Aaron Yeager? I can't see it.
Well, as I've not seen the human face, I can't quite. I tried to
You
get
know,
my school
how
to
are you?
react. Oh, that would have been fucking gold if you could have got your school to do bigger, longer, and uncut. I
Wait!
just haven't. Don't do
Wait!
it, Carmen.
Okay, okay.
I was
Hide
having
the
lunch
race bar.
at the edge, so I came back home to see the art and reaction stream. Yeah. And now we're going.
And man, biggest bitch in whole wide world.
This video seems to be pretty
Biggest bitch in all
quiet,
the boys and girls.
so let me know if you can't hear it, and I will try and fix
Oh.
it up.
As of right now, I currently can't hear it anywhere.
Yeah, I know. I've got to do the thing.
Yeah, you do the thing. You do that thing good.
Ah.
The theater teacher tried to approve it. That would have been beautiful. That
I
would have
tried to
been
do the what?
magnifico.
Huh?
Yeah, you did the thing.
Yes.
Do that thing.
I am now sharing my YouTube screen with those that are in the collabs thing with me, so they don't have to hear themselves while doing the thing.
I think the only reason why it wouldn't have been approved there, TMNT, is due to the fact of so much cursing.
What was it?
You can't do
Oh,
that
yeah.
entire movie without cursing.
Oh, yes, you
To
can.
all the boys and girls. There's no. I just want to race and sing Cosma. Cosma!
You see, the trick.
It's a big, fat, fucking bitch. She's big, fat, big, trick, Cosma.
Trick to not having all those swears happen is you have someone with a pair of cymbals and make a comedy thing about it, that every time someone's about to swear, crash go the cymbals.
That would have been hilarious, actually.
Exactly.
Now that I think that's a beautiful fucking way to put it. That's bravo.
Thank you
Your
very much.
entire your entire genius astounds me.
Yeah. Now everybody ought to have a maid.
Yes, I ought to have a. I ought to be. I ought to.
You have to be both.
Ought to be both.
Should be without. Everybody ought to have them. Everybody ought to have them. Everybody ought to have a working girl. Everybody ought to have a
Can you hear it?
girl to butter around the house. Everybody ought to have them. Everybody
How
ought
do
to
you
have
find
them.
this stuff?
Everybody ought to have a menial consistently.
Oh yeah, it is Roman in styling as well on purpose.
Oh, wouldn't she be delicious, tidying up the dishes, neat as a pin. Oh, wouldn't she be delightful, sweeping out, sleeping in. Everybody ought to have a maid. Someone whom you hire when you're short of help, to offer you the sort of help you never get from a spouse. Fluttering up the stairway, shuttering up the windows, cluttering up the bedroom, buttering up the master, puttering all around the house. Oh, wouldn't she be delicious, tidying up the dishes, neat as a pin. Oh, wouldn't she be delightful, sleeping out, sleeping in. Everybody ought to have them, everybody ought to have them. Who when petting you will slip a will, be winsome as a whippoorwill, and graceful as a grouse. Skittering down the hallway, flittering through the parlor, tittering in the bed,
I wasn't.
flittering up the bed.
When I was in this, I was a member of the chorus.
The house.
Because I actually opted to play one of the male characters instead of one of the female whores. And apparently I animated my eyebrows so well, like so many people like, oh, she did the rock thing.
A loyal and unswerving girl who's quieter than the
But they could tell that I did it in the back row.
Oh, think of her at the dustbin.
That's my thoughts are.
Traipsing about.
Hey, Mistress, can we do this again for Middle East?
Giving out. Oh, everybody ought to have a name.
Everybody ought to have a name.
Daintily collected
I don't, sadly.
Big friend strings.
Beguiling in her blouse. Pattering through the attic.
Koji, do you wanna be my mate?
Clattering in the kitchen.
Do I want to be a roommate?
In the bedroom.
No, my
Clattering
A
all
maid.
mate.
Oh, do I want? So you want me to be a maid then, Durable? I wouldn't mind
yes,
that.
I want.
Then he needs, and for that to happen, Koshi needs at least 3 people to hang out in his chat for a couple of weeks.
That's for a couple of weeks, that's all.
That way he can get affiliate, and then he'll do it.
How does he have 150 followers and not 3 average viewers?
What?
How haven't you hit affiliate yet?
I mean, because I'm a very small and very awkward VTuber that the other people don't seem to be able to understand.
And
I'm
yet,
so alone.
you get a lot of
I have
views when you're offline.
You know, that's true. Whenever I'm offline, I get plenty of views. But what if I'm online? I guess I just need to figure out the proper schedule.
I've streamed for probably less than you and I'm already almost affiliate.
Wriggling in the ante room, jiggling in the living room, giggling in the dining room, wiggling in the other room, splattering all around the house.
Fucking love it.
I was actually one of the other people that came in and joined in on the dance and the song in that one. But as I was playing a male
I can
character,
just-
instead of singing normally, all my tones were different.
Your
I
tones
can
were.
just imagine Pyra's dancing.
Well, especially having
I
to
think I would
dance like a guy pretending to be a girl. So I was a girl pretending to be a guy pretending to be a girl. And I was having to sing like, okay, what instead of normally.
Good job with those low notes. That's beautiful. Good acapella.
Thank
Not acapella. Okay, whatever the goddamn was this. Anyway.
Before I got my tongue pierced, I actually had
Bass.
overly large range. I actually could take up most. I could actually, if I was warmed up properly, do most of the piano.
Yeah,
Because-
warmed up properly, like.
Because I had a crowded mouth, much like Freddie Mercury, my range was much higher, like longer.
Yeah.
I had the lower notes. I still have a lot of my lower notes, but I lost my upper range.
Try to do an upper range.
Yeah, I lost my soprano notes.
Oh.
We barely started streaming. We didn't even watch the Mario movie trailer yet. Yeah, that's right. What TMNT said. We didn't watch the trailer yet. We just got into a humongous other tangent. Don't worry. I'm an ant. I'm tiny. Apparently, you go easily slippable through fucking Pyra's boobs. But still, we got ourselves a lovely little moon here. Look at that bright ass sky right there. I'm telling you what.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, how did you feel whenever I accidentally crashed into you there, Moon?
Yeah, Moon, how did you feel when he crashed into you?
I don't know.
He's
I
not.
see how it is. Didn't even feel it.
He's not. He's not
No.
Earth's moon. He's a different
No.
moon.
Yeah.
Ah, okay, never mind then.
Or did you crash into Earth's second moon, and that was when it went away?
Yeah,
Mm.
you all wonder why you only have one moon.
Hey, I love that addition to your lore. Okay, I will add the SMG4 to the thing too.
And the moment that I finally got it up and running, the moment I got my shit nice and highly into the sky, bang! Right in the kisser.
I was wondering, one day, like, when I was circling the earth, I just felt a slight bump.
Uh-huh.
Just a slight bump.
It's like bump.
None.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna click on
Nothing
the Whoopi.
serious.
I want to know what role Whoopi Goldberg played in Forum, so I'm gonna click on it.
Oh my god.
I gotta know.
Oh god, it's loud.
That one's so much louder than the other one. I mean, damn, my ears.
I'm glad I got this currently at what percent? 52%.
My poor ears. Ow.
My poor ears.
Ha ha! I'm smart.
Your ears are fine. Oh, that's nice.
Oh yeah, my ears are plenty fine. I mean, after all, I don't necessarily use these ears anyway. They're just for show.
Must be nice to have nice ears.
Hmm.
I mean, having elvish-looking ears is kind of a little bit of a detriment. If I'm gonna be straight honest here, I don't know what the hell the elves were thinking.
I have rounded ears, but there are freckles in
Oh.
there. I got a
Did you
freckle in
want
my
them
ear.
larger or something?
Do I want to measure them? I can tell you
No.
that my ears are currently over a foot long.
No, you're complaining. Did you want them like larger or something? Softer?
No.
Oh dear.
The reason why I'm complaining about the ears is due to the fact that usually sound gets into them a lot more easier.
Ooh.
I mean, why else did the monkeys and the humans are all having little round ears? I wouldn't want that for them.
I like the
Sharp
round
ears.
I like the round ears.
I'm glad that you do.
Same.
I have round ears.
I like normal ears. The normal ears that aren't over a foot long.
I know.
Mhm.
Well, yes. Okay. Fine. Take jabs at me. That's okay. But you see, that's basically why I made everybody have small ears.
We get it. We get it. You can't change it.
I mean, I can.
Can you?
Yeah.
When I drew
Oh.
you, Koji, I drew you without ears.
See.
Oh.
I suck at drawing ears.
It's all good.
You
It's
can't
all
really
fine.
see in my current outfit because my hair is covering it. But I do actually have a freckle in my ear.
I love it.
The flesh form
and
has one there
yes.
too.
Missed out on Koji collab.
I think I like this form the best.
Mm.
I'm
What?
glad that you do. It's great. It's a beautiful form.
No,
Mwah.
yeah,
Kisses.
it's the beautiful hair, nothing else.
Yeah.
Beautiful hair. Just,
I like my hair. It glows.
I enjoy your little complexion that you got there, though. Nice little complexion. Your eyes are brown, but also very deepening.
Yes.
And your hair is purple. Anyway.
Yeah. I like that.
Yeah.
I like the purple hair. I do.
Did you just notice that, Koji?
No, it's just that the purple's my fifth favorite color.
Oh.
Yeah.
What's your first?
Yellow.
Oh.
Wow.
I'm
And then you go-
thinking about like making another model where like I have purple and dark wing. Something like lightish, darkish wings, both at the same time. glowing.
Yep. I know what you mean.
Ah, yeah, I know what you mean. That'd be pretty dope.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah, but I first of all need to find free time for that.
Everything takes so long when it comes to VTubing models.
Yeah. I also think I'm gonna watch this video and probably go for the night. I need sleep.
Fair enough. You gotta sleep.
Yeah, Wusit would be mad at me if he saw me here.
Sleep.
Now I know what role she
Sleep.
had. I know what role she played now.
What role?
She's kind of the narrator, who interacts with cast
The audience. Ah, okay.
and the audience. She
Yeah,
is
of course the audience though.
She is the bridge.
she shatters the fourth wall.
Oh my god.
Because after all, there are some very pantomime elements in that musical.
Mhm.
You know,
But
all of
there's-
you keep on saying how much you love my voice. You guys don't even understand what my real voice is.
Then show it to us.
It's hard. It's hard.
Are you sure?
Let me tell you something, there, little child.
Oh, it's horrid.
I told
An
you.
unbelievable thing might be able to happen to you.
Enough, real voice.
I told you. I like the laugh.
See what I'll
though.
tell you.
Yeah, you we, just stick to your hot voice.
Smiles and clowns. I am so going to go looking for the movie of this. I've seen the Muppets perform this song.
I'm sorry, what?
I've seen the Muppets do this song on the Muppet Show.
God damn it.
But they didn't do the full show, just the song. Everyone a comedy tonight.
Oh god. Is that a song in there, or are you just happy to see me?
I had one of those roles.
That's
Child?
awesome.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you were born quickly.
Wait, what? No, when I played the musical, I was one of those ones.
Yeah.
That was one of the roles. Thankfully, I didn't have to carry anyone.
Yeah.
I even I had a chest plate and everything. It was great. I mean, it was an amateur theatre role, but it was great.
Who's to say that Whoopi Goldberg isn't a good fucking singer?
Oh, she's fucking phenomenal. Did you not see Sister Act? She actually sang those parts.
I have not. Make Koji bigger. Some pats can make me feel better. Oh, okay. Lots of head pats for the Jade, yes.
Well, it all takes place on a street in Rome, around and about these three houses. First, the house of Erroneous, a befuddled old man abroad now, in search of his children stolen in infancy by pirates. I want this
Motherfucking pirates.
Arr.
That's another movie, honey.
But yeah, sadly there wasn't the tragedy bits behind the curtain that they had with this when we did it. That would have been awesome.
Who have absolutely no interest in pirates.
Pirates.
One of the
Alright.
one of the houses
Oh.
is a whorehouse.
Oh, this is my favorite show.
Koji, do you really want to be bigger?
I guess. I mean, that's what they're asking me to be.
Look at the screen.
Oh, Jesus Christ! No, I don't want to be bigger.
Oh,
No,
no.
Chad! Don't make me bigger!
No.
Don't make me
No.
bigger, Chad! Don't do
Bigger,
it!
bigger.
No! No!
Bigger.
Don't do it!
And a bit,
No.
and a bit up. You gotta go a bit up.
That old white man. I got one to know.
Oh my god.
You bet.
He's gotta get bigger.
Fuck you, Chad. I mean, yeah, I'll grow bigger in all sorts of different other senses.
And somehow I'm still gonna be bigger than you.
A
Why?
Well, you are the moon.
Yep.
You know, I have proven time and time again that I can be able to carry the moon in my hand.
I have a
How do
moon,
you
but
know I'm a
you can't see it in
normal
this
moon?
outfit.
I've been able to carry the freaking Earth too. There, smarty.
Make him bigger and put me there. I see, TMT. I see.
Ah,
Wait,
I
wait.
see.
So you want him to be bigger so that you could go where he is.
Let's see how it is. You little schnick. Just snick a snack.
But yeah, those slapstick rolls that follow her around there, I was one of those guys when I did it.
Beautiful.
Oh, that's
love
a
it,
nice
love it.
touch, having him at the back of the thing. Everyone a comedy tonight. Something exotic.
Something for everybody. Nothing that's grim. Nothing that's grim. She plays Medea later this week.
Da, 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 da.
And tunics, buzzers and eunuchs.
Rules and chases. Tones and basic. Philanderers. Humility. Mistakes.
They have a lot more whores than we had.
They have a lot of people.
But we had we had a lot of people too, just they have more whores. We had a pair of cat girls in there too.
My
A pair of-
God.
I'm gonna need a picture for research purposes.
I don't have pictures of that cast. I don't have pictures of the
Ah.
cast anymore.
Oh no.
Sad face.
Very sad face. Very sad face.
And anyway, I was
I mean, I'm not a furry. I don't know what you're talking about. No. Coach.
I told you I could be big.
oh no.
Oh yeah, you're big. Oh wait, you thought I was the Earth's moon?
Well, at first, but I'm just letting you know that I can grow in size.
I mean, I can also grow in size in some areas.
Oh.
Some more than others.
I have a moon when I turn around and bend over. Fair enough. There's a full moon.
What? No, I can actually. I didn't hear you.
I have a moon myself. When I
Where?
turn around and bend over, there is a moon.
Oh yeah, there's 2 moons.
Bravo! Bravo!
Would you like to make a visual presentation?
I can't.
We're slowly corrupting this moon and I'm loving it!
Yeah, I can't right now. I don't have the tracking. I do not have the tracking, and it's not the naughty video time. That's when I hit 69 subs.
Yeah, we're currently at my favorite number, but we shouldn't be at my favorite number right now. We should be at 69. What's wrong with you peoples?
Then I do the naughty video.
I know, right? Listen, I can't be able to do all the work here.
True.
I think I actually gifted like what? 30? Maybe 40 subs?
All up, yeah.
I think you actually gave that one to me too.
I did.
Wait, yeah, you
I
did.
didn't watch the
It
first
was
half.
exactly you. And it's almost out. Do you want to renew it?
TMNT's been trying to get Koji to do that too.
I know.
Cool.
TMNT.
The Gaming Master Way, 211763. They've been trying to get me to be able to do it, even though I have no control over it.
Mm-hmm. 2 ads left. Okay.
Quiet, chat. will boop you and then I shall bonk you. And then what the heck happens next? You'll be surprised.
Yeah.
Emotional damage.
I think that's fair. I'm not
Come on,
up for
you
doing
got
sim
it.
mode yet.
Hey, my own self. What the fuck?
Wait, what?
With your booba pat, I got patted. Damn it.
Yeah. You patted yourself.
You know, I really want it to be bigger.
God damn it.
No one made you like that.
I don't mind being like this. I don't mind being in this position. But damn it. She moved so much to the point where I looked like I just got patted.
Does this
I'm a
work?
fidget bud. Fidget bud. Does what work?
No.
Yes, you are, fidget butt. God damn, every single time that you're on top of my freaking lap, every single
I
time.
am testing stuff. Let's just say that, yeah.
Ah.
I am testing stuff.
Ta-da. Say look,
Wait.
There you go.
if it's like 1 inch down, it would have gotten me. Wait, what? I got outdated. What do you want? Why are you looking at my
How's that
hand?
two? How is that two?
I have a dog. I like to lick my hand.
No, only one of these is supposed to run at a time. Who fucked with it?
I have no idea. Look at me.
Jade, did you do it?
It wasn't me.
I had it marked so that it was a particular way.
It got me in the corner.
It wasn't me.
Bruh.
Well, it would have had to have been one of the mods, because they're the only ones that have to.
I know, right? And I'm not a mod because that's too much stress on me. I don't really worry about freaking getting my own shit cleared up here.
Oh, wow. I just realized how
I-
dirty you being there was when I nod.
I know, right? It's like I'm a
Dick.
It's like I'm a sensor bar for a particular cylindrical object that goes in between said breasticles.
And pokes out the top.
Maybe you are. Maybe you are.
Maybe I am.
Maybe that's the only reason you're here.
Because a sensor bar for the chat.
So that you guys can picture what yourselves in that situation.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Especially after I illustrated what they can do to a plastic bottle earlier.
Alright. So let's just go ahead and get this straight here. If I was any of your dicks there, chat, I would still be talking back to you. Be saying, hey,
How's it
pretty nice
going?
tits that you got here. How's it
You
going?
want?
Wow.
Right?
So you finally done it, did you?
Okay, it wasn't
You're
you.
finally not a virgin. You're finally not a virgin.
Wait, what? Who's this? Who's not a virgin?
I don't know. Chat.
Hello there, Kate.
If I was a censor bar or if I was their dick, I'd
Hi,
be
Cass.
not be a little bit cocky. Ha!
Yeah. How are you
I like
today,
how one of
Kaz?
your little.
I think if you get like just a little bit bigger, you're just gonna do the job just correctly. I mean, it's not like you move anyways.
No, it's not like I'm gonna be able to move.
Yeah. You're
That's
just
right.
stuck there. Which may not be soon.
Okay, should I play the Mario movie?
Let's do it.
Theater mode on.
Oh yeah, Moon.
Yes.
Go to bed.
I have 2 more minutes. The Mario movie.
Alright, fine. We'll go for the Mario movie.
Tap
Yeah.
trailer.
Mario.
The Mario!
Let's hear your Mario impressions.
No. Coachy, were you
It's
cooming?
yeah. What? No, that was a dog.
No, I said, were you cooming because of the bits of lava?
Oh.
Behold, the king of the Koopas!
Walking in like a badass. What you all noticed?
Hmm? Like
Open sesame. Hi, what's up, Penguin? I'm sorry.
What? The penguins! What? The penguins?
But a taste of our fury. Do you
Yes.
yield? I do not.
Well, that's intimidating.
I finally found
Yeah.
it. Now who's gonna stop me?
Boop, 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 ba-da-da-da.
Too many shrooms.
Yeah, the poster's showing with more cake than that.
Is he gonna go through like mushrooms until Bowser Castle? I believe in Mario.
Oh, I'm sorry. That one's perfectly fine. Come on, Mario!
Mushroom Kingdom, here we come.
Well, there was a purple one in a Mario game that killed you.
Super Mario Bros. Movie. Where's Luigi? Oh, there's Luigi.
Oh.
Is that Luigi in the Haunted Castle?
It's Luigi, and then there's I'm sorry, Luigi Mario, and then there's Mario.
Yeah.
If any of you get that reference, I love you forever.
But you already
Mario
said that
lives
today.
Forever.
What did I think? I think it's gonna be pretty good. It doesn't look
Yeah.
bad.
It looks better than I thought it would.
In fact, I mean, granted, it should be expected, because why in the hell would Nintendo allow anything else?
Yeah, but video
Yeah.
game movies tend to be bad.
You tend to be bad, but whenever it comes to Nintendo property, Nintendo is gonna be like, you better do this correctly.
Especially after the last Mario movie.
I swear to God, I'm gonna be able to bring Hideo over to this studio, and he will make sure that all rain of hellfire comes down upon you. Precisely what I'm thinking
Okay.
about.
Mm.
Anyway, hold on just a second. I'm gonna need to take the doge out.
Okay,
Oh,
now I think it's
yeah.
finally time for me to go sleep.
Okay. Sweet
It's
dreams,
3
Moon.
a.m. and 30 for me.
Yeah. You should
I
probably
stayed
get some
1
sleep.
hour to hang out with you.
Thank you. Little surprise collab. It was nice.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye. Sweet dreams. Yeah, probably. They probably did threaten them in a way, or one way or another, to make sure that they didn't fuck up their property. But only on Twitch? Wait, what? What do you mean, Jade? And was your lunch good? I gotta know. Da ba da da. Mario voice reminds me of the Super Mario Brothers show. Yeah, a bit. You won't misbehave that way. Wait, what? You misbehaved, Jade? Hi. Why would you do that? I'm having a drink. No, I wasn't. I was fine. Oh, I see. I see. I see and understand nothing. But I shall play the next video. But the next thing better be spoopy.
Spoopy, scary skeletons.
Loud. Damn.
What the hell?
War of the Fat Italians. What
I just got strawberried.
do you mean by strawberried? Hi, Mantis. How are you?
Well, I just gotta ask you there, Pyra.
You.
Do you want a Fanta?
What? Do I want a Futa?
Fanta! Fanta!
I don't know. I have Coke.
Oh god. What's Squiddy? Oh wait, no, that's that magic chick.
Hey, Stinky.
Dying? I'm sorry to hear that. Why
Oh god.
do they have such... Damn.
Look at all these references.
Oh no.
I love you, Kirby!
Kirby's the judge.
I know. I love him. I mean, he has to be a judge because he's always he does not care one way or another.
But isn't he a
'Cause he is
baby?
Kirby.
Why would you
Why
have a
are
baby?
you licking my hand?
I'm leaving, my dog is losing. I'm sorry to
What?
hear that, Mattis. But it,
My God, Kenny. Hey, that kid, Kenny.
you bastards! He's a good boy, though. Yeah. I'm glad he's a good boy.
I'm glad you're a good. Never mind.
Kirby looks cute as a judge. Yeah, he does. So, does anyone have any spoopy video ideas? Or should I put on one of my videos? I did not even understand that one. You have one, Jade? Okay, I will open the thing. He's a puppy. He's just so super playful and jumpy. Ah, that's nice. Puppies are cute. Hey, it's
My
Hannah.
puppy is cute.
Oh, it's
Oh, Jesus!
Head pat.
Oh, God, the head pat! The head pat war has begun! Don't you do it, Chet. Don't do it. Don't do it. Swear to God.
I was double. Yeah.
Chad, if you do it.
The new movie of Scooby-Doo based on the original.
How bad can I? Damn it! Timothy! No!
Mm.
God damn it, Timothy. Why did you do this? Why have you done
Why
this?
would you?
You do the fucking head pats, I swear to God, and then your voice on top of it! The way that you go, ah, make me want to do this!
But, I doesn't deserve a monkey. And in the original series, didn't they try and ship Thelma with Shaggy?
No. I don't think so.
Hmm?
I think they just booped your other side of your neck.
Yeah.
What the hell is this?
I don't know. Jade put it up yesterday.
It's scary. It's scaring me.
Emotional damage.
Definitely seems to be giving emotional damage to Koji. Stick it in your pocket.
Happy Halloween! Get ready for spooky costumes.
Ooh.
Costumes. Why?
Next week's costume is more
hilarious.
of a cosplay.
Delicious candy.
Like, wow, Scoob, this is shaping up to be the best Halloween haul ever.
Why are they eating the houses?
Meddling kids?
We've got to do something, but we're no
It's
match
all the
What is this?
apples.
Who are you?
In an original movie,
Give it to me, you little banister biter!
Mystery Inc. faces their greatest threat yet.
To the mystery machine.
I always thought it was a strange coincidence that all our cases seem to involve some supernatural creature.
But it wasn't a coincidence. These costumes were created by one person. Coco Diablo.
This could like serious.
Spoilers much?
Well, thank you for being able to go ahead and ruin the godforsaken thing.
Stay for the tricks.
Hey, ghouls, don't forget about me and Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, this whole franchise is named after me.
I mean, that's true.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo.
Trick or treat, Scooby-Doo. Look for it on digital and DVD.
I don't understand. What have they done to the Scooby Gang?
I don't know. Okay, I don't know.
My God. Pardon me.
Right into the microphone.
It's not right into the microphone. If it was, I'd be this entirely close.
Okay.
And it'd be in your ear, like you would feel it reverberating on your fucking little earlobes.
Kinda did. That's why I said it.
It must have been a really deep burp then. Oh my gosh, you bunch of fucking fireworks. Oh Jesus, it's the fucking wrestling.
Watch it to DC.
You know, that stadium actually looks a lot smaller now that I realize it.
Mm.
I mean, it's packed nonetheless, but is it like a basketball stadium, possibly?
Maybe?
Jim Ross, isn't he like... Yeah, he's pretty fucking old! Ah, what a bunch of weirdos wearing masks in order to be able to go to an event. Jesus Christ. The irony.
It's not lost on me.
Jim Ross says Ron.
Mm.
Oh! Okay, that's why it sounds familiar.
Mm-hmm.
So I was looking at this one, this one two-piece swimsuit looking thing that's actually an Among Us.
I
That's not the butt if it's sus. I need to. I may need to.
You need to what?
Add free onto there. Get some free costumes because most of these are actually costing money.
Yeah.
I don't want to be a ghost, Japanese ghost. What the hell do you think take me for, huh?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm looking at booths. Where all the costumes are.
Oh, I make my own.
I can't make my own. I'm not artistically talented like yourself. Oh my god, they have a Furby fucking costume.
Oh dear God.
Ancient dancer lingerie set. Alright.
Ooh.
An Anka dress. Alright.
Not surprised.
Nintendo. I mean, if I had the full body tracking, I'd totally be doing the Anka dance.
Oh yeah.
Got the Dio. Sumimasho.
That's a lot of GameCubes.
That is a lot of GameCubes. Wow. Luigi Mansion. What's up? Ow. Don't do it, man. She ain't.
You've got one night to save Mario from the supernatural.
One night?
That's what happens when you get into a girl's cooch, my friend. You get trapped into the cube.
What? I didn't even understand what you were saying then.
So you don't watch out for a girl's freaking cube, man. You get trapped. You don't go for a god girl. You get trapped into their cube.
Oh.
Why are you so close to your fucking boo anyway?
Because he was going to do the wraparound hello.
Wrap around the wall.
Arm around the back, facing the chest.
I mean, I'm telling you, man. Oh my god, Francois. Don't do it, man. Man, how many times am I gonna be able to suffer this man's fucking stupidity?
See you in say, dude.
Allez-vous français? Ah, oui, oui, baguette. Chicken la vache. Chicken la vache? Chicken la vache!
Huh.
You know where that's from, Pyra.
No.
Chicken la vache? You don't remember that?
No?
Shoot, fire the cow?
No?
But you probably thought it was Holy Grail?
Oh, fuck. Right, yeah. Ah.
Shit, there we go. That's what I thought. You can't be able to tell me that you don't know French if you don't remember Shaquille Vache. If you know Shaquille Vache, anyway.
Yeah. I can't believe I didn't click.
Yeah, I'm so disappointed.
It's been too long since I've watched it, obviously. Unfortunately,
you
you don't
moving
have
on.
any spoopy videos. Neither do others, it seems.
You know what is spoopy?
What? The fact that I can
face.
see my head, my boobs through your head.
You know? I mean, yeah, that is a little bit spoopy.
Turns out the goth girl was GameCube all the time. Oh no! But I don't have a cube to trap people in.
I like how you said which one is the spooky videos instead of which. You spelled you spell witch with the the person type of witch instead of the witch. Of,
Oh yeah, we all noticed.
Oh, okay. I didn't notice. I'm just dumb, I guess.
Well, I do appreciate the spoopy videos. I've got spoopy videos on the at the ready.
Oh my god, I could look like fucking Nezuko.
But then we wouldn't be able to hear you talk.
No, you wouldn't.
Okay, but after this one, we're watching a spoopy video. Okay? I haven't... Analog horror... Mattis, you must share. Cringe is good. That is why I watched the Wayne Brooks movies yesterday.
I have a question. How would that even work?
I watched both of them. And they're all cringe. In a great way. So you must share, Mattis. You must share. Yeah, cringe is one of my tags. But I want to see it. Please?
I'm gonna be rolling in pizza. I'm gonna pass that test so hard. I'm gonna bend the test over and be like, take it, test.
Please, Mattis?
Wait. Did the teacher
Pretty
say we have to pass
please?
the test to get pizza?
Yeah, Junior, that's what he said.
Oh, I'm not gonna get any pizza. I'm not gonna pass that test.
Sucks for you, Junior. This just means more pizza for me.
Junior, I really want to eat pizza.
Last one, I sent it and it's gone. Okay.
Well, me either, Jeffy. I don't know
Okay.
anything's gonna be on that test.
Well, I guess I could tutor you guys.
Wait, tutor?
Yeah.
Tutor sounds like pooper.
Yeah. Please, Mattis?
But anyway, what's tutor mean?
Stop smacking your dick!
Teach you everything.
He always does it.
Wait, you would do that, Cody?
God damn it!
I'll do that.
All right, I'll come over tonight. Thanks, Cody.
Yeah, thanks, Cody.
What we got?
Who's Mantis? Who's Mantis? What? Huh? What? Huh?
Please, Mattis? We're trying to get Mattis to share his video. He said it's cringe. Which makes me want to see it even more. I want to see it even more.
Do it for me, Mattis. Please. I'm begging for it. Anything but this type of cringe. You have to understand, any other cringe is much better than
Analog
dealing with
horror
autistic
cringe. I love analog horror cringe.
Yes, at least that is hilarious.
One sec, guys. I have to step away for a moment.
Oh no.
All right, we'll just guess. How many stars do you think there are?
50.
Oh, like 15?
15?
I mean 14.
Why did you change it? Why did it go down?
Well, I don't know. You yelled at me kinda, and I was like, I gotta change it.
Okay, well, what about you, Jeffy? How many stars do you think there are?
Star.
Junior, what is he doing?
Jeffy, what are you doing? Jeffy, what are you doing?
I am back. I didn't even get out of my
How
seat.
many stars were there, Jeffy? I don't know. You don't know? You said stars forever. Weren't you counting?
Nope.
Come on, guys. How many stars are on the flag?
On the flag?
Yes, the flag, Junior. What did you think I was talking about?
I thought you were saying how many stars are in the sky.
In the Junior, you thought there were 14 stars in the sky?
Well, there's a lot of stars up there, Cody.
No, Junior, on the flag. There's 50. There's 50 stars on this flag.
Wait, 50?
Yes, Junior, 50.
Well, if there's 50 stars on that flag, there has to be like 80 in the sky.
All right, fine. We're fine. We're moving on to math now.
What, math?
Yes.
But if I can't get the stars on the flag, how am I gonna get math?
Junior, it's just 50.
Matt.
It's not hard to remember.
Please, Matt.
Matt, do it. Do
It
it.
has a pretty
How
long.
many spells if you spell it?
I like analog cringe. I really do.
50?
Yes, 50.
Wait, what was it again?
Junior, screw it.
13 minutes is perfectly
Okay,
fine.
guys, we're gonna do some math, and I'm gonna.
13 minutes? No, 13 minutes is fine. Do it. Do it.
Yeah, this
Do it.
video is 17. 13 minutes is perfectly fine.
Okay.
Don't worry, Daddy Mattis.
Does 3 go into 9?
Cody, that 3 won't fit inside that 9.
And you'll never get
Cody, that wouldn't fit.
What are you talking about?
Do you not
Thank
understand,
you.
Cody? There's no way that 3 would fit in that 9.
Yeah, that 3 is too big. It won't fit.
I see what you're talking
I will put it on
about.
after this video because this video has already started.
Number 3 go
Thank
into
you.
the number 9.
Yeah, it's
Thank
yeah,
you!
it's too big.
Yeah, it won't fit in at all. There's no, it will never fit.
It will be
inside that
17
The
seconds.
size of the numbers doesn't matter, guys.
Yes, it does. That 3 is way too big. It's not gonna fit inside that 9.
Yeah, Cody.
Next
Guys,
week,
I
it will be
no, no, it goes in
17-second
there
short
3
vid,
times.
huh?
Okay, now I know you're fucking high. Because if that 3 won't go in there 1 time, what the hell makes you think it'll go in there 3 times, Cody?
Yeah, Cody, there's no way that 3 will go inside that 9 3 times.
Well, guys, I'm not talking about the size or the shape of the numbers. I'm talking about the number 9 and the number 3.
So you're telling me that 3 will go inside 9 3 times?
Yes.
Show me.
I can't show.
You can show.
Yeah, I want to see it. If you're saying you can make that 3 fit inside that 9 3 times, do it. I want to
That's
see
when counters come in handy. You need counters or you do little circles.
Drawing it, that's not how division works.
You said that 3 will go inside 9 3
Find
times.
fun.
Yeah, I want to see it. And
You were trying not to find FNAF ones? Is it a FNAF one? That's okay, it is.
The size that it is will fit inside that 9 3 times.
No, I'm saying the size of the 3 doesn't. You know what? We're gonna move on to a new problem, okay?
I was trying to...
On the board, Cody.
It's okay, it happens. I released a FNAF video, recently, like earlier this week. It was, okay, it's not FNAF. Okay, good. Smile text. Ooh.
Fine, Junior. Just
Oh.
for you, it will not fit in the 9. God damn it.
There is a God. He said it. Damn it. Jesus.
We're gonna do a new problem now.
I enjoyed
guys,
that.
hopefully this problem's gonna be a little easier, okay? What is 10 divided by 2? Or how many times does 2 go into 10?
1.
Why?
Because that 2 will fit inside that 0 1 time, Cody.
Yeah. That 2 will fit inside that 0 1 time because you gave it a lot of space this time, so at least 1 time.
Guys,
Oh,
I see what
no.
you're saying, okay? I really do. But that 2 will go into that 10 5 times.
Holy fuck! Give me them glasses, Cody, because I want to see what the fuck you're seeing.
Yeah, Cody, you must need some new glasses. Like, your eyes must be really messed up. No way. That 2 will go inside that, like the 0 thing, 5 times. It'll fit 1 time, but 5? Are you kidding? Show us. Please, for the love of God, show us.
Guys, I can't show you.
I'll show you then, Cody. I'll show you that it'll only go in there 1 time.
Yeah, watch this.
Oh my god.
See?
But boom, 1 time. Show us how 4 more can fit in there.
Guys, it doesn't.
Show us.
It doesn't.
I want to see 4 more 2s fit inside
I
there.
used to do it with like
It doesn't
junior.
literally fit inside of it.
No, Cody, I want to fucking
I used
see
counters.
4 2s go inside that bit.
Well, are we sure we want him to be our tutor? Because I think we're going to fail.
Yeah, me too. I have no idea.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna fail. I can promise you
Yeah,
that.
because you're our tutor.
All right, fine. We're gonna move on to multiplication then, okay?
Oh no!
I want to see you fit 4 more 2s inside there.
It's not gonna happen, Junior.
Of course it is, because that's not going to happen. It only goes in there 1 time. 10 divided by 2 is 1. Say it.
All right, fine. 10 divided by 2 is 1. You got it.
yeah.
You're correct. You're the smartest person ever. Now let's just do multiplication.
Okay, all right, yeah.
Okay, guys, we're gonna try something a little easier this time.
Something a little easier.
Okay, so what is 3 multiplied by 3?
3,333.
3,333.
Yep.
Okay, so how did you get that answer?
I'll show you.
Even 33 makes more sense.
Yeah.
Put it right here.
What?
And then you multiply it 3 times.
Whoa.
Oh!
333.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I get it now.
Yep.
Wow! That is like genius levels of stupidity. I would never have even thought of that.
Wait, so Jeffy got it right?
No! God, no! The answer is 9!
9? Junior, you're pretty stupid as fuck.
Oh, I'm stupid!
Well, Coco, you are pretty stupid. You're always bringing up 9s and 3s, and you think 3 will go inside 9 3 times. You're stupid.
Junior, what is 3 plus 3 plus 3?
3 plus 3 plus 3?
Yeah.
I don't have that many fingers, Cody.
Okay, Jeffy, what is 3 plus 3 plus 3?
333.
Oh, it was that. I knew it was that. I knew
No.
You guys are gonna fail. You're gonna fail. I can't help you.
Wait, we're gonna fail, Cody. You don't know what you're talking about.
Junior, I get A's on every test. I mean, we were supposed to take clothes off of Ken every time you got an answer right. He's wearing a onesie. He should have been butt naked by now.
Oh
I
no!
really want to have this pizza party.
Guys, the only way you're gonna pass now is if you cheat.
Wait, cheat?
Yeah.
How are we gonna cheat? You sit behind me. I can't look at your paper.
I don't know, Junior.
Oh, I know. Why don't you? Why don't we grab walkie-talkies? How about that? And then you like tell the answers to the walkie-talkie.
Walkie-talkies, Junior. Do you know how loud walkie-talkies are? What are we, truck drivers?
Okay, well, why don't you like write the answers on a note and then toss it at us or something?
No, Junior, that'd be too obvious. Or I could write the answers on my biceps and then I could flex and then you would see them.
No.
That wouldn't work because my biceps are too gigantic. Everyone in the class would see it.
What are we gonna do? Guys,
What?
I got it. All right, Cody. Okay, you get sick all the time, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so how about this? How about like the test is multiple choice, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say the answer is like A. So how about you cough us the answer? You're like, A.
Huh.
Yeah, they'll just think you're coughing, and we'll get the right answers.
Okay, I guess that could work.
Oh, it's gonna work. It's so gonna work. All right, so you're gonna have us cheat tomorrow.
But guys, I don't know if I feel okay about cheating.
Well, come on, Cody. You're not gonna get caught.
So much
What geniuses,
stupid.
guys. Yeah, come on, Cody.
Yeah.
All
Don't
we're
you
gonna
agree,
cheat tomorrow.
Koji?
You're gonna cough us the answers. This is gonna work, and we're all gonna eat pizza. Yeah.
Are you there?
Cody.
Okay.
Cody, did you get another chubby in class?
Yeah, but that's not why I'm shaking, Junior. I'm nervous.
What, nervous about what?
Because
Oh,
we're
no.
gonna be cheating, Junior. If we get caught, we're gonna be in so much trouble.
Well, that's
Yeah,
why we're
you
not
are.
gonna get caught, Cody.
But Junior, I'm gonna be coughing really loud.
It's not gonna be that loud, Cody. Hold on. Pretend the answer is B. Let me hear a test one.
Okay. B.
See, Cody, that was good. I didn't even notice it.
Okay, if you say so, Junior.
Yeah, we're gonna pass the test. We're all gonna eat pizza.
I'm ready to eat pizza, Junior.
Oh, we're gonna get pizza. Just listen for Cody's
Pizza,
coughs.
pizza, 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 pizza.
You get pizza for
Emotional damage.
No pizza for you. Extra homework. I'm gonna pass out the test now.
He's passing out the test, Junior.
Shut up, Cody.
Here you go, Junior. Here you a test.
Oh, thank you.
Cody, what? What's wrong with you?
I'm constipated.
Eat more fiber. Here you a test. All right, Boy Bill. Here you a test.
Oh, Cody, fill out your test. Do your test.
Twitch reaction to
Cody, you
underwear
got this.
on stream.
D. A. D. Let's see.
A A D B A C D A B. Eat more fiber. It's good advice.
Jeffy, you have to erase that. Okay. What? Cody, are you done with your test?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Oh, okay. What's the answer number?
A A B C B B A A to C.
Sorry.
What are we gonna do now, Junior?
I don't know. Cough me the answer number one.
C.
Wait, what?
C.
Okay. C. All right.
How is doodling going? It's still alright, I think. I need to make it lower so that you can see the hair
The
thing.
answer was C.
Okay, D. Thanks, Junior.
Cody, you have number two yet?
Yeah.
What is it? What?
D.
I can't understand you, Cody. I don't know what it is.
D.
Cody!
What?
You sound really sick with all that coughing you're doing. Turn in your test and go see the nurse.
Cody, what are we gonna do?
No, it's okay. I'm fine. I just have allergies.
Nurse's office, right now!
Yes, sir. Sorry, Junior.
What am I gonna do?
They're really
Cody, why
fucked.
do you think you're coming to school sick? You're gonna get everyone else sick.
Well, it's not contagious.
Oh, you were coughing like wild animal over there. Like blah, 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 blah. You're gonna get everyone sick.
Well, I just have a really bad cough that makes me cough out answers to my friends.
Cody, go to the nurse's office right now.
Okay.
A A B B C B A B
Oh no, Junior.
B B.
We are so effed. There's no way we're gonna pass this test. We might as well get back to writing it.
Oh, Jeffy, I got an idea. What if I go distract the teacher by asking a question about the test, and then while he's distracted, you grab Cody's test, and we bring it back and we copy it?
Oh.
Good idea, Junior. But when do I pull my pee-pee out?
You don't pull your pee-pee out. That'll distract the teacher. Or use as a backup plan.
Ooh, are you guys trying to cheat? I'm gonna tell the teacher. Teacher!
Hey!
All right, Jeffy, I'm gonna go distract the teacher. Grab Cody's test. Teacher, I need help with my test.
3 times 3, 3 makes my head hurt. I know what you
One of
mean.
the questions. I'm confused.
Okay, what is...
Well, you see, number 5, it says, what is the 5th planet from the sun?
Correct.
And I was wondering if that includes the sun or not.
What are you talking about?
Well, you see, the sun's a planet, so it says, what is the 5th planet from the sun? I was wondering if that includes the sun as a planet or not.
Are you dumb? The sun is not a planet.
Well, yeah.
The sun is a star.
Well, yeah, it is.
So the sun is a star. So regardless of what you're talking about, you just count 5.
But the bikini on Twitch next week. Oh, wait, what?
That was someone
But
trying
it
to
will
sharpen
be a
their pencil.
bikini. No, wait.
Yeah.
What do you mean bikini on Twitch next week? No, I'm doing a.
Never mind, I got
It's a
it.
cosplay next
All right,
week.
thank you. All right, Jeff, did you get Cody's test?
Oh, hey, DT.
Every single thing on it, and then give it to me.
All right, Junior.
Can I do it, sweetie?
dear. I'm done. What, you done? All right.
Come meow for me.
D, A. All right, I copied everything. Did you copy everything? Yeah. All right, let's turn our test.
I got kitty cat. She goes meow.
How do you think you did?
Oh, I think I got an A. Yeah, I passed that. Yeah.
How do you think you did? All right, class. All the tests are turned in now. So I'm gonna grade these, and whoever passed, they get pizza party today.
Apparently,
we still passed that test.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hey
It
guys.
was my bad. There was a cosplay stream.
Nothing wrong with me.
Actually.
Big surprise there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry you guys didn't pass your test.
Oh, Cody, we definitely passed the test.
I've got.
Test.
I'm doing anime cosplay next week.
Really? You didn't get caught?
No, we copied the whole thing. Didn't get caught.
Oh, that's badass.
This week is Elvira or Pyra, and next week is Sprite.
Before I pass them out, Cody, I need to speak with you.
Okay, it's probably because I aced that test. I told you I'd bend it over and be like, take it,
Yeah.
How'd I do, Chew Man?
Okay.
You got an A+.
Damn right I did.
3 of them.
Ooh, you hear that? Yeah.
3 of
I
them?
get 3 of them.
Because you turned in 3 different tests.
Damn right. Wait, fucking what?
See, all 3 tests have your name on it.
What? You idiots copied my name too?
Oh, you let 2 other students cheat?
No, I was in the nurse's office.
Oh, 1 cheater, they all cheat. All 3 cheater.
Oh,
So
no.
You, Junior, and Jeffy don't get pizza party.
No pizza party.
Pizza? This is bullshit! I'm out, bitch!
Junior, you copied my name?
Oh, I'm sorry, Cody. I was in the zone and I was just copying your test and I was nervous and I guess I just wrote down your name by mistake.
Well, that's just great, Junior. Now we don't get pizza!
I'm sorry, Cody.
Don't talk to me, Junior.
All right, class. So we're all gonna eat pizza and laugh at Cody, Junior, and Jeffy because they're cheaters. They dumb. So remember, class, do not cheat on your tests.
Thank you for the headbutts. Oh, and there's some booba butts. Hello. Ba-ba, ba-da, ba, ba, ba.
This message is broadcasted to raise awareness of a new drug in circulation.
Oh no.
Drug. We advise
Hey, Pyra.
Hey.
I suddenly disappeared, didn't I?
Oh, you've been disappeared for quite a while.
I've been talking this entire time. I didn't even realize I disappeared.
I've not heard from you for like 5 minutes or so.
Holy shit. I was literally having autistic screeching and all sorts of noises.
I know. I made your image disappear because I couldn't hear you, and I asked you if you were still there, and you didn't.
Yeah, I said yes.
You did not answer me, and
I said yes.
When I got no answer, I done you. I made
God
you
damn it.
disappear.
Whenever I freaking hear about all this, now all I can think about is, will you marry me, Koji? And then immediately just be saying, yes, yes. Saying, are you there? Wait, no, I'm here. No, wait, yes. I said, yeah.
I didn't say, I didn't ask if you would marry me.
No. I'm just giving off a freaking situation that could have happened. All because of the fact that I didn't even realize that I wasn't even freaking on, apparently. Nobody even told me that they can't hear me. I was there talking the entire time.
Well, then why didn't you know that it'd been a while since I turned your image off?
I was looking at the stream that you posted. I was literally just watching the thing, and yes, I am doing it. Wait, what? Do it? Do what? What am I doing?
Make your dreams come true.
Oh yes, my dream will come true soon. I hope. Probably. I don't know. I mean, I'm currently between Pyra's breasts, so Chochi, just marry her.
You're not gonna stop there. No! What are you waiting for?
Do it! Just
I mean,
do
I don't
it!
mind. But the problem here is.
Going back to your lurk. Okay, well, I'm starting the video at the end of this.
Wah.
Just do it thing. But thank you, Mattis, for the video.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you for
I
the
love you.
video.
It was beautiful.
It's gonna be.
Yes, it is.
I just have to wait for Shia LaBeouf to finish his bit.
For the past few months, we have received. This message is broadcasted to raise awareness of a new drug in circulation. The Smile drug. We advise for you to stay away from any person suspected to be under its influence. For the past few months, we have received over 500 deaths related to the drug.
Oh shit.
The drug itself has not been scientifically investigated. Its most obvious effects are mania, uncontrollable laughter, violent tendencies, and the last
Eating whose
smile in
ass?
which the drug was named
Scrooge.
after.
You're the one that shared your
How
peach.
do you ensure your safety outside?
Oh.
Avoid dark alleys since most reported deaths happened near or in a dark alley. If you hear suspicious laughter, run
There's no
as
such
fast
thing as a
as
dark
you
alley
can.
anymore.
Avoid eye contact with the person. Once the person looks at you, it will begin pursuit. Do not interact. You will most likely be...
Ugh.
You know, as I catch somebody laughing at me in the middle of a fucking alleyway, I'm just gonna be laughing at them back.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be wondering what the hell is so funny, but still, I'll be laughing.
Substance made of spores from unidentified thing of fungus. Risk of accidental intake is very high. I had someone laugh at me in an alley once. They just fucked my bike up.
Aw. Bunch of bastards. Fucking bastards.
Brought to
the emergency on the same day. Complaining of a severe headache and acute facial cramps. None of the medicine helped.
Oh no. Well, that is good. I'm glad Sophia's butt is tasty.
I'm super glad. What a beautiful smile. Patients begin to smile with some resistance. Patient suffered a meningitis before subsiding within 2 days.
Alright.
Patients remain sane.
Time to put my chat away. Okay. Thank you again, Mattis.
Stage 2, week 2. Those are some pretty big smiles. Any resistance have been subdued by the fungus. Faces begin to contort to a wide grin.
I know.
Patient's behavior becomes predatory. Manic laughter begins. Patients were then locked in a room. Stage 3, week 4. A face only a mother can laugh.
Okay.
Fungus has permanently damaged facial tissue, leaving a severely contorted face. Despite extensive nerve damage, the fused muscles maintain its expression.
Oh no.
If ever the patients recover, a face transplant is required for reintegration. Vocal cords have stopped functioning due to extreme strain. Patient's behavior and motor functions begin to decline. Towards the later part of the stage. Stage 4, week 5. Rapid senescence visible in patient. Patient has completely lost resemblance of past self. Brain is in the late Alzheimer's stages.
Oh no!
Patient 2 did not live up to this stage. Patient 1 passed away 6 weeks into his admission. Autopsy.
Fucked up! Fungus found in brain cells.
It was observed secreting a substance in a fecket. High concentrations of fungus found in amygdala, suggesting complete control over it. 30 minutes into autopsy. A sudden burst of gas came out of the patient's mouth. Was initially thought to be gas. Was figured to be spores of the fungus. 2 morticians were present in the room. They may have inhaled the spores.
Oh no.
They had been quarantined. Sean G. Excerpt December 4th to 31st. Log 27. December 4th, 1994. I went up for groceries.
The chat.
And a strange man threw flour at me on the way home.
I can put 7.
I was more weirded out than I was pissed.
Uh-oh.
Anyways, I'm taking Max to the vet tomorrow. He's been quiet for days. And I'm worried.
I know.
Log 28. December 5th, 1994. I had this vivid dream where I was flying through space. It's like I became one with the universe. Then I saw a man. And I woke up. Okay. Saw him. Log 29, December 6th, 1994. Max had been feeling better. He began to bark again. Dwah. Boover. I feel relief. I had a very similar dream to yesterday. I flew through a colorful space. I forgot who I was. And then I saw him. He smiled. Log 34. December 11th, 1994. I've been having the same dream for the past week, and it's kind of worrying me now. Does this mean something? A change in my life? I couldn't stop thinking about it all day. Well, 5380, whatever the fuck that said. Log 35, December 12th, 1994. My face won't stop twitching. And now I'm having a migraine right now. This may be the worst one so far. It could be just stress. So I told my professor I can't attend this week. Ooh, nice, wedding.
After the baby comes,
Log
okay.
39. 16th. It's been 4 days since the migraines and twitch just began. I am in
I can understand
agony.
the reasoning for that.
I will go to the doctor. Log 40. December 17th, 1994. They told me it was just stress and electrolyte imbalance. Just take pain meds and relax. And stay hydrated. Log 41. December 18th, 1994. My face hurts. It feels like someone is pulling the sides of my mouth up. It's getting harder to blink.
Oh no, that's what it feels like to be a waitress.
The pills don't work. Wait, from sex off stream? What? Not a tape, by the way? What?
Wait, huh?
Ah! Max Max passed away. No! I don't understand. Not the bummer! He was doing just fine yesterday. Log 43. December 25th, 1994. Christmas. My friends say I look a lot happier recently. I am not. Behind this forced smile, I am suffering. Both physical and mental anguish. Doctors were stumped by my illness.
I know.
And I know you take off all your clothes and get naked and then having sex with what? I am happy. I feel full of energy.
Oh, only some people take
the
all their
man's
clothes off.
aura. He changed me. For the better. I am happy. I am happy. I am happy. I am happy.
I'm happy.
Log 45. I am happy. I am happy. I'm happy. He told me something. A quest to fill a brand new place. Log 46. December 28th, 1994. The world's too unbearable for a simple man like me. Too much rice, too much sadness. I have the power to fix this. I am. Log 47. December 31st, 1994. Everyone I see shall become happy. I hope I make you happy. Eight, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I love analog horror.
Me too.
It's not cringy in the slightest. It actually tells a story, and I enjoy these types of things. Report time and date: first of 1995. Location: 718 Ventura Place. Name: Sean Gomez. Age: 22. Incidents: mass homicide. Details: perpetrator was armed with a knife. He had a grotesque facial expression. Suspected of being under the influence of some drug. Police response. Police officers were not able to subdue the man. He wounded one of the officers and committed relentless violence. The officers were forced to shoot him dead. Aftermath: 17 casualties, including Sean. 10 injuries.
I don't know if it counts as spooky. I've not played Sonic EXE.
No.
Is that to the Sonic EXE thing?
Yes. He smiles. The Smile Tapes Volume 1 by Petorico. Thank you. I see that little goofy ass smile back there.
Oh, Tiki went out. I gotta let the cat out. Oh no. She does want to go out. There go Titi.
What do you guys think about narration?
That is not your room, Tia.
What?
Oh, she went to go into the other room. That is not
okay.
ours. It's one of the other. Because it's meant to be more creepy horror than horror itself. Yeah. I enjoyed it. Thank you for sharing.
Creepy is fine. I mean, what gave me nightmares for the longest time was fucking Smile Dog. Don't look it up.
Oh, I already know what it is.
Alright then.
Yeah, I already know what that is.
Jesus H. Christ.
Is that the Sonic EXE video you were talking about?
Yep.
Maybe we should watch one of my videos.
Yeah.
Jay.
You know what? Hey, chat. Those of you who are currently in, Pyra's stream, what sort of costume should I try to get? Including you there, Pyra. I want you to have your opinion in this as well.
Grim Reaper.
Grim Reaper.
It's the first one that came to mind. There's a billion. There is a billions of game. Huh. Red ninja masks.
Nice. So what? You're trying to get me into being a red ninja?
Only if your skin is green.
Only if my skin is green. That would be actually much more better.
Teenage Mutant Ninja
Ninja
Turtles.
Turtles. Oh god.
Heroes in half shell.
Turtle power.
And size. I used to have a pair of size.
Ooh.
I lost.
Ooh, look at those wings.
Ooh.
Here. It says free, but I highly doubt it's actually
Bloodborne is a...
Okay. Horror's most insidious trope.
pretty disturbing
That's
game.
what we're gonna watch.
It's got everything it says on the box. Grisly deaths, surprisingly
Oh
fun
no,
torture
why not?
devices,
Does it go
zombies
against
and
Twitch's
werewolves
terms or
and
something?
monsters of every variety, a truly astounding abundance of blood. But those also aren't why it's so unsettling. Bloodborne is a world built on lies. A world where
Everyone
churches
is built
run
on
secret
lies.
biological experiments on their parishioners in order to attain godhood.
Ah.
A world where the populace is tricked into murdering their friends, family, neighbors for fear that they might otherwise become monsters. A world where you, the player, don't even really get to be a hero because you're secretly the puppet of forces you may not ever truly understand.
What?
And that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Talks
This
about
game has
self-harm.
an
I get it now.
encyclopedic body of lore that plays with this concept on so many levels, but it's really not just a Bloodborne thing, is it? I mean, sure, the gothic, mind-melting murder world of the game certainly adds a lot to it, but in a more general sense, I think the thing I felt most of all playing this game is just the horror of deception. Which, when I say it out loud, feels pretty unremarkable. Of course, being deceived feels bad. That's no surprise. You expect political adversaries, villains, abusers to try their best to trick you. That knowledge doesn't take away the sting when they do manage to pull one over on you.
I'm probably gonna
but
have
at
to
least
wind
it's
up
there.
asking.
At least you know where you stand.
What?
No, what I find really horrifying isn't the deception itself,
Remember
but
her
what
name
happens
real
to you when
quick.
the one lying to
What?
you is the one you trust.
Probably gonna have
most
to
of all.
ask.
The
Hold on,
church
just a
is
second.
knocking, Hunter. For whom have you spilt this blood?
I have spilled this blood for me.
Having trouble building worlds for your stories? I used to have the same problem, but there's an
Elise.
amazing
I'm
help
probably gonna have to
process
ask
that helps
Elise to
me
be
a
able to
lot.
do
Creating
a
unique and
Grim
powerful worlds
Reaper
taught by men
costume
have
for
often
me.
Yeah?
Yeah, unless you want to do it.
I don't know if there's a base that I'd be able to use in Aeroid. I could have a look. I'll have a look in a sec. I've got to go pee first, though.
Alright, I'll go pee.
So I will be right back. Are you getting entertained, everyone? Or
I shall do my best. I'm actually probably gonna leave here shortly after this video.
okay. And I'll have a play around with the whole Grim Reaper thing and see if I can manage it. I'll
Or
be back.
the baby due is due in 6 months. Oh shit. And you plan on getting married before the baby is, so I'm assuming within 3 months? Oh, after the baby is born. Gotcha. That makes sense. No, I don't know how. What do you guys think about me being a Grim Reaper? You can imagine it. Oh. Today's Thursday, isn't it? Well, for Pirates, obviously Friday, but it is. Told you, you got a turtle shell my size of Red Ninja Max. Wow, well, that's fucking amazing.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Game big. Yeah,
Oh God, no.
It's my off-brand Raphael costume. Sorry, you gotta switch the A and the E, and then you got Raphael.
Yeah. So, did I miss anything?
Nope, you did not. Just me talking about the thing, and apparently a lot of people love your idea of me being a Grim Reaper. And by a lot of people, I'm talking about TMNT.
Yep. Well, I'll have to check to see if there's something that I can use as a base.
It's okay.
But yeah.
Take your time.
Yeah, I've got what? A month? I'm kidding. 7th of November.
Oh my.
Go into November, immediately I'm a freaking Grim Reaper. Well, at least it's better life than ever, I guess.
Ah. Oh, Pyra. Okay, I found some Black Yoshi plush that SNL used. You did? Oh no.
Wally World. Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
They're eating her, and then they're gonna eat me. Oh my god.
You said that with a little too much expression.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. They're eating her, and then they're gonna eat me. Oh my god.
That's better.
Better? Okay.
I bought it just for Black Yoshi. I get
What's
it.
up, my blemmers? Blap.
What?
What?
Huh?
Blem.
Blem?
Blem.
Blem.
Organica Bay.
Okay, so we're
Cave
going
diving business.
to watch cave diving. I like the idea of that. That one.
You know, I've always wanted to go cave diving.
Yeah.
I mean, I went spelunking before in just dry caves, never really in wet caves.
Mm.
Unless you count like river inside of caves, a wet cave.
The Sonic EXE video is like 38 minutes long.
Jesus H. Christ.
Geometry Dash, just under 5. And we've got the Smile Tapes, which is 13:30. Wait, didn't we already watch the Smile Tapes Volume 1? I thought,
Yes.
yeah, that's what I thought. Yet it came back up again.
Oh my god.
I'm whenever I get bored. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I'm gonna click on this one, that Jade put up because I'm intrigued by cave diving. It intrigues me.
On the 11th of September 2002,
Oh, I
a
didn't
diving
copy
party
it.
in
One second.
Pogonica Bay, Croatia,
thank you.
placed a call to emergency services. A member of their group had entered an underwater cave system and not resurfaced. Police divers attended the scene to search for the missing man. They would eventually locate his body, but when they did so, it would be under circumstances that nobody had even remotely expected. Since the 1960s, tourism had been a growing industry in Croatia. Travelers flocked to the country
I actually know somebody in Croatia.
Beautiful Mediterranean coastline and sun-soaked historic
place
towns
looks so
and
pretty.
cities.
I like Korea.
Diving was also a popular pursuit
Croatia.
in the waters off the coast,
Mm-hmm.
which were clean, relatively warm, and filled
Not Korea.
with abundant
This is Croatia.
I know the difference.
Pogonica Bay had all
I know that you know the difference. I'm
and
just
more
saying.
beside.
I don't know on a map. I have no clue on a map, but
I know exactly where it is on the map.
I don't. It's okay,
It's literally
Mathis.
across there's literally just a water space between them and Italy.
Two main
Yeah.
chambers called the Shallow Gallery.
On a map I couldn't find it at all. I suck at
through a
geography.
small underwater portal,
But
proceeded down a long and narrow
in my
chimney
mind I know.
and navigated a labyrinth of narrow, twisting corridors.
I'd love to do that, but I gotta go
Things made
diving
this system
first.
particularly dangerous. First, the narrow passageways were filled with very fine silt. Any movement
You didn't
stirred
get
up
caught
this
at all.
silt,
Nice.
reducing visibility to zero almost instantly. In addition to this, the corridors between Shallow Gallery and Deep Gallery
My
were
sister got to
complex and
go like
confusing,
full on
making it
spelunking
extremely
once, which
difficult
was
to
so
find
cool
the
looking.
exit once inside
But
the
I
cave.
didn't get to, and it was not
On
fair.
the 10th of September 2002, a group of 5 friends sailed out
She got
to
to
the
go because she
location of
was
the caves
worse
on the
behaved at
tourist
school.
boat
It
Dominic,
really fucking annoyed the
accompanied
hell
by
out of me.
2 dive instructors. They were
Just
a
'cause
party
she kept
of
getting
mixed
suspended,
ability when it came to
she
diving.
got to go.
Some had a lot of experience, and some had none at all. One of the more experienced divers in the group was Miroslav Kuklish. As the others prepared
But I don't
dinner
wanna
on board
die-
the
I
boat,
don't
he
wanna
took a
die to do it,
preliminary
though.
dive and noticed
Yeah,
the
I
entrance
agree
to
with
the cave
that.
system. The group
And
had
then
heard
die.
that there were caves in the area, but
My
weren't
worries are having to go underneath the water every
Miroslav
single
came
time in
back on
order to
board
fix
the
my
boat
fucking
and
ship.
reported his findings.
Yeah.
That's besides the point.
Over dinner,
That's
the
not
group
cave
discussed
diving, that's
their
just
options.
deep sea diving.
Some wanted to dive down and explore, some did not. Some thought that the portal Miroslav had seen surely led to a cavern, and some thought it was probably just a shallow pit.
I'd like to go scuba diving too,
After
but
dinner,
yeah.
at 9 p.m,
It's nothing really
the
worth
captain of
scuba
the ship
diving to
took a
see
nap,
around here. There's
and
just a
2
couple of
pairs divers
shipwrecks.
entered the
And they're
water,
really boring
each
ones.
consisting of 1 dive instructor and 1 less experienced
And you can get to them
diver.
with a snorkel.
While they went down to explore the cave, Miroslav took a leisurely dive at a shallow
So
depth,
lots of videos
watching
talk about-
proceedings from a distance.
Yeah.
The 2 pairs of
The
divers
Mandala
went
catalogs
down,
are quite
entered the cave,
interesting,
and
aren't they?
descended a short way into the chimney. On realizing just how extensive
If I could
the
find
system
a
was, however,
Yeah,
they
I get
immediately
that.
returned to the surface, agreeing
I've not
that they
gotten to
weren't
skinny
equipped
dip.
to
I
explore a
wanted
cave
to.
that deep or complex at the present time.
But one day,
They
I
spent
will.
a few hours enjoying some night diving, spotting fish and octopuses instead. When they eventually returned
octopus.
to the boat, their friends informed them that
I like
Miroslav was
takoyaki.
nowhere to be found. It was
Yes.
now
I actually had
10:30
takoyaki
PM.
before.
The group
Beautiful.
quickly
Just
realized
tasted
that he
so.
must have changed
It was
his mind
piping
without
hot,
telling anyone,
and you wouldn't expect
descended
me to
to
be
the
able to actually
portal
like it
to
because I don't
join
like a
them
lot of
as they
things.
explored,
Yeah.
perhaps not realizing that they had given up
But
and
takoyaki was
retreated
pretty
to
good.
shallower
Yeah.
waters.
I
At
even made
10:46 PM,
Sanji's
a dive instructor and one of the more
seafood risotto.
experienced divers
Ooh.
re-entered the water to
It
search for
was
Miroslav. With a safety line, they descended into the cave as far as they
Riptide
dared
meat in the
and
boat
used
with
flashlights
Jupiter. Oh,
to
that's
search,
pretty
That's
dope.
very
but were
cool.
unsuccessful. The group knew that if Miroslav was indeed underwater, he would run out of air very soon. They placed a frantic call to the local police force, who told them to
I don't
stay
know
where
if
they
you saw the
were
link earlier.
and that trained police divers would arrive in the morning to search. The group
Oh, the
spent
one I
the
clicked
rest
on
of the night
earlier was
anchored
the
in
same as the
Poganica
video that we
Bay
watched
above
before.
the entrance to the cave. When the police divers arrived at just before 8 AM the next morning, the group
There's
were
some
distressed
places
to
in
see
particular
they
that
had
I'd like to go
only
scuba
limited
diving, but I don't
equipment with
exactly
them.
know where they are.
They had to lend the police
I
divers
know, I got
some
that
of their
one. I got the
own
new one.
equipment. 2 police
I'll
divers descended.
do it just in
90
case.
minutes later, one emerged, in clear distress and suffering from the symptoms of decompression sickness, after ascending from the caves too rapidly.
There's a couple of
This
spots I'd
diver
love to
was rushed to
go,
hospital.
but yeah.
His colleague
Yeah.
never emerged. The following day, another team was sent into the
If I
caverns.
ever get a chance to go to
This
space,
time,
I'm
much better
not
equipped
going,
and
'cause-
prepared. The
Fair
bodies of
enough.
both Miroslav and the police diver were recovered. The police diver, 27-year-old Bernard Magic, was recovered from the shallow gallery at a depth of 24 meters or 78 feet. It appeared that he had let go of his safety line, become lost and disoriented.
I'd like to go on one of
and
those
tragically
planes where they let
run
you
out of
experience
oxygen.
zero gravity.
Miroslav was recovered from the deep gallery
I
at a
think that would
depth
be
of
fun.
54 meters or 177 feet. Surprisingly, he was found with a knife protruding from his chest. It appeared
Oh,
that,
shit.
far from getting lost and drowning, Miroslav had been murdered. Suspicion fell immediately on Miroslav's
no.
friends and fellow divers. They were subjected to polygraph tests.
I mean, I've been to
during
space.
which
It's
two
actually
members
quite
of
a
the group
musical.
had strong reactions to the words blood and knife, something which, at the time,
I have
was
a fear of
considered strong
heights,
enough
but
evidence to take
the
the
thought
group
of space
into
is really
custody.
cool. Yeah, it really is.
An investigation began.
Oh, yeah.
Miroslav's diving equipment was checked and found to be in good working order, ruling out faulty equipment as a potential cause of death. His diving
there's the
computer
knife in
was
his
also
chest.
tested. It was found to be working perfectly, and it showed no evidence of having been tampered with. The police used the data stored on it to analyze his final dive. It appeared that Miroslav had entered the water and dived straight down to a depth of 50 meters, or
Yeah.
165 feet, meaning that he must have entered deep gallery. Almost immediately after reaching this depth, he had begun his ascent.
Oh.
At this point, they surmised, Miroslav must have been unable to find the exit, and instead ended up in shallow gallery. According to divers familiar with the caves, this was an easy mistake to make. Indeed, the police diver might also
really
have made
is
the
cool
same
thoughts.
error after letting go of his safety line.
I know.
After 35 minutes of searching for the exit, it appeared that Miroslav became lost once again in deep gallery. He stopped moving for 5 minutes, perhaps resting or taking advantage of an air bubble at the top of the cave.
Dude.
Then, abruptly, Miroslav lost buoyancy.
What?
and dropped to the
Yeah, I
bottom
know,
of the
man,
gallery.
but I can't. I don't have
It was
it.
determined that it was at this point that Miroslav
Well, believe it or
was
not,
stabbed
space
in the
set does
chest.
indeed have
The
sound.
police took this
It
chain of
matters.
events into consideration and speculated on how
However,
their
the sounds
suspects
of
could have committed
space,
a murder.
it
Had Miroslav
completely
been stabbed on board
boggles the
boat and
mind
then
of
taken
mortal.
down to deep gallery? No.
So inside
It
of
would
your
have been
suit, you
impossible for
cannot
his
be
killers
able
to
to physically
simulate
hear it.
Miroslav's
But
movements
on
with
the
devices
outside of
and
it, if
such,
you are
and still
able to
return to the
survive,
boat
if you
in
are
time
anywhere
without
able
experiencing
to be able to
severe
survive in the vacuum of
decompression
space,
sickness.
you'll be able to hear the
Perhaps one of the
slightest
divers who went searching for Miroslav had
from
found him
millions of
in
light
deep
years
gallery
away
and then stabbed
of
him
a
with
simple
his own
star
knife.
exploding.
This was also not possible. According to the
Or a
dive
simple
computer,
rumble.
Miroslav was
Even
already
the
dead
event
by the time
sound
his
of
two
the event
friends set out to
horizon
search
of
for
the
him.
black hole,
While the police were
which
initially
sounds like a
convinced that
train
Miroslav had
coming
been
towards
murdered by
you,
one of his friends, as
is the
the
most
investigation
invigorating
went on,
experiences.
this possibility became less
I
and
wasn't a
less
fan.
likely. There simply wasn't any way, given the timings and the data from the dive computer, that someone else could have killed him. The systematic elimination of possible murder scenarios left only one remaining possibility. Miroslav had taken his own life. This was something that was considered extremely unlikely. Military divers who the police consulted with stated that
I like that. I also want to watch the naughty video as much as you.
Any diver would do everything they could to survive. But Miroslav had not been a military diver. He had been a chef who dived as a hobby.
What?
He had been alone and terrified, facing the prospect of a painful death by drowning. It appeared that, with few other options left to him, Miroslav had decided to use one of the only tools available to him to end his life as quickly and cleanly as he could.
Can I ask a question of
Miroslav's
you,
friends were
Koji?
released from custody, and no charges were ultimately
What
made
time
against them.
was it for
They
you
returned
when
home
I started
without
my
their
stream?
friend.
Because you were the
Their
first
lives
person in my
forever
chat.
changed by his strange
It
and sudden loss.
was
Pogonica Bay remains a popular diving spot.
literally just as
Indeed,
soon as
its
you started,
reputation
it
as
was for
dangerous
me.
and even deadly makes it more reputable to some. In 2015, 2 more divers lost their lives while exploring
almost
the cave
7.5
system.
hours.
Again, after
Almost
getting
at
lost
7:20
between the
something
2 galleries
in the afternoon.
and running out of air.
Seven.
I saw you coming online. I was like,
the
man, I
caves
can't
remain
stop
accessible,
this type
although a
of
plaque
thing.
has been installed by the entrance.
I
warning
can't do
anyone
sing
who
mode
might
yet.
consider
Sorry.
exploring the caverns beneath.
I may be
just
sounding
how
a lot better,
dangerous
but
they
if I
can
do
be.
that, I'm gonna go backwards. It's not happening yet.
Emotional damage.
Sorry, I'm not doing sing mode. Not right now. I'm only just out the other side. And let's face it, we don't want me to lose my voice again.
Oh, hell to nah. Protect that voice. Freaking rub and stroke the voice vocal cords.
Refund the points there, I suppose. Yes, definitely.
We are currently receiving countless reports
Oh,
of an
here we go.
unidentified hostile organism that we'll refer to as alternates. Until we have a complete understanding of the threat,
Hostile
it's
organism.
important to stay home, lock all doors and windows, and have access to a loaded firearm or any ranged weapon at all times. You will know if an alternate exists solely based on their physical characteristics. If you see
So
a
it was
person that looks
7:30 at night,
run away
or
and hide. If you see a person that has a biologically impossible characteristic, run away and hide. If one manages to break into your home,
shorter one would be
from any
preferred,
kind
yes.
of communication or contact with the
Coach.
threat. These intelligent life forms
So what was the
utilize
actual
elements
time?
of psychological warfare
7:30 at
to
night,
take
or
advantage of their
Yeah, around
position.
7:30 at night,
While
yes.
we heavily
Okay, cool.
discourage any form of contact or communication with an alternate.
You actually did really early today.
Yeah, I was trying it out in the start time.
Yourself.
Very early in the morning for you, though.
10 a.m.
Wait, actually, that's not that bad.
Yeah. That's why I was trying it out as a start time.
Identify the class type. There's class types of these freaking alternates?
Yeah.
Neutralize the alternate, if safe to do so. 10 minutes of Markiplier playing. Listen, hi. Oh. Know your place.
In
reality.
That's the trick. It's knowing your place in reality.
Know your enemy. Type 1, doppelganger. Oh, great, doppelgangers.
We already have those around the world.
Yeah. Type 2, detectable. Okay.
10 minutes of Markiplier playing it. Okay. I will add
Type 3.
this to the thing.
Hey, it's old Markiplier. Stop.
So much static.
All right. At least it's humor with horror.
Eats.
I mean, I used to actually be called that, I actually used to be thought to look like Markiplier in this type of form.
Really?
Whenever a human has his beard shaved.
Oh.
And most people, for some reason, thought I sounded like Markiplier. It's like, yeah. My any means no.
Fair enough. Okay. Maybe in a little bit.
On. Ah, yes. However, I must actually get to be leaving the Pyra. As much as I would love to be able to stay with you forever and ever. I mean, I'm always here forever and ever. What am I talking about?
Well, you gotta sleep sometime.
That is true. I gotta sleep sometime. And I'll be sleeping with the fishes.
Concrete shoes.
Listen, I don't have to have concrete shoes in order for me to sink, okay?
I know you don't, but I like to play with the idea.
Okay, fine. Whenever I ask to be able to actually directly drop at a very high velocity, I'll come ask you for those concrete shoes.
Fair enough. They are very stylish, after all.
Exactly. And helps with the legwork. Never skip leg day, everybody.
I know! It's rubbish truck!
Anywho, I love you, Pyra, and I love you, dear chat. And always continue to be a degenerate in any sort of way. Have yourselves a wonderful day, and goodbye. So long. Farewell. I'd be to say.
Bye! Sweet dreams. Okie dokie. Now it's just us. I'm kidding. Or she's one of us. Sometimes.
Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier and welcome to Let's Play Sonic.exe. Yeah, I opened up the game before and I saw that, and before I started recording before, so I kind of wanted to make sure that got in there. I like this game. Anyway, so someone suggested this. This is based off a creepypasta about someone who found like a cartridge of Sonic, and there was obviously something wrong with it. If you couldn't tell. So.
Yeah, you can.
Let's go! I didn't read the creepypasta other than like a few excerpts.
Well, that don't sound right.
Games like this like are really messed up and they like mess with my head, man. I don't know. Okay. Can't go that way. How do I jump? Do I
Each
even
game
need to jump?
retells the story.
Oh god, that music. Jesus Christ, go away.
Yeah, that music is a bit in your ear.
Oh, no! Dead animals everywhere. Oh god. Oh god, no. Oh no, no.
Oh, the calamity.
The flowers and the blood and the music. Jeez. Why did it stop? Why did it stop?
Run. Yeah. That's
No, I got to hold him. You son of a bitch. Go away. No. What are you doing? You're an idiot.
That is a little.
Hello, do you want to play with me? No!
No, thank you.
Rather go have a beer if it's all the same. Hide and seek! No! Oh, God. Is this hell? Am I in hell now? Can I go left now? I can go left. Ah! Ah! No! Ah! God! Stop! Fuck! Don't run! Ah! Oh god, no! Crying? Why am I crying?
You got caught. That's why you're crying.
I can't move. I'm just crying. What is going on with this game? Ah!
Look at his face.
You're too slow. Want to try again? No. I'd rather have that beer I talked about before.
Where's
I didn't know
Tails?
Tails had such a feminine scream. Right? Tails is dead and in hell now. Pretty. I don't like this game. Who suggested it? I don't know. Alright. We're on to Knuckles the Echidna. With the power of flight. It's been a long time since I played Sonic games. You can't run. Like hell, I can't. Look at me go. Oh, I am slow. Hey, I thought Knuckles was much faster than this.
Yeah.
I don't even know why there's a rings meter and a score, or the time. Because the time is just how long I've been playing or whatever.
Oh. No, hello there. We may not be able to hear you, but you are still here, aren't you?
And I know Sonic's right around the corner. What happened to Sonic? Slender? Oh, that is lovely. Cartoon blood everywhere. Oh, those pipes down there, they're pumping blood. That's good. That's good, yeah. I guess that's some barren hellscape in the background. Ah! Dun, 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 dun. Oh, found you. What, I don't even get a chance to run away now? Ah! Oh! Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you? Get away! I can't run away! I'll run towards you, you bitch! Ah! Ah, fuck you! I'm gonna get you! I'm gonna get you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Oh. Oh.
Oh, yeah. It has the same screen.
So many souls to play with so little time. Would you agree? I didn't know Knuckles had such an effeminate scream. I bet Eggman has the most effeminate of all. Dr. Eggman, Professor Eggman. I don't know. Been a while. Something tells me this isn't a Sega-approved Sonic game.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Eggman. Look at me go. Look at me go. I'm a pretty little battery. Whoa. Oh, I'm sliding backwards. This is normal. Don't turn around. That thing standing directly behind you will just get pissed off. Okay, well, what's something changed there? Actually, this music isn't that bad.
Yeah.
It's like old-style dramatic Castlevania music here.
Yeah, it really is kind of
Weird blue flame, Rorschach patterns of blood on the wall, Dr. Eggman sliding backwards. Perfectly normal.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. Don't know what I did. How did I? Oh, I just like. Okay, do that. How did I do that? Ah! How did I do that? Oh, there I go. If I slide backwards, I can't possibly be in trouble, right? Right? Pingus! 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 No. Hi.
So much snow.
Okay. Once again, I can't do
Let
anything.
it snow. Let it
Yay!
snow.
Yay! Oh, hi.
Ooh.
I am God.
That's what you keep telling yourself, but
Brush your teeth there, God. Is that the end? Is that the end of the game? Is this where Sonic steals my soul?
Let it go.
Please, can I go home now?
Let it snow. Let it snow. 'Cause the snow won't cry no more. The snow is hurting my goddamn ears.
I'm not ready for round 2. Jeez, let me go home. Let me go back to my. Oh, hello. Oh, that's the Doom background. Okay, game created by Crimson the Bat 2012. Holy hell, man.
You messed
What's
up.
wrong with you? What's wrong with you, man? Making a game like this, I guess. Oh, hello.
It's that
Every
you
button I press
can't
leads
catch
to that.
me.
I bet even the escape button. Yeah, even the escape button leads to that one. Okay, I guess that's the end of the game. It's probably gonna make me all F4 out of this, but. Oh man, I was messed up and. Oh, there's more. Is there more? Or is this just the end of the game? I can't read this. It's in some strange foreign language.
And your moon speak.
There's Sonic in the background. I think that says "I am God" a bunch in the background. Ah, what a self-absorbed douche. Okay, that screen doesn't pop up when I press keys again, but I don't know. Is that the end? Can someone who speaks Japanese please translate this for us? I think this is Japanese, if I'm not mistaken. I might be mistaken. Japanese? Chinese? No, is that Chinese? I can't tell. I think that might be Chinese. Yeah, that's Chinese. Sorry, Japanese people. Or if it's, I don't know. I'm half Korean. I should know these things. All I know is that it's not Korean. That's all I know. So anyway, if someone who can read this translate it, please do. I'm guessing. I guess that's the end of the game. So, thank you all so much for watching. Click the annotation for more videos that I've done. Waiting. All right. Okay. I guess that's it. So, thank you again, and as always, I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. What is that? Ooh! Wow! That is not normal. I know a lot of things that are normal, and that.
This video contains vague discussions and descriptions of self-harm, abuse, eating disorders, and Munchausen syndrome. As always, I won't be showing any graphic images in this video, but there are plenty associated with this story, so if you choose to research it yourself, do so with caution.
Definitely.
Top dog, bite them all, yeah, I'm burning it up. DPGC, you should be turning it up. CBT, LBC, yeah, we hook it back up. And when they bang this in the club, baby, you got to get up. Girl, homies, thug homies, yeah,
He was recently arrested. Really? Wow.
While we dancing in the party for show. Slip my girl a 44 when she grabbing the bingo. Chickens looking at me strange, but you know I don't care. Step up in this mother, just a swank in my hand. Trick, quit talking, crip walk if you down with the set. Come back, get back, that's the form of success. If you believe in the S, you'll be relieving your
They're
stress.
just because of his British.
How you feel? Bring Snoop and Colas in the line. With Doc in the back, stepping on yak. Flipping all the amps, dipping through the wood. Compton, Long Beach, Inglewood. South Central out to the west side. It's California love. California love. Got your boy gang of pub. I'm on one. I might bell up in the Century Club. With my jeans on and my team strong. Get my drink on and my smoke on. And go home with something to poke on. Locust song for the 2 triple O. Coming real, it's the next episode. Hold up. But my niggas who be gonna be soft. We gon' rock it till the wheels fall off. Hold up. Well, my niggas who be acting.
Oh. Child Fraser.
Hope you ready for the next episode.
Top dog, bite them all, make a burn. turn this shit up. DPGC, my nigga, turn that shit up. CPT, LBC, yeah, we hooking back up. And when they bang us in the club, baby, you got to get up. Buzz, nigga, drug dealers, yeah, they giving it up. Low life, yo life, boy, we living it up. Thinking jazz, that's why we dancing in the party for sure. Let my hoe a 44, what she got in the back up. Bitches looking at me strange, but you know I don't care. Step up in this motherfucker just to swing in my hair. Bitch, talking, flip walk if you down with the sick. Take a bullet with some dick and take this dope on this jet. Out of town, put it down for the father of rap. And if your ass get cracked, bitch, shut your trap. Come back, get back, that's the part of success. If you believe in the X, if you believe in your strength. Top dog, by them all, yeah, I'm burning it up. DPGC, you should be turning it up. CPT, LBC, yeah, we hooking back up. And when they bang us in the club, baby, you got to get up. Good homies, yeah, they giving it up. Low life, yo life, boy, we living it up. Taking chances while we dancing in the party for sure. Before we focus, she crept in the back door. Chickens looking at me strange, but you know I don't care. Step up in the smoke, just a swing in my hair. Trick, quit talking, crip walk if you down with the set. Take a bullet with some grip and take the smoke on this jam. Out of town, put it down for the father of rap. And if you happen to get cracked, trick, shut your trap. Come back, get back, that's the part of success. If you believe in the S, you be relieving your strap.
Hold up. Hey, all my niggas who be fucking me soft. Hey, we gon' rock it till the wheels fall off. Hold up. Hey, all my niggas who be acting too cold. Hey, hope you ready for the next episode. Hey,
It's the motherfucking DRA. Dr. Dre, motherfucker. You know I'm mobbing with the D.O. Double G. Straight off the fucking streets of CBT. King up the beach, you ride to him in the fleet. Look, the beer rolling on dubs. How you feel? Whoop, nigga, what? Playing Snoop Chronic down in the lag. With Doc in the back, sipping on yak. Clip from the strap, dipping through hood. Compton, Long Beach, Inglewood. South Central out to the west side. It's California love, it's California bug. Got a nigga gang of plug. I'm on one, I might bell up in the City Club. Then go home with it, something to post on. Locust song for the 2 triple O. Coming real, it's the next episode. Smoke weed every day.
Yeah! That was an impressive run. A really impressive run. Gotta admit, that was a really impressive run. I will be one moment, but then I will be back. And then I will click on thingies. Okay? Back a second, I promise. Okay. Which one should I put on first? The Scooby-Doo one or the Green Hill one? Which one? No odds means I get to choose. Let's go with that one. No, that one. Where are you theme song? What is running, speeding across the plains. Got places to go and a day to save. I don't have a theme song yet. I'm working on it. Oh. No, I'm not.
The breeze blowing through my blue quills, feeling max speeds and blustery winds.
I shouldn't be. I clicked the button. No, it says that I'm not muted. It says that I'm hearable. Can you hear me now? Never mind. Am I muted or not? Oh, your volume is low. So I'm okay? I'm okay. You can hear me. Hey, Good.
Blasting past fields of flowers at over 1,000 horsepower. With my man Miles Brower, we'll make Eggman hit the showers today. It's time to play the Sonic way into the fray. Now it's time for a new game. The Genesis won't be the same. Rolling on rolling green hills, hide and seek on the green hills, chasing you on the green hills, fire upon the green hills, brimstone upon the green hills, 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 hills.
No, 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 no. There was a blood fountain.
You're too slow. Wanna try again?
Should have warned you become spooky. It's okay. It should be spooky.
You can't hide from me. You can surely see your plight. Oh, it isn't wise to run from your demise. Nothing can escape my sight.
There's a way to fight now.
Your futile blows are nothing. Your feeble buttons can't dispel me. You think your control's enough? Think again. You cannot hope to quell me. Stain the steel with sacrifice. Watch the fruit of bloodthirst coat the floor. You have seen me slay them twice. Now bear witness the flow of E-core.
Actually, what it reminds me of is those pumpkin videos. Like boyfriend and girlfriend. They should hide.
my dear Pandora, there's a price for every door. So many souls to play with, so little time. Wouldn't you agree? Control is mine, I'm free. You'll play with me forever. Too many games, I'll never let you go. Leave you alone, for you're too slow. We will never know peace in this plane of caprice. Gaze into the sapphire suns, your will is mine, for I am God.
Ba, 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 ba. Oh dear God, your soul is mine to devour your own spine. May this someday be all mine. You will die.
Rolling on rolling green hills, chasing supersonic thrills. The breeze blowing through my blue quills, feeling max speeds and blustery wind chills. Blasting past fields of flowers at over 1,000 horsepower. With my men, we'll make and hit the showers today. It's time to play the sonic way and turn up fray.
Ready for round two?
That actually wasn't bad. I quite enjoyed it musically.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We need some help from you now. Come on, Scooby-Doo, I see you, pretending you've got a sliver. But you're not fooling me, 'cause I can see the way you shake and shiver. You know we got a mystery to solve, so Scooby-Doo, get ready for your act. Don't hold back. And Scooby-Doo, if you come through, you're gonna have yourself a Scooby snack. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, here are you. You're ready and you're willing. If we can count on you, Scooby-Doo, I know we'll catch that feeling.
That was cute. That last one was very cute. I gotta unmute.
Wait, I said what bird? Bro. I need to stop cursing, bro. I need to use PG-13 words. You fucking You fucking imbecile! You
fucking no! What the fuck?
No, fucking, what the fuck? The fuckity fucking fuck.
Really?
Bro, I
Wow.
said what bird, bro? How the fuck you get kangaroo?
I have no idea.
That deserves to be a knee slap.
Mm.
Wait, I missed my knee. Don't tell me. Don't ask how I missed my knee.
Wanna know something funny, guys?
That's not the answer.
This one down here of the screen, the stream thing there. When I saw it out of the corner of my eye, I thought it was someone wearing latex leggings, and you could see a little bit too much detail. I thought that was funny. Oh, yeah. By the way, Jade, I really enjoyed that scuba diving, spelunking video. I really enjoyed that. That kind of thing really, really holds my interest. Oh, that was quick. Oh, there's my backlog, so I guess I'll play this one. Horror's Most Insidious Tropes. What was my favorite? I don't know. I don't learn their names.
Professor Lincoln Michelle. Check the description to see how you can watch it for free.
My favorite
and
Scooby-Doo
break
episode
through all the obstacles holding
is.
you back. A big thanks to Skillshare for sponsoring this
It
video.
is the
and giving us
Supernatural
opportunity
episode.
To tell you about it. It's
Because they're
really
faced
nice
with real
to be able
ones.
to share something with you that I
But,
genuinely care
yeah.
about instead of some mobile game I've never played before. I hope you'll give it a look. For this kind of story to work, there has to be someone in a relative position of power.
And a
They know
power
something you don't,
of
and
the
you
half
trust them to be
power.
honest with you. Unsurprisingly, a lot of dynamics fit that bill. I think the most well-known version of this story is the one that starts all the way at the top, when the authorities cover things up. Governments and rulers are notorious for hiding the truth from their populace in order to control or protect them. They have and do use
Usually
their power
control.
to engineer conspiracies and cover-ups too wide-ranging in their scope not to believe. On the more speculative side, we have stories like Alex Kister's Mandela Catalog, in which the police let citizens die in order to hide the horrible truth about the identity-stealing demons breaking into people's homes. There's also the community-based SCP Foundation, which uses memory-wiping agents, propaganda, and every other tool at its disposal to prevent the world from learning about strange scientific anomalies that would surely drive them mad.
Yeah, it does.
Or worse. But it's not always that spectacular. This is also George Orwell's 1984 and Ray Bradbury's Fahrenheit 451, both of which feature a far more grounded version of this despite being science fiction. The government is hiding the truth of a great war in order to keep people complacent. And that, I am sorry to say, really isn't that far-fetched. As
No,
much
it's
as I
not.
shy away from conspiracy theories, government projects like MK Ultra back in the 50s, and stuff you see every day in the state media of more authoritarian countries, that stuff makes it hard not to feel a bit jaded. I guess you're just supposed to.
But the guy that
trust
played
these
Shaggy
people
was pretty well on
because
point.
they're in office. A little precarious, that. It's no surprise people tell a lot of stories about this. The tension and terror are real. They're there. And fiction provides a good way to approach them psychologically without the necessity of a tinfoil hat. This also happens at lower levels too.
see
Your
something
community
cursed?
can lie to you just as easily.
Okay, but after this
Governments
video.
are, relatively speaking, very materially powerful. They have far more tools than just nationalism to throw at their cons. And while the same can be true for smaller organizations that do not have federal or state funding, clubs, churches, families, the difference is that loyalty and identity are key to their functioning.
Yeah,
This
they are.
isn't paying taxes and reaping social benefits. This is alignment. In a sense, you are who you surround yourself with. You put trust in them to help shape you into who you want to be.
That is true.
It's a vulnerable position. Unfortunately, that also makes it ripe for exploitation. You've probably heard enough about fraudulent televangelists and predatory priests by now to recognize the shape of this. And if you look, you can find it in fiction too. It's there in the conspiratorial witch hunts put on by the church in the Castlevania Netflix series, or in the conspiracy of the Healing Church in Bloodborne. They connect to the same underlying principle. Allegiance to a group also makes you vulnerable to them. They
That is
hold
true.
a part of your identity.
Yep.
But what happens when they turn out not to be so trustworthy, to have dark, ulterior motives? Where does that leave you? Speaking of which, deceptions like this aren't only something that happens between people and their institutions. It also happens on a more personal level as well.
Yep.
This is probably the least complex version of the story, but also one of the most painful. When you place your faith in someone against everyone and everything else in the world, certain beyond any shadow of a doubt that you can at least trust them, only to discover that your whole relationship was built on a lie, there are few things more devastating.
That is true.
And unfortunately, I think this also happens to people a lot in real life.
It's happened to me a
Lovers are
number of
disloyal.
times.
Business partners skim
Okay.
a bit off the top. It's a part of life, and you grow
Don't
a
fall
little
in.
warmer, a little more wary every time. But there's a difference between those things and, say, finding that your mother is actually some strange woman who's been holding you hostage your whole life, like Chloe does in the movie Run, or that your partner and only confidant has led you to believe that your wife has been dead for years so she can keep you as her own forever, as happens to Sweeney Todd in the 2007 film.
Yes.
It's always agonizing, but in the cases of abuse, where your trust is brandished against you as a means of control, it becomes truly horrific. But I think there's something scarier than being deceived by your government, your community, your friends. I think there's one person who can do more harm to you with their lies than anyone else.
Yourself!
You. Self-delusion is a very real, very difficult thing, and it makes for a very interesting story. These are some of the most troubled characters with some of the most complex internal conflicts out there. Junji Ito's adaptation of the book No Longer Human is a journey through the life of a man who's hiding from himself, horrified of what will happen if he ever confronts his true nature. In Stephen King's Pet Sematary, the protagonist is so hell-bent on bringing his son back to life at the cursed burial ground, he ignores what the place did to his pet cat, the monster he created. Authority, community, companions, self. These are the levels at which this happens, the ones who really stand to manipulate your trust in this way. It's scary to think that they could be capable of this at all, but even scarier to imagine what this kind of betrayal could do to a person. It's the end of the life you knew. A shift. It changes everything. Your entire world is displaced by it. At the highest levels, your sense of safety would be in ruins. When you find out that the arbiters of justice, the upholders of the social order, are actually lying, hiding something as terrible as a failing war, as horrifying as doppelganger demons, as reality warping, as sweeping scientific anomalies,
Gunpowder treason and plot. I know no reason why the gunpowder treason should ever be forgot.
Carefully manicured by those in power. How far into the matrix have they sunk you? Characters in these situations are likely to be the heroes who ignite revolutions, but they're just as likely to be the ones hiding in their houses, terrified what the next emergency news bulletin will bring. At the community level, it gets even worse. Because hey, at least if the government turns out to be evil, it's the man keeping you down. Unless you're a nationalist, you are not your nation's ruling body, and you can separate yourself from their actions. But it's not like that when it's your church or your family. You identify with them. You identify by them. When everyone you know starts chanting for blood, piling wood on the stake, do you go with them? Do you let that become who you are too?
No.
Or do you reject it?
I'm the poor fucker on the stake.
Tear yourself from the social fabric.
It's happened before.
And face the loneliness.
It was painful.
For most characters in this situation, those are the only choices.
In high school.
And even then, it doesn't stop. Because these are the people you choose. The people you care about. And look who they turned out to be. In some way, you have to wonder, is that who you were, too? When we get down to the personal level, this kind of thing really starts to warp your perception of reality. So
I was
much
just
of
glad
the
that
human
rope
experience is
burns
people
faster than
creating
people.
You sort of live half in yourself and half in the people closest to you. To find that that part of you hasn't been given but grifted away from you by someone who never
I had a
cared
really
about
hard
you
time in
quite
high
the way
school.
you thought.
They even tried
How
burning
do
me
you
at
come back
stake
from
when we
that?
went on a camp.
How is the girl raised by the abusive, manipulative mother supposed to trust any caregiver ever again? How does the man misled by the jealous sycophant ever let anyone else that close? I can't imagine how you wouldn't fold into yourself after this, see closeness itself as a threat.
Understandable.
Your
yeah.
world would become very small, very fast. But that isn't even the deepest a deception can cut. Because remember, you can do this to yourself. And what happens when you do? What happens when you deny your senses, your experience, your understanding? What happens when you cling to a lie in order to alter your own perspective, your own feelings? You become the man who fooled himself into thinking he could escape himself, but only ended up losing himself in the end, no longer human. You become the creator of your own curse. You enter the land of untreated personality disorders, chronic psychosis, willful delusions, a place where you can't even trust yourself anymore. You become a prisoner in your own skin. In a lot of these stories about dark, hidden secrets, conspiracies, and masquerades, the object of the deception ends up in the spotlight. Once the eldritch horror or the secret history of abuse is revealed, that's the spectacle. That's what we see. The deception itself shrinks away.
Sure.
Bloodborne isn't like that. As I said at the start, it's a game overflowing with grisly spectacles of every kind. So many that they almost desensitize you. But you know what never goes away, no matter how many werewolves or holy spiders or angry cosmic babies you fight?
The terror?
That shift. The way that the deception has displaced this entire world. How almost every character in the game has been deceived on some level, and what it's made of them. The lies of the healing church have turned the populace into paranoid subhuman mobs. The ambition of the school of menses have trapped them all in an endless nightmare. The few characters you do actually kind of trust are eager to send you off toward eternal suffering. And you yourself, the player, you go. Despite all the horrific fates of all the others who've walked this path before you, despite the clear impending knowledge that the world you're saving is not at all the world you thought it was, you go. Not that you have a choice. It's a path the game sets you on. But it's easy to feel that sense of false hope, that you're the one who will end the nightmare, even though that was never really an option for you. The deception is everywhere, and despite all its many horrors, the game wouldn't be half as disturbing without it. The truth can certainly be horrible. There are perhaps things you would rather not know. But what monster can destroy your faith in leadership all on its own? What monster can drive you to tear yourself from your community, destroy any comfort you find in closeness?
Darkness.
Make you an enemy to yourself, your own psychological jailer? The only one I can think of is a lie, told by someone you trust. A quiet monster, easy to overlook. But now that you know about this monster, what it looks like, how it strikes, what do you do with it? Well, if you're like me, it's probably making you itch to do some world building, see what kinds of conspiracies and cover-ups you can cook up. Unfortunately, for anyone who hasn't done it before, building a whole world is quite a task. It can be daunting trying to figure out where to start. If you find yourself in that camp, maybe this video won't help you that much, but I do know something that will. I recently found a 12-part video series called Creating Unique and Powerful Worlds, taught by
No matter how they twist the dice, the only one for me is you.
For me, so happy together.
Something's gone wrong in the happy-go-lucky
Emotional damage!
Introducing Super Smash Brothers, where all your favorite characters go toe-to-toe in one 4-player star-studded slam fest only on Nintendo 64.
Yeah, that was kind of messed up. I don't know what to say tonight. Gotta know, gotta know. Thank you. I got some tippy. There.
Had you heard of OnlyFans? The partially dressed body of a woman was found.
Police found the body of a Marilyn Monroe lookalike named Cat West.
If one of her internet fans could have killed her.
Wait, what is this?
A lot of young girls look up to big models, whether they be on Instagram or on the runway. They may look at them as someone who has it all, both beauty and fame. But the life of a model is not always as luxurious as it seems. The lives of some models end quite tragically. The following stories tell the tale of 3 models who were either killed or got killed for their beauty. We have one beautiful mother that turned up half naked and dead in her front yard in an extremely controversial case. We also have one Instagram model who suddenly turned into a killer for no apparent reason. And finally, we have a beautiful young model who chose to end her life in the most tragic of ways for reasons that are still not quite known. Stay tuned.
Should be interesting.
In 2018, police found the body of a Marilyn Monroe lookalike, Kat West, who posted suggestive photos on OnlyFans. They wondered if an obsessed fan had killed her. She was a beautiful blonde woman with a sweet, bubbly personality. She really idolized Marilyn Monroe and tried her best to emulate her look. Kat was also known for being somewhat of a party girl.
Does that mean she too was naturally a
Have
brunette?
some drinks and just let loose. Despite appearing to have it all on the outside and being literally bursting with joy, Kat was secretly struggling with depression, which she was seeking treatment for. Still, she found herself stumbling through life at times, not really knowing what direction she was going in. Everything changed for her in 2004 when she was at a Super Bowl party and ended up meeting a man named Jeff West. Jeff was different from the men she'd dated before. He was kind and made her feel relaxed. He was also a veteran, and Kat developed a crush quite quickly. Kat's friends were a little bit skeptical about the relationship. Just looking at appearances alone, Kat looked to be far out of Jeff's league, in their opinion. But it wasn't just that. Their personalities were a lot different too. Kat was very outgoing, while Jeff was more quiet and reserved. He didn't seem to have a lot of passion or energy.
I know opposites attract, but I was like, that guy pulled that girl?
Nevertheless, the two were completely head over heels in love with each other. The pair had only been dating for less than a year when they decided to get married. They ended up moving to Alabama, where Jeff got a job as a security guard at a local college. They welcomed a daughter together named Logan, and Kat became a stay-at-home mom. On social media, they seemed to be very happy, and they had a standard suburban life. Of course, social media only shows one side of the story. What friends and family of Kat's back home could have never known was that she had started a secret side hustle online. She had an exclusive website where people would have to pay a fee in order to see explicit pictures of her. Sometimes she would be dressed up in costumes or lingerie, and sometimes she would be straight up naked. Kat was able to get a good amount of paying subscribers and started making really good money. But for her, it wasn't just about the money. She enjoyed running the website. She liked the attention and the empowerment it gave her. Kat didn't hide her side hustle from her husband. Jeff knew and was surprisingly supportive of his wife, despite knowing that other men were seeing her naked and all that entailed. He even would help her run the website by being her photographer. Eventually, the website OnlyFans was starting to become popular. It was a service similar to what Kat was already doing, but on a larger platform. It offered the ability to make more money. She could also take requests from her subscribers, so she ended up hopping on the bandwagon. For $15.99 a month, those that subscribed to Kat's OnlyFans would have access to exclusive photos and videos. Even though she would speak with men through the site, Jeff wasn't jealous nor angry. He had complete trust in his wife, and they were a very strong couple. On January 12th of 2018, Jeff and Kat decided to go out for a date night, just the two of them. They dropped their daughter off with her grandparents so they could have some alone time. They got all dressed up and went to a fancy restaurant. On the way home, they decided to stop at a liquor store and pick up a bottle of absinthe. They were caught on the surveillance camera looking happy and flirty. The pair made one more stop to pick up some energy drinks before heading home. At first, everything starts out smoothly. They're drinking, having fun, taking pictures for her website. But eventually, trouble arises. Jeff felt like Kat was spending too much time on her phone, and he started to get angry. They ended up getting into a heated Eventually, Jeff ends up taking the phone and throwing it out the front door before heading upstairs to go to bed.
Thank you
Kat
guys
runs
for
outside to
the
retrieve her phone,
subscription. I really do appreciate the $5 you're giving me right now.
and eventually the next morning,
Oh my god, you make me jump.
couple is walking by their house and
But thank
notices
you.
something.
I do
It's
appreciate
what
it.
appears to be a body
You're awesome.
laying face down in the front lawn. The teenager races to get her mother, and they both return to the body after calling 911.
Oh no!
They quickly determine that it's Kat West, wearing nothing but underwear. She's
But thank
very
you so
cold,
much for the subscribing.
nearly
I do
frozen,
appreciate it.
And unfortunately, she was dead. So how could this have happened? That's the question that everyone wants to know the answer to. At first, it appears that Kat drank too much and may have hit her head outside. There's a bottle of liquor next to her, along with a cell phone. But upon closer inspection, the police notice that there are 2 different pools of blood, one of them located across the street. This implied that the body was moved, and something even darker could have happened to her. Kat's body is taken away for an autopsy, and it is soon determined that she suffered blunt force trauma to the head. She had a major gash on her head and had lost a lot of blood. On top of that, her blood alcohol limit was more than
Thank you for
3
making me
times
feel
the legal
special.
limit. She
I
had
do
certainly
appreciate
been
it.
heavily intoxicated, but her wounds were far too serious to have been sustained from a fall, so what really happened? Police take the bottle found next to Kat's body, and they send it away for testing to see if it could have been used as some sort of weapon against her. Sure enough, they find dried blood on the bottom of it, and they determine that it was likely slammed against her head by someone. Naturally, Jeff is the first person that the police take in for questioning. He spends 6 hours at the police station and is perfectly willing to answer questions that they have for him. He tells them about how he went to bed at around 10:30 the night before and didn't wake up until the next morning when he heard his dogs barking because the police had arrived. It wasn't until then that he realized that Kat was not in bed next to him, and he began to walk around the house looking for her. He claimed that it wasn't until he walked outside and spoke to the police that he found out that his wife was dead. But some things weren't adding up. The teenager who found Kat's body told the police that she saw Jeff pacing around inside of the house when she first arrived in their yard and called 911. So he was awake before the police arrived. But that's not all. Police were also starting to get a weird vibe about Jeff. For one thing, he lit a cigarette when he first came outside to see what was going on with all the police in his yard, which is not something that most husbands would do in that sort of situation.
Unless they're stressed
On top of
about
that,
something.
when he was informed that Kat was dead, he showed no emotion. He was completely calm and didn't even seem sad. Nor did he ask any questions about what happened to Kat. Naturally, this makes him look pretty suspicious.
Yeah, it does.
Everybody grieves in a different way. That was something I kept telling myself.
The police look over Jeff's body for any injuries, and they do find a scratch on his arm. They don't know if this could have been a scratch that he got while in a possible scuffle with Kat, or if it's just an old injury from something else. Jeff ends up telling the police all about the online hustle Kat was running. That's when they start to think that it wasn't Jeff who did this to her, but possibly one of her subscribers. Maybe someone that was stalking her that she didn't even know in real life.
We were concerned that, do we have somebody out there that's actually killing people?
So they confiscate Kat's phone and begin searching through it. What they find is very interesting. There are text exchanges from the weeks leading up to Kat's murder that seem to suggest that things weren't as perfect in their relationship as they were portrayed to others. One text message sent from Kat to Jeff read, "I know you're scared to tell me you don't want to be with me, but it's only hurting me more by lying. We have to tell each other the truth, even if it hurts. If you don't want me, say it." Jeff replies saying, "I want you, sexy mama. Me and you for life." There are other messages from Kat that also suggest that if Jeff doesn't want to be with her, she'll find someone else who does. Maybe Jeff cared a little more about the side hustle than he let on. Police talk to friends of the couple who say that Kat was known to get a little bit loud and rowdy when she drank. She was known for picking fights with Jeff when she got like this, but they never had seen him do anything to retaliate, not even raise his voice. Was he truly capable of murder? Both Jeff and Kat had the health app on their phone, which tracks their different movements. Police are able to look at the app and see exactly when Kat stopped moving on the night that she went missing.
Oh, wow.
It was around 10:54 p.m., but it's Jeff's app that showed the most interesting results. He did not go to bed around 10:30 p.m. as he had told the police. The app showed him moving around far past 11 p.m. and even between 5:12 and 5:22.
Oh, wow.
It's clear that there's a lot more to the story than he is telling the police. Things aren't looking good for him, and when police find his fingerprints on the bottle that they believed was used to kill Kat, he is eventually arrested and charged with her murder. He pleads not guilty, and his bail is set at a whooping $500,000. Meanwhile, the news picks up the story.
The partially dressed body of a woman was found outside of her home in an Alabama suburb. She'd suffered a head injury, and the scene appeared to be staged. A bottle of absinthe was propped up on her cell phone.
Again and again, Jeff promises police
Bullshit.
that he loved his wife and wouldn't do anything to hurt her. He maintains his story that he threw the cell phone outside, and Kat must have hurt herself somehow when she went to retrieve it. The prosecution came to the conclusion that what probably happened was that Jeff followed Kat out into the yard and hit her over the head with a glass liquor bottle when she had her back to him and bent down to pick up her cell phone. But Jeff's defense said that they didn't have any true, concrete proof that he killed Kat, or that a murder even took place. There wasn't any hair or brain matter on the bottle, which is what you would expect from the bottle being hit forcefully enough to kill Kat. On top of that, the bottle wasn't even broken, except for a little chip that could have been caused by anything. And finally, the fact that there were Jeff's fingerprints on the bottle didn't necessarily mean anything, because he had been drinking the alcohol along with Kat. There were more signs that pointed Jeff's potential innocence as well. No blood or any signs of Kat's blood DNA were found on him or his clothes. And as towards his apparent lack of emotion upon hearing about his wife's death, you have to consider that he had a background as a soldier. He knew how to keep his emotions under control.
Also, I would have known how to kill someone a lot more
And in
effectively
fact,
than with a
his
bottle.
mother would later testify that when he was with her and had the time to reflect upon Kat's death, he had broken down and cried. So it wasn't as if he was devoid of emotions. It would take a lot more to actually prove that he killed his wife. One thing that is interesting about Kat's autopsy was that it was determined that besides the blunt force trauma to her head, the only new apparent injury found on her body was on her toe. This is important because it could suggest that because she was so drunk that she stubbed her toe and fell, and that's how her head injury had happened. And then more interesting evidence would be contributed to this case when police realized that Kat and Jeff had a security system at their house that tracked every time the door opened and closed. When they looked back at the night that Kat died, they saw that the door opened once at 10:53 p.m. and then closed just 10 seconds later. But at around 1:51 a.m., it opened again, this time remaining open for over 2 hours before finally closing. These times don't match up with the movement tracked on Jeff's phone, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything because he might not have had his phone on him the entire night. He could have been busy with something else, such as trying to stage a murder scene. The prosecution pointed out that Jeff liked photography. He would help direct and pose his wife's photos for her website to look a certain way. Could he have also posed her body to look like she died as an accident? The prosecution also believes that Jeff, who was intoxicated at that time, simply had enough of dealing with Kat, and that all of the rage inside of him simply bubbled over that night, causing him to explode. The problem they had was that they still didn't have any concrete proof, and Kat's own mother didn't even believe that Jeff did it. She went on record saying that she believed that Jeff was a good guy who would never hurt Kat. She also said that she knew her daughter struggled with an alcohol problem for a long time, and that it made her extra clumsy. She believed that she could have easily stumbled and fallen. Kat would also do crazy things when she was drunk. She would run away from the group and later be found passed out in strange places, like on a trampoline or near an electrical box.
Oh.
She was also a free spirit and was known to go out with little clothing on. It wasn't strange that she was found only wearing underwear. The prosecution doesn't have much of a case against Jeff. They head to trial knowing that there's a good chance that they'll lose the case and Jeff will go free. So they decide to try something else. They give the jury the option that instead of charging him for murder, they can charge him with reckless manslaughter. They did this only because they thought it would give them a better shot at winning the case. On November 20th of 2020, a verdict was reached in the case. Jeff is found to be guilty.
Guilty. A Shelby County man is facing prison time after a jury convicted him of killing his own wife.
The prosecution was relieved.
Well, first off, we're pleased. We're pleased to have brought justice in this case.
Jeff was ultimately sentenced to 16 years behind bars, where he remains today. He filed an appeal,
Oh,
but it was
bastard.
rejected by the court. His family continues to stand by him.
He knows I'm behind him 100%. It's my son.
He doesn't believe that it's possible that his son killed Kat.
He loved her. When you love somebody like that, no, you can't hurt him. He's never hurt her, never has.
Jeff's father feels that it was just an alcohol-induced stumble that ended Kat's life.
I think she fell. Really, I think she fell. They say her body was half on the road and half in the grass. I think she fell.
This is a controversial case because while there are a lot of people who believe Jeff killed Kat, there are also a lot of people who think he had nothing to do with it. Kat really could have hit her head on the curb, leaving one pool of blood, only to get up and continue walking and fall again. This
Well, when
is
drunk,
why
that
there are
does
two pools
kind of
of
thing
blood.
does
What
happen.
do you think? Do you think Jeff is innocent? Anna Lajkovic dreamed of being an Instagram model. She wanted the
Especially if
luxurious
you're really
lifestyle
drunk.
and everything that came with it. She's a 21-year-old woman from a country called Moldova. If you looked at her since-deleted Instagram account, you would think her life was pretty much just like any other Instagram influencers out there. She was securing sponsors and making good money, just like she had always wanted. She was born to a loving mother named Praxkiova and had a pretty typical childhood, aside from having no father figure in her life. She had hopes and dreams for her future and had hoped to work in the medical field one day. Becoming an Instagram model wasn't something she had dreamed of as a kid. It just kind of happened when she made an account and started uploading pictures, and her desire to get famous grew as her following grew. She posted pictures not only of herself, but of her travels. She traveled all around Europe and even visited the Eiffel Tower. Before long, she had
Sucked a
around
lot of
1,000
dick.
followers on Instagram.
From the
an
sounds of
amount
things.
that any beginner should be proud of. People followed her because they looked up to her and her kind of lifestyle. She was well
A lot
on
of
her
people
way
with
to
that kind of
being very
lifestyle are
successful
hawking
and
it.
creating a career for herself. But behind the smiling photos, she had a very dark problem. Anna struggled with depression, and as a way to cope, she would misuse drugs. Only her mother knew about her secret, and safe to say, she was terrified for her daughter. Before Praskiova knew for sure what was going on, she was suspicious of her daughter. Anna was acting strange and lashing out. They had been so close for years, but something had changed. She ended up sitting down and confronting her daughter about what was going on and talked to her about receiving treatment. It's safe to say that Anna did not take it very well, and what she did next will shock you. Anna went into a blind rage, and the two of them got into a huge argument. Somewhere in the middle of it, Anna went into the kitchen and grabbed a large knife. She ran towards her mother with it, shocking her. Fueled by drugs and anger, Anna stabbed her own mother repeatedly, leaving her to die in a pool of blood. You would hope that someone in this situation would die quickly
Hashtag
and
free
as
Jeff.
painlessly as possible. Unfortunately, that would not be the case for Praskiova, who slowly and
It does sound like
began
he's
to
innocent,
bleed
doesn't
out
it?
on the floor, just after being betrayed by her daughter. On top of this, Anna wasn't done with her yet. She eventually returned to where her mother was laying and cut her intestines, even pulling her mother's heart straight out of her chest. After killing her mother, Anna left her body where it was and took a shower without a care in the world.
Alright, I had to grab a
And
drink.
then, after that, she spent the day with her boyfriend as if nothing had happened. It's not clear what exactly caused police to come to the house later in the day, But when they did, they would discover the shocking scene of Praskyova's lifeless body with all the organs removed. Because Anna was the only suspect, she was arrested. This story shocked the entire world. It was impossible to believe someone could do this to their own mother. On Anna's first day of court,
Pardon me.
she did not show the least bit of remorse. She didn't even act like she cared. Instead, she laid down on a bench. She simply played with her nails with her head bowed. She didn't even make direct eye contact with anyone in the room. As you can imagine, this was a pretty bad look for her.
Yeah.
According to reports, in an interview with Anna, she was asked if she'd really killed her mother. Instead of just answering the question, she let out an evil laugh before saying goodbye and leaving the courthouse.
That's fucked up. So she's trying to get a thing of insanity.
Drugs, or is truly just an insane person. All of her family members claimed that Anna and her mother had always been close and that she had never been violent before. They were completely shocked to hear about this horrific crime. While this crime was committed back in 2020, she has not yet been sentenced. Instead, she remains in a mental institution where she will stay until it is determined if she is sane enough to stand trial. What sort of sentence
As I said,
do you believe Anna
working on
deserves?
insanity. Plea of insanity.
Death of 20-year-old supermodel Ruslana Korshinova sent shockwaves through New York. People are grieving, laying flowers, and lighting candles at the place where she used to live.
June 28th, 2008 was just like any other hot day in New York City. But at 2:30 p.m. in the afternoon, something incredibly tragic would happen. A construction worker who was working on an outdoor project when something just so happened to catch his eye. He looked up onto the top of the building that was next to the one he was working on and saw a beautiful blonde-haired figure. This person was Ruslana Korshinova, and what she did next was absolutely shocking. In one quick movement, Ruslana jumped off the top of the building. She dropped 91 stories to her gruesome death. What could have made such a beautiful young woman with so much to live for come to this awful decision? We have to take a look back at her life to understand. Ruslana was born into a wealthy family and had everything she could dream of growing up. She had good friends and high hopes to attend college one day. But all of that changed in 2005 when she was discovered by a scout from a modeling agency. She was only 17 years old at the time, and this would change her life forever. Despite her mother's wishes, Ruslana would move to London where she would start her career. Her beautiful looks helped her to go far. She was most known for her incredibly long blonde hair that went all the way to her knees. It earned her the nickname Russian Rapunzel. Despite her success, Ruslana was just a teenager, with nobody looking after her. Her mother wasn't there to help her wash her hair as she had always done before, or help her in making decisions. She was constantly being pushed into different directions, just a child in a huge, glamorous industry. Despite her beauty and success, she quickly became very unhappy and would write poems about how lonely she felt. Because of her beauty, Ruslana was often sought after by men. Very wealthy men would pay large amounts of money to take her out to dinner, and sometimes this would be her only opportunity to eat. By the time Ruslana was 18 years old, she had already become the face of Nina Ricci's perfume. In the commercial for it, she wore a beautiful pink dress and wore her long hair in beautiful curls while sitting under a magical twisted tree. At one point, she was even flown out to the island of the now deceased sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. It is not known what happened to her there. Eventually, Ruslana fell in love with a young man named Alexander. She was still a little bit immature in how she thought, and she really believed that she and Alexander would be together forever and eventually start a family, fulfilling her dream. But this was not to be. The pair dated for a brief while before Alexander eventually dumped her, leaving her heartbroken. Ruslana continued to post sad and emotional poems on her social networking sites, and some of them seemed to be inspired by her heartbreak. In one poem she wrote, "It feels as if someone pulled out my heart and trod all over it." She continues to try to get into contact with Alexander, hoping that she can fix their relationship, but eventually one of his friends reaches out to her and tells her to leave Alexander alone. Ruslana is not only heartbroken, but she's also not getting as many modeling gigs as she once was, so she became quite depressed. Eventually, she became involved with a very controversial Russian organization that is called Rose of the World, something that is now considered by many as a cult. While this organization claims to help train others for personal development, it is believed that it contributed to Ruslana eventually taking her own life. Ruslana went to a training course for this organization that she had to pay a lot of money for, and would eventually become a coach with them. During this period, she lost an incredible amount of weight and became even more depressed, despite the fact that she was going into something that she hoped would point her life in a more positive direction. Ruslana was a tragically lonely person who desperately missed her mother and home life, despite her trying to put on a happy, confident exterior. It was that loneliness, in combination with other factors in her life, that ultimately caused her to take that fatal jump from the building while in New York, just days before her 21st birthday. On the day of her death, Ruslana left a note in her New York City hotel room that said, "Forgive me." This note was later discovered by one of her model friends. It was Ruslana's own mother who would eventually be left to identify her. The girl's body had been so badly damaged during the jump that all they had to offer her mother was a bag containing her sneakers. Her mother confirmed that indeed they were Ruslana's. When the girls' organization, Rose of the World, heard of the model's death, they seemed pretty much emotionless. They claimed that Ruslana was already very unhappy before becoming involved with them, and that she would frequently roam the streets and cry at night. Still, this was terrible PR for them that earned a lot of criticism. While this cult/organization still exists in Russia, it is now conducted under a different name. The true motivation behind Ruslana's suicide and the details involved with her death remain unknown to this day. This tragic event has helped spread awareness and start conversations about the dangers of cults across the country. In fact, American rapper Rick Ross has been especially vocal about Ruslana's story. He is the head of the Cult Education Forum and claims that many cults use drugs to get their participants to act in a certain way and behave how others want. He believes that drugs played into this young woman's tragic death, and that if this cult was stopped years ago, she may still be alive. Ruslana's body was laid to rest in Moscow, Russia, where her mother believed she would have wanted to be buried as it was so beloved to her. May her young but bright life be remembered forever, not for how she died, but how she lived. Do you think that Ruslana took her own life because she was sad and depressed? Or did the cult have a bigger impact in her decision than they may be letting on? Let us know in the comments.
I reckon they tried to drug her to behave a particular way, and it clashed with the drugs that she had in her system. Well, I know exactly what we're watching next. We're watching the Annabelle video there. But I have to get my teddy first, because he is studying up for after I die. For it's his ambition to be a haunted teddy bear. He likes Annabelle because Annabelle doesn't have any card parts either.
Sometimes there's nothing better than curling up on your couch and enjoying the heck out of being scared. And one thing that scares an awful lot of people is toy dolls. From Chucky to the boy, there's just something about a blank expression and a pair of glass eyes that wigs people out, you know? But perhaps the most popular of these creepy toys right now is Annabelle, especially because she has a true story behind her, and it might
So does
be
Robert.
more terrifying
I mean, Chucky.
than the films. So first, check under your bed, and then let's check this out. Now, we might all be very familiar with the movie version of Annabelle. In The Conjuring from 2013, the film opens with a spooky true story. A porcelain doll was given to a hapless student nurse, only it soon began to act weird. And then it got super scary. But compared to the true story that inspired the movie, there are some pretty huge differences.
I think
For
the true
start,
story is
Annabelle
scarier.
was nothing like the creepy doll in The Conjuring. It was actually this. This sweet old little rag doll looks pretty harmless, right? Now, like I said, it looks nothing like the one from the film, which I would never want to keep in my house. I could actually understand wanting to own the Raggedy Ann, which is exactly how all of this started. Way back in 1970, when a woman gave her daughter, Deidre, although some sources call her Donna, a Raggedy Ann doll for her 28th birthday. Guess she was inspired by this old commercial?
Your kids will have as much fun with Raggedy Ann as you did.
I know. It seems a little odd for a grown-up to get a doll, but it was a cute gift all the same. Maybe Deidre owned one when she was growing up, and her mom wanted to give her something a little nostalgic. The story goes that Deidre, or Donna, was a student nurse who lived with her roommate in an apartment building. She used to take the doll to bed with her, but it wasn't long before she started noticing her sweet, cuddly doll acting super weird. At first, she found it sitting in different places on her bed. Then it started turning up in completely different rooms from where she'd left it. Deidre started bringing it to breakfast
I had
with
that
her,
happen
and
with
she
my
and
golly
her
one.
roommate saw it move its arms on their own. Finding all this more interesting than scary, the nurses thought that the doll had a spirit inside of it. So they got in touch with a medium to speak to it. They held a seance and the spirit actually spoke to them. The medium told them that the Raggedy Ann doll was hosting the spirit of Annabelle Higgins, a girl who had passed away and was possibly murdered near their apartment building when she was very young. Annabelle's spirit was lonely, and she had sensed kindness in the two nurses, so she hung out within the doll. She asked if they would make her part of their home. Because they were both caring people, the two nurses immediately agreed to let Annabelle hang out with them, which makes them braver than me. I'd have moved apartments. Instead, they welcomed Annabelle and treated her like a person, just like she wanted. They even gave her clothes and bracelets to wear. Unfortunately, sweet Annabelle was about to show her true colors, and she wasn't at all what they thought. More odd things began to happen around the doll. The nurses started to hear knocking sounds, their rooms would get cold for no reason, and they heard creepy whispering, which they just couldn't explain. Then one night, after their shifts had both ended at the same time, the two nurses came home to find Annabelle standing up in the hallway, like she was waiting for them. Remember, this is a very floppy doll with very soft legs. When they tried to make her do that standing pose again, it was totally impossible. One of the students had a fiance who wanted them to just get rid of Annabelle. He even said that they should burn her. That sounded like a pretty good idea, but I think saying this in front of her was his big mistake. That night, he had a terrifying nightmare that Annabelle had floated right above him and then tried to strangle him. He could not get her to move. Freaked out by this nightmare, when he woke up, he threw Annabelle across the room and yelled at her. Suddenly, 7 big scratches appeared on his body. If that wasn't terrifying enough, the nurses began getting creepy messages on parchment paper. The weirdest part was that none of them owned parchment paper. While they tried to see if anyone was breaking in, their tests on the doors seemed to prove that the apartment was free of intruders. So, this was all on their new housemate, Annabelle. The final straw came when they found little spots of what seemed like blood on Annabelle's hands and chest. It was time to call in some help. So they went to their local Catholic church for guidance. But their priest knew some paranormal professionals who would be able to clear this up once and for all. Now,
so
you
they
know that
thought.
sweet married couple from the Conjuring movies?
Well, we've been called ghost hunters, paranormal researchers.
But we prefer to be known simply as Ed and Lorraine Warren.
Ed and Lorraine Warren founded the New England Society for Psychic Research, NESPR, way back in 1952. They made a living helping people with ghosts and other things in between. Over the next 40 years, they apparently investigated over 10,000 alleged hauntings and demonic possessions. So, in the 1970s and 80s, this was who you were gonna call if there was a spook in your basement, attic, or toy box.
Brings us to the 3 stages of demonic activity: infestation, oppression, and possession. The infestation, that's the whispering, the footsteps, the feeling of another presence.
This is the real Lorraine Warren.
In 1971, the Raggedy Ann version of Annabelle would be their first major case. They interviewed the student nurses to see if they could help with Annabelle's bad behavior. But the Warrens were horrified when they heard that the nurses were treating Annabelle like a real person because they had a really good idea of what she really was. Something totally terrifying.
God does not allow the spirit of a child to go into a doll. This was a demon who was posing as that little child to create sympathy to these two young women.
So, what could they do to stop something that evil? Sounds like an exorcism was needed, which is a very risky ceremony. Luckily, Ed Warren was one of the only people in the Catholic Church allowed to perform that ritual. The Warrens cleansed the house, the nurses, and their partners of Annabelle's evil influence. But the doll was much too powerful to leave lying around. Deidre must have been so relieved when the Warrens agreed to take Annabelle back to their place for safekeeping. The Warrens did not have a happy drive home with her either. And apparently, the car broke down a lot on the journey. I think we know who to blame for that. They just didn't calm down until they splashed Annabelle with holy water. That's pretty scary. But even when they finally got Annabelle to her new home, the creepiness kept coming. Ed says he caught the doll floating beside his desk, so they kept her in a separate part of their house, but Annabelle still wasn't done. Even the priests weren't safe. The Warrens were friends with a priest who one day took them for a ride in his brand new car. Later, he asked to see Annabelle the doll. When he looked at her, he picked her up and threw her across the room. According to Ed, the priest said,
God is more powerful than a devil.
But that didn't stop Annabelle from messing with them. A few hours later, the priest drove home only to get into a major accident.
Half of his car was sheared off by a tractor-trailer truck. He should have been killed, but he lived. The last thing he remembers seeing was the image of that doll.
But he was luckier than most.
Yeah.
In another story, a homicide detective who had probably seen some extremely nasty stuff in his career had picked up Annabelle while Ed Warren was out of the room. It's unclear what she did to the guy, but it left him too traumatized to speak about it. In fact, they kept all the cursed objects from their case files, just like Annabelle, in their Oculate Museum. It's a vault for nightmares.
Everything in here has been taken from some place where people are either killed or maimed or
I like stuff like this.
I can't believe that this was right beside their house. Though they got all these objects blessed by a priest once a week, the Warrens never destroyed them in case they released the demonic energy inside. Plus, they got to charge for admission. How did they get all of this? Like I said earlier, Annabelle was only their first really terrifying case. But she's definitely the most dangerous object they kept there. But their measures still weren't good enough. The creepiest Annabelle story of all is when a group of college students visited the museum. One student mocked the Annabelle doll, daring her to slash him. This was a very bad idea. Ed Warren threw him and his girlfriend out of the museum and they drove off on their motorbike.
Less than 3 hours later, that boy was dead. His girlfriend, who had been with him on a motorcycle, said he was laughing about the doll, smashed into a tree, head on, was killed instantly.
The girlfriend survived but was hospitalized for a year. Pretty creepy stuff, right? The Warrens say that you shouldn't challenge the devil, and this just seems to prove it.
Yeah, it does.
The Warrens were involved in a lot of other famous hauntings too. Many of them you might just recognize from the movies. One of the most famous was the Amityville Horror in 1975. Here, an evil spirit in a house tormented one family so much that they ran away in the middle of the night. It became a very famous story and a series of over 11 movies.
28 days after the Lutz family moved into their dream house. They were running for their lives. What happened to them is an experience in terror you will never forget.
Amityville is also part of The Conjuring 2, but that film was mainly about another big case they were involved in. This one took place in the UK in 1977.
That
and
one was cool.
Known as the Enfield Poltergeist.
They're calling it England's Amityville. There is a family that desperately needs our help.
After everything we've seen, there isn't much that rattles either of us.
Yeah, so I'm definitely gonna.
This one still haunts me.
While the Warrens weren't quite as involved as the film tried to show, it was a super scary
I
case.
just
And it
screaming.
happened to the Hodgson family. in a
I
totally
encourage you
normal
guys to
street
as
in
well if
Enfield,
you're enjoying
near
the content.
London. Teenage sisters Janet and Margaret and their brother Billy were being tormented by an angry ghost called a poltergeist. It did some really weird things, making furniture move on its own and throwing them out of bed. The family constantly heard loud knocking on the walls and terrifying noises. If that wasn't creepy enough, they sometimes got possessed.
Do you think there's anyone there just now?
Yeah, I do.
Who's that?
What?
Who's that, Janet?
Later, they'd realize that the creepy voice was being caused by an old man named Bill Wilkins. Bill apparently said, "I had a hemorrhage and I fell asleep and I died in a chair in the corner downstairs." Totally terrifying! Other investigators reported seeing Janet floating, and toys and shoes were thrown at them while the family was definitely all fast asleep. The strangest part of the Enfield case is that a lot of people saw these supernatural things happening. Trust me, real witnesses are very rare.
Thank you.
Friends and neighbors and even a crossing guard had seen the weird events around the house, including Janet floating. Even the police didn't know what to make of a chair moving by itself.
It came off the floor, or nearly a half inch, I should say, and I saw it slide off to the right, about 3.5 to 4 feet before it came to rest.
If even the UK police say it's real, then I'm pretty convinced, aren't you? After 18 months, by about 1979, the haunting finally seemed to stop. But plenty of people don't believe that any of this is real at all. While it can be fun to believe in creepy stuff like this, you do have to wonder if it does more harm than good. For a start, if it is all real, then this probably encourages more people to mess with things that they really shouldn't. And if it isn't real, it probably still affects your mental health in some really damaging ways. Your mind can play some crazy tricks on you.
That
Take
is
the
true.
phenomenon of recording the voices of the dead, or EVP, or electric voice phenomenon. It's when you record silence in a room and either a ghost or something else answers on the replay. EVP is used a lot in ghost hunting shows.
And we had a camera in the room where you saw the woman on the bed, and we captured a voice right in this area. He says just one word.
It's a woman's voice.
Or is it? Now, Darren Brown is a professional mind manipulator and often investigates the truth behind a lot of supernatural claims. He asked a forensic engineer for advice. This is someone who translates sounds in court cases, so he has to be truthful. After they played an EVP recording to him, he said,
To me, more like electronic interference that happened to be picked up by a highly sensitive recorder as a result of radio waves. And I believe you could interpret them as guttural sounds of the voice if you wanted to.
What's sadder is that a lot of these experiences of the haunted people in the Warren case files do fall under symptoms for schizophrenia, addiction issues, and family troubles in general. It's a pity no one was ever allowed to verify anything the Warrens did. Ed didn't tend to let anyone verify the details, although they shared some information in the movies and books. And that's a pretty big red flag to me. Like, the nurses they rescued from Annabelle conveniently refused to appear on any record to at least certify their story.
I've talked with people just recently, as recent as 2 months ago, who know the two nurses, and even today, they don't like to talk about it. They'll never come to our lectures, and they don't want to talk about Raggedy Ann, Annabelle at all.
But what I really have to wonder is if the objects in the museum were really dangerous, then why on earth would the public be allowed near them? Even just to look at
Hello
them.
there,
It's
Logic.
like
How are
getting a tour of a
you?
minefield.
I'm sorry you're
Really
sad right
exciting,
now.
but very risky. Just saying. Although the Warrens
Happy
never
to have you, sir.
directly took money from people they helped, the book sales, seminar tours, and the movies certainly didn't hurt their bank balance.
Do you like my Elvira costume?
Now, people have been skeptical, and a lot of people called the Warrens liars throughout their careers. It's also a shame that they didn't have access to the kind of cameras and other recording equipment that we have today. And it's also a pity that so many of the cases they worked on had witnesses who preferred to stay anonymous. While I can't blame people for wanting to forget the scary things as fast as possible, it does make it all hard to prove. Now that both Ed and Lorraine have passed away, the trail has kind of run cold.
I'm glad that you
I
like it.
guess we could do a seance. Just kidding. And whether or not Annabelle Higgins and the Enfield poltergeist are true or a big hoax, they did at least create some really scary movies. And anyway, with deep fakes and the confirmation of real UFOs out there, it's getting harder and harder to be sure of what's a hoax and what isn't. Yeah, makes you think, right? But you know, if it was between a demon and some of the real life monsters I've spoken about in my other videos, I'd probably pick the demon every time. So, what do you think about these scary stories? Is there any truth to the Warrens case files? And have you ever had a spooky experience yourself? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below.
I'm glad you like it.
Well, alright, if you're just hanging out on your computer or with a friend watching videos on the internet, are you really alone? Have you checked the entire house? Why do you get the feeling you're being watched? We're going to the most haunted places in the world to find out if ghosts are real or how scared you really should be. So make sure to turn on the lights and shut the blinds, because here's our top 10 most haunted places in the world and their spooky stories. Let's take a step back in history for our first haunted location. In 1536, the ex-queen Anne Boleyn was sentenced to beheading for treason against the king, the infamous Henry VIII. Before her execution, she was sent to the Tower of London, presumably for an investigation into adultery, incest, and even witchcraft. 4 days later, she was executed. Historians believe there was little evidence for these charges. Henry may have simply wanted another girlfriend. Talk about an extreme way to end things. And since then, there have been reported sightings of an unholy spirit looking for revenge. The Bermuda Triangle, one of the most famous mystery spots in the world. Yet we don't even know for sure if it is haunted or if something more is going on. There has been a history of famous disappearances between the island of Bermuda, Florida, and Puerto Rico. And while these high-profile missing persons and vehicles have yet to be found, it is also one of the most highly trafficked air and sea zones, and most people or ships have not disappeared. Take it for what you will. The Reichstag building in Berlin has a dark history of being the seat of power for Adolf Hitler. It has been said that the ghosts of guilty politicians from the Nazi era can be seen roaming the halls trying to find salvation for the sins they committed. The building has since been renovated many times, but its history will never be forgotten, and its reputation will linger like a ghost. The most famous prison in the world, Alcatraz, now shut down, had a reputation for being inescapable and for harboring some of the most violent criminals in the world, like gangster Al Capone. Naturally, an isolated place containing restless spirits is bound to cause speculation about haunted energy. As recent as 2014, tourists claim to have spotted the ghost of a young woman in the visitation room, and others have claimed to hear the helpless cries of those who perished trying to escape the inescapable island.
Oh no!
There is perhaps no place more infamous in the world for suicide than the Japanese suicide forest at the base of Mount Fuji. In 2010, 54 people committed suicide there. Officials have even put up a sign warning people not to end their lives and to think of their families. No wonder such a place is supposed to be haunted.
That's why Logan
Having
Paul
long
did the
been
thing.
associated with death, there are potentially thousands of bodies who abandon their spirits to roam the forest forever. There are many old places in Mexico City, and it is claimed that many of the stations in the subway system are haunted. Whether it is an old Aztec warrior shouting against the Spanish conquest, or an old man trying to keep passengers safe from being assaulted, the transit system has a reputation for keeping the dead awake. Some say it is attributed to the nearby graveyards or due to an accident in 1975 which awakened the spirits of the dead. Either way, I wouldn't want to be checking out those tunnels to find out. A hotel is supposed to be warm, inviting, and hospitable. Quite the opposite of a spooky haunting. But here's a sweeter ghost story than most. The Don Cesar Hotel in Florida was built by Thomas Rowe as a tribute to his deceased soulmate, Lucinda. This 277-room pink palace would host many famous people as its guests, but Thomas would never recover from the demise of his beloved. To this day, it is claimed he can be seen reunited with Lucinda, the love of his afterlife, enjoying their eternal honeymoon.
Lucinda does not sound like a real name.
The old Changi Hospital was built in 1935 by the British military in Changi, Singapore, and was used until 1997 when it was completely abandoned. Some claim that the bloody occupation of the Japanese soon after its construction is responsible for the ghost sightings and apparitions. Others claim it is the souls of those who passed or homeless wandering ghosts. All we know is that there is very little as creepy as the dark, empty hallways of a haunted hospital. Errol Flynn was a Hollywood leading man, playboy,
But
and
look at it
wild
this way.
party
Why would
monster
they
of
want to
the
be
early
in a
20th
hospital?
century.
If
If you want something done right, you do it yourself. So Flynn bought the most expensive and biggest yacht of the time to host his parties. After years of drinking and heroin use, he passed away and his boat went into disuse, being docked in Monaco. It is said that he can be seen pacing on board and that the sound of partying can be heard in the distance. Sounds like it would be a fun party to attend, the Party of the Dead. Our top
they know how to
place
party.
is both the most ancient and the most grand of places for dark spirits to settle. It is unsurprising that a monument built for the death of a king would be haunted. The pyramids were essentially ancient tombs to give the dead nobility a safe path into the netherworld. It is said that any who open and enter the tombs will be subject to a curse of illness, bad luck, and death. Science has yet to back up any of these claims, but would you take the risk and enter the tombs to find out?
No.
Do you think ghosts are real? Do you think these locations
I
are
just
truly
fuck with
haunted?
mummies.
Or are some tricksters playing games with the rest of us to get our heartbeats racing? Let us know what you think, or maybe if you have the time and curiosity, you can visit these
In
places
some of these
and find out
instances,
for
the tricksters
yourself.
are dead.
Subscribe to our channel
Just
and check
saying.
out our other videos, and please
That video was cute. I liked it. Let's see if Anna Souls has any others that jump out at me, huh? Mm. Hmm. Little kids who
You know what, guys? I have seen a lot of drama in my lifetime, and sometimes I just want to move away.
kid
to
who
some
live
fun
streamed
and
his murder? I did
delicious
not see that
food
one there.
every single day. As y'all can probably assume, I'm no chef. In fact, I spend so much time making YouTube videos that even when I want to cook, I just don't have the time to go out and shop for all the different ingredients at the grocery store. But with HelloFresh, I have solved both of the one day of working last week. I got all of the ingredients come our days of my fridge. 16 free fabulous dinner party that's all paid for by HelloFresh with your free 16 meals.
This morning, a
Potentially breathing? No. They're not breathing? No. And who was it we're talking about? Lexi, she's 3. Yeah.
Oh, that was the same one. Okay. Well,
Having
we'll watch
a
that one after
child
this.
is a pretty big decision. I'm sure you agree. Anyone knows it's a big commitment to bring a new life into this world. And it takes years and years until you gain your independence again. Yep, being a parent is a job in itself.
Yep.
And if you don't want to be a parent, there are plenty of ways to make sure that doesn't happen. Even accidents can be corrected. But once you have a kid, you can't go back. Unfortunately, there are some really sick minds out there. Back in 2018, Louise Horton decided she didn't want to have kids anymore. She wanted to party and meet up with random men every single day. Her 2 daughters were simply standing in her way, as far as she was concerned. What she did will shock even the toughest of you. It's unfair whether you have children or not. Trigger warning, we'll be discussing the themes of extreme violence and small children. This is your chance to turn away. If you're ready,
Trigger warning.
dive. We begin this story in Willenhall, UK. It's a little market town in the West Midlands with a river, a beautiful library, and about 30,000 people who are used to a quiet, peaceful life. This is where
Just one moment, guys. I gotta let the cat out of my room. Oh, wait. Yeah, I gotta let the cat out. She gotta go poopy. I wish I'd continue.
Louise Porton grew up. She was born in 1996 and grew up with her parents and her 2 siblings. According to her family, even though they gave her all the love and support she needed, she always behaved like a rebellious outsider. She would lash out at her mother, slam doors, and do the opposite of what her parents asked of her. They couldn't even do family activities together. Louise would scream and yell until they would let her stay home. When she was 11, her mother took a hard decision. She left family.
Oh.
Louise was very affected by her mom leaving and blocked her from her life forever. Her mom would try to reconnect over the years, but Louise never let her do so. As a teenager, Louise started stealing. Her very first victim was her grandmother, Joy. She would visit Joy on the weekends, and every single time, another object would go missing from her house. When Joy confronted her granddaughter, Louise just threatened her that she would never visit her again if she told on her. A big price to pay for a bit of company. If kleptomania and an obsession with money weren't enough, Louise also became a nymphomaniac. Unfortunately, this meant that Louise would end up having a lot of fleeting encounters with dubious men, which her family was increasingly worried about. Because she had no concern for her family or their worried minds, in fact, she was quite proud of her new realization that she could sleep with men in exchange for expensive gifts, or even cash. She even started bragging on Facebook about it. Her toxic relationship with her family came to a dramatic end when Joy fell ill, and Louise refused to visit her. Even when her cousin told her Joy had just 24 hours left to live, Louise's dad stopped giving her pocket money from that moment. So now Louise's only option, in her opinion, was to sleep with even more men. Needless to say, this brought on some accidents, and Louise didn't want to put an end to them. So, in October 2014, Louise gave birth to her first daughter, Lexi. 2 years later, she had another one, Scarlett. Before you ask, yes, the children had a father, the same father, Chris Draper. But he and Louise were not in a committed relationship. In fact, they couldn't be further away from one. Louise saw several other men, and she would also play sick mind games with Chris, trying to convince him he wasn't the daughter's father. She even gave Scarlett a different last name, Vaughn, and she never let him see her, not once. Chris kept fighting for his right to see Scarlett. He tried to get custody over the girls, or at least gain visitation rights, but every time he was denied. Then, Louise fled to rugby with the girls. Louise's mom was truly worried about this. She knew her daughter wasn't really capable of being a mom. She was too busy partying and seeing men every day to care for 2 baby daughters.
Why not just let the dad have them?
Social services, but just like Chris, she was ignored. Once in rugby, Louise rented a home from a lady called Leanne Bradley, an old friend of her mother's. Leanne said that at least 4 times a week, Louise would ask her to look after her kids while she was out. She'd be out for a full day and night, and this is not all. When Leanne couldn't watch her kids, Louise would get someone else to. Maybe this was for the best. When one of her daughters started crying, Louise would tell her, "Shut the f up, or I'll give you something to cry about." This was the norm inside Louise's home, according to Leanne. A few times, she saw Louise drag her daughters by their wrists or ankles through the house when they didn't do as she wanted them to. But before Leanne could do anything, Louise moved out again. In November 2017, she got temporary housing near Karen, her sister. Now, Louise would rely on Karen to watch her daughters while she went out.
Poor Karen.
But Karen wouldn't take it. She didn't like her sister's self-destructive lifestyle and was worried for her girls' welfare too. Once, Louise left her daughters sleeping in the house alone while she had intercourse with a man in his van for cash. This is a text message exchange between the sisters that day. Karen: "So you just leave them to go ads?" Louise: "Was only one time. I know it was wrong. That's why I refused him last night." Karen: "You've probably left them a few times. You're forever lying to me. Your kids have got to come first." Unfortunately, Karen was right. As it turns out, Louise would even sleep with men in the same room as her daughters while they slept. This is wrong on so many levels, and trust me, it just gets so much worse. It was January 2018, and 3-year-old Lexi kept turning up at the hospital. She had illnesses that the doctors simply couldn't explain. Her constant problem was breathing difficulties. On January 2nd and 4th, paramedics barely saved her life. The doctors presumed she had a sort of rare chest infection. Why else would she be returning to the hospital? While the doctors were saving Lexi's life, Louise was in the hospital toilets taking nude pics of herself and sending them to men on Badoo and MeetMe. When the doctors spoke to Louise about her daughter's presumed condition, she appeared indifferent. Maybe she's tired, the doctors thought, or she just doesn't show emotion as much as other mothers, but the truth was so much darker. On January 4th, Louise called the emergency services.
Ambulance service, is the patient breathing?
No.
They're not breathing?
No.
Okay. And who was it we're talking about?
Lexi, she's 3.
She's 3? Bear with
Yeah.
me. Okay. So, she's unconscious and she's not breathing. So help has been arranged, okay?
The paramedics arrived at Louise's home in no time, but when they got to Lexi, they discovered something truly gruesome. She had been unconscious for a long time before her mother made the call. Her eyes, lips, and fingers were already turning blue. In fact, 11 minutes before making the 999 call, Louise had texted Karen saying her daughter had some sort of fit. Not even sure that was true. She had been unconscious before that, too. Louise had strangled her. The doctors didn't know this. Even though they weren't hopeful, they were desperate to save Lexi's life. So they drove her to the hospital. In the ambulance, Louise was texting with a man on a dating app, asking him how much he would pay for nudes of herself. The doctors miraculously managed to resuscitate Lexi. When she was crying, scared, and in pain, Louise ignored her. She was texting someone. The doctors
Lexi's supposed to be the woman's child.
Louise into comforting her daughter. Lexi was discharged 4 days later after the doctors concluded it must have been an acute respiratory infection. Louise picked her daughter up, and on the way out of the hospital, she exchanged numbers with the security guard for paid intercourse. Over the following days, this is what Louise searched on the internet. Man commits suicide by supergluing mouth shut. Can you actually die if blocked nose and forcibly closed mouth with tape? For how long after drowning can someone be resuscitated? How long does it take for a body to go cold up to the shoulder?
What the shit?
On January 14th, Louise arrived home.
How? No, why, but how?
Karen. At around 10:30 p.m., Louise texted a man complaining about Lexi. Just before 1 a.m. on January 15th, Louise called 999 again. This time, she told them Lexi wasn't breathing. This time, she knew it was final. When the paramedics arrived, they noticed an all too similar thing as last time. Lexi had been dead long before her mother made the call, except this time Louise made sure she was dead before making the call. Louise seemed a bit distressed, but she didn't cry, nor did she show the kinds of emotions that a mother losing her daughter would. The doctors were baffled. The next day, Louise was chatting with another man on a dating app. She casually mentioned, "My little girl passed away the other day." In between other texts about tattoos, nudes, and paid interviews, the same day, she accepted 41 friend requests on Meet Me and agreed to date another man in the
What the shit?
When Karen confronted her about her heartless behavior, Louise said she was just acting strong for little Scarlett. In the funeral parlor, someone heard Louise laugh as she was speaking to a man on FaceTime. I don't know what that is, but it's not being strong for your baby daughter. If you're still unconvinced, here's what Louise did next. On February 1st, she checked herself and baby Scarlett into a hotel, claiming she couldn't stand the memory of Lexi's death inside her home. The same evening, she texted another man asking him for money as Scarlett wasn't well. Yep, that's the kind of person she is. At 9:50 p.m., Louise left the hotel with Scarlett, except Scarlett wasn't moving. According to Louise, she was sleeping. She filled her car with fuel and then stopped at a local store. Then at 10:20 p.m., she called 111, a non-emergency service line. She told the operator that Scarlett was unwell, but when asked if it was urgent, she said it wasn't. Then when the operator asked her to check for vital signs, she said Scarlett wasn't breathing. Then waited in a parking lot as the operator told her to wait for the paramedics. When they arrived at 10:30 p.m., they found Scarlett completely frozen. An autopsy concluded that she had been denied oxygen. At the hospital, a nurse watched over Louise, a standard procedure for grieving moms. But Louise wasn't grieving, and the nurse could see that. She reported her to the police, and they were quick to take on the case. After all, Louise's daughters had died in very mysterious circumstances, 2 weeks apart. A quick examination of both bodies revealed that their noses and mouths had been shut for prolonged amounts of times. Then there was Louise's internet search history. On March 20th, 2018, Louise was arrested and charged with 2 first-degree murders. Louise Porton was sentenced to life in prison with a possibility for parole after 32 years. Her reason was clear. Her kids got in the way of her intimate life. Imagine hearing these words.
Then she could have just let the dad keep them.
Mother who had just killed her 2 little girls.
She could have just left them with the father.
I sit and think day and night, and I can't understand why my 2 little girls were taken away because Louise wanted to sleep around. Indeed, this isn't something that's easy to understand. It's a senseless murder done for the most outrageous reasons. Cases like these make you think that not everyone should have children. It's extremely sad that some lives get brought into the world.
Not everyone should have children, that is
While
true.
Louise might never walk free again, not much justice has been done for the 2 innocent girls. Chris
It does say that some people should be killed themselves.
Emotional damage! You guys, hey, don't be shy. Give this video a like and subscribe to our channel for more. Till next time, and stay safe.
Kind of sounds like she's someone that should have got, like, executed for what she did to her children. I mean, am I wrong? It definitely, both of them 2 weeks apart, it definitely, to me, says that execution should have been involved, like, in the verdict. I know it's morbid of me to say that, but it's fucking true.
Community in shock in Buffalo, New York.
When I first saw him shooting, he shot a woman, he shot a deacon, he shot another woman, and then he went in the store and started shooting again.
10 people shot dead and live streamed the attack that is now being investigated as a hate crime.
This was pure evil. It was straight up racially motivated hate crime from somebody outside of our community.
It was supposed to be a normal working day for 55-year-old Aaron Salder, who, after retiring as a police officer, had gotten a job as a security guard at Tops Supermarket in Buffalo, New York. Everything seemed in order until 2:30 p.m., when he heard several gunshot sounds coming from the parking lot and saw a man carrying an assault rifle and heading towards the store. Aaron instinctively drew out his gun, ready to protect everyone inside the supermarket. But what happened next was something out of a horrible nightmare.
I don't understand why that woman didn't just let.
Peyton Gendron lived in Conklin, New York with his parents, Paul and Pamela, who were both civil engineers, and his two younger brothers. The family seemed like a tight-knit suburban family that often wore matching outfits, playing laser tag together, enjoyed amusement
What
park
kind of family
vacations,
was matching
went to the
outfits?
beach and restaurants together,
Oh God.
and opened presents
Sounds
on
so
Christmas
fake.
morning. Peyton attended Susquehanna High School, where he was known as a quiet, studious boy who got good grades but seemed out of place. He especially excelled in sciences, once even earning top marks in a state chemistry competition. While mostly
Family
quiet,
wearing
Peyton
matching
had some
outfits,
really
it's
extremist
kinda
views
cursed.
on politics, and would
And
sometimes
makes me wonder
do
what they're
some
hiding.
really weird stuff just to get his classmates' attention. One time in 2020, after the COVID-19 lockdown, he wore a full hazmat suit to school for an entire week. This did not go down well with other students who found him awkward and nerdy. Then, during a political class exercise, when the students were told to create their own countries with the government of their choice, Peyton chose a totalitarian government, which his classmates described as Hitler-esque. On June 8th, 2021, when Peyton was in his senior year in high school, he made a very concerning remark on what should have been seen as a major red flag. Apparently, a teacher had asked him about his plans after graduation, and he replied, "I want to murder and commit suicide." With the number of such cases
What the
going on
shit?
in the country,
Why
the
wouldn't
school
that
did
have
not
been-
take this lightly, and they immediately called the police. Peyton told them that he was only joking and that he said that to get out of class. But later, in his online journal, he wrote that he was actually not joking and that he planned to do what he had said.
That's
Still,
fucking
a
weird.
psychiatric evaluation found him not to be a threat, and he was released and allowed to continue with his life. That was a horrible mistake. On Saturday, May 14th, 2022, at around 2:30 p.m., a man wearing body armor and a military helmet and carrying a modified assault rifle and head-mounted camera that was live streaming on Twitch arrived at the Tops Supermarket in Buffalo, New York. In the car, he had a hunting rifle with racial slurs and names of white supremacist mass murderers written all over it. As he was heading to the store, he was recorded on his live stream saying, "Just gotta go for it." He fired at 4 people in the parking lot and killed 3 of them. Then he entered the store and was confronted by Aaron, who fired several times at him. But his bullets could not go through because of the body armor. The gunman returned fire and killed Aaron. With no one else to stand in his way,
You'd think
the
you'd be on a
maniac
fucking
started
watch
firing
list.
randomly at the people inside the store, aiming specifically for the African Americans. He hit 8 people, instantly killing 6. At one point, the shooter aimed his gun at a white person who was behind a checkout counter, but did not pull the trigger. Instead, he apologized to him and left to search for more black people to kill. Many of the employees and customers had hidden in the store's break room and barricaded the door with a large desk, while other customers were hidden by the employees in the milk cooler. The gunman reportedly fired several times through the coolers, but the bullets were stopped by the milk cartons.
Lucky.
At 2:36, the gunman went to the front of the building and aimed the gun at his neck, intending to take his life.
After
But the
this,
patrol
we'll
officers who were
watch
already at
that.
the scene managed to convince him to drop the weapon, and he was soon taken into custody.
Yeah, the kids
A
one
total
kind of
of
got me a
13
bit.
people were shot during this horrifying incident, 11 of whom were black.
Well, we're just about at the halfway mark on this one, so we'll watch Black Yoshi after this video. Is that alright with you? Yeah, the kids one really was horrific. And the mother deserves to be executed.
while 2 were white. 10 of the black victims sadly died.
This morning, a community in shock in Buffalo, New York.
When I first saw him shooting, he shot a woman, he shot a deacon, he shot another woman, and then he went in the store and started shooting again.
10 people dead and 3 more injured after a gunman opened fire at a Tops-friendly supermarket in a predominantly black neighborhood.
This is the worst nightmare that any community can face.
The crime shook the entire country, with everyone, including the president, asking why anyone would do such an evil thing. What did these innocent people ever do to him? The people he killed were well known and loved in the community and did not deserve such a horrible ending. Aaron Souder was declared a hero because he did everything he could to stop the shooter. Despite having retired from the police force, he was given full police officer line of duty death honors. Geraldine Talley was a mom of 2 and had stopped by the store to pick up some food for dinner. Before the gunfire started, she had reportedly asked her fiance to go to another aisle to get something off of one of the shelves. That was the last time her fiance saw her alive. 72-year-old Catherine Massey was also in the supermarket that Saturday doing her grocery shopping as she usually did. Her brother was supposed to pick her up after she finished running her errands, but she never came out of the store alive. Catherine was a civil rights and education advocate who did everything she could to uplift the Buffalo Black community. Pearlie Young was a 77-year-old Buffalo resident who had spent 25 years of her life feeding the needy in the community. She had gone to lunch with her sister-in-law on Saturday and was dropped off at the grocery store where her son was supposed to pick her up. 65-year-old Celestine Chaney was a loving mother and grandmother of 6 who had gone to the supermarket with her sister to buy strawberries for shortcake. When the gunshots started, the 2 started running for safety, but unfortunately, she was struck and killed. At 32 years old, Roberta Drury had moved to Buffalo from Syracuse, New York, to look after her older brother, who had just had a bone marrow transplant. That Saturday, she went to the store to get dinner, but she didn't come out alive. Andre McNeil, 53, was in town visiting relatives, and he decided to get a surprise birthday cake for his grandson. Sadly, he never came out with the cake. Also in the store was 86-year-old Ruth Whitfield, who was a mother of a former Buffalo Fire Commissioner. She had just visited her husband in a nursing home and had decided to stop by the store to get something to eat. Hayward Patterson was a church deacon who would give people rides to and from the supermarket and help them carry their groceries. He was fatally shot while helping someone in the parking lot. Margus Morrison, a father of 3, was an active bus aide for Buffalo schools. He was also killed while running some errands at the store.
It was pure evil.
What a cunt nugget.
Straight up racially motivated hate crime from somebody outside of our community.
The shooter was identified as 18-year-old Peyton Gendon, and he had driven 200 miles from his hometown to kill innocent people that he didn't even know. People that had nothing to do with him, but he hated anyway. Why would he do such a thing?
Because he was
The
cunt
truth
nugget.
was even more disturbing. Peyton wrote in his manifesto that it all started out of extreme boredom
Of
during
course
the
he had a
early days
manifesto.
of the COVID-19 lockdown. Apparently, he had a lot of time on his hands, and so he found himself on the dark side of the internet, reading about conspiracy theories about how white people were apparently becoming extinct and that black people were somehow to blame because of immigration and low white birth rates. As crazy as this might sound, Peyton actually believed it, and he started thinking that it was his duty as a white supremacist to save his race from extinction. And
Then
in
you're
his sick,
supposed to
twisted
fuck, not
mind,
kill.
he believed that the only way to do that was to kill as many African Americans as possible. In December 2021, Peyton started buying the weapons that he would use in his attack.
How was he
already
able
had
to?
a rifle that his dad had bought him for Christmas in 2020. So he added another rifle and a shotgun.
You think he would
bought
have been
both
on a watch
weapons
list?
legally and then modified the rifle to accept about 30 rounds of magazines. Peyton said in his manifesto that he targeted Buffalo because it was the city with the most black residents that was closest to his home. He then looked for an area with the highest percentage of African Americans. He considered attacking a church or an elementary school, but ultimately chose Tops Supermarket because it served as a meeting place for many shoppers in the neighborhood, who were mostly African Americans. He started scouting the place and referred to Google's popular times graph to know which day and time was the busiest to carry out his attack. On March 8th, he drove over to Buffalo and visited the Tops Market 3 times, 12 p.m., 2 p.m., and 4 p.m. He noted everything that was going on inside the store, including the number of Black and white people that visited the market. He even drew a map of inside the store. During his 4 p.m. visit, he was actually approached by an armed security guard who asked him what he was doing in and out of the store. He told the guard that he was collecting census data, but would later note in his diary, "In hindsight, that was a close call. I'm going to have to kill that security guard at Tops. I hope he doesn't kill me, or even harm me instantly." He wrote in his manifesto that he initially planned his attack for March 15th, but then delayed it several times, one time because he had gotten infected with COVID. On the day before the actual attack, he wrote on Discord, "I can't believe I'm actually going through with this. Never in my life would I think that I would be a killer. I keep going back and forth from, this is actually insane, to, this is the only logical thing to do." Shortly before the attack, he posted hundreds of pages of writings to online discussion groups where he details his plans for the assault and his racist motivation. He then opened a private invite-only server on Twitch and invited a few people to watch the massacre live. While the video was removed within 2 minutes, screenshots of it and some of the footage can still be found out there on the internet. Peyton is currently facing first-degree murder charges and other hate crime charges, which could carry a life sentence or the death penalty. What do you think about this case? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section, and if you like this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up and subscribe.
From the sounds of things, you sleep now? Okay. Sweet dreams, Koji. From the sounds of things, that guy needs to be put in a part of the prison that is solely filled with Black people, and then ignored for about 48 hours. To then come back and clean up the mess. And here's a little palette cleanser for us. Yeah.
Ooh, full man love playing my Call of Duty. Ooh, finders keepers lose weepers.
Black Yoshi, give me the money back.
But Mario, the finders keepers.
There's no finders keepers.
Mario, I'm gonna call Popo and tell him some crazy white dude just stole my $20.
Well, let's see if that holds up in court.
But Mario, what you doing with that $20 anyway?
Well, it's Chef Pee-Pee's birthday today, and I didn't know what to get him, so I just got him money. So.
What about my birthdays?
Well, Black Yoshi, when it's your birthday, I'll give you a card with money in it, but I don't know when your birthday is.
Ooh, full man, all I got to do is say it's my birthdays and I get $20? Man, shit. But, ooh, I got an idea.
He does it too much.
Please, it's my birthday.
All right, Chef Pee-Pee, here's your birthday cake.
A cheeseburger cake, Junior?
Yeah, I hope it tastes like cheeseburgers.
Oh, that'd be disgusting. And I'm not turning 69 years old.
Well, we didn't know how old you were turning, so I let Cody choose the age.
Yeah, 69 just seems like a good number.
No, it does not. And look, go ahead and sing the song so we can get this over with, okay?
All right, Cody, from the top.
Indeed.
Happy birthday to you.
All right, come on.
You are 102. You look like a monkey. And you smell like 1, 2.
Chef Pee-Pee. Happy birthday, Chef Pee-Pee. Blow out the candles and make a wish.
Oh, I wish I was dead.
God. Chef Pee-Pee, if you say your wish, it's not gonna come true.
Now you'll never die.
You know what? Relight those candles. Look, I'm gonna die today.
Well, Chef Pee-Pee, open up my present first. It's super cool. All right, Chef Pee-Pee, I got you something really cool.
I'll be the judge of that. Oh, wow, a spatula. I wonder what to do with this.
You cook with it.
I know what to do with it, Junior. God.
Oh, well, you can open up Cody's gift.
Junior, can I speak with you for a minute?
What's wrong?
You didn't tell me you got him a spatula.
Well, what's the problem?
Let's see what Cody got me.
Spatula.
I get him a spatula too.
Well, Chef Pee, me and Cody did not know what to get you, so I guess we just got you the same gift accidentally.
I didn't want a damn spatula. You shouldn't get anybody a spatula for their birthday.
Well, at least you have two, so if you lose one, you have the other one.
I don't want neither. Hey, Chef Pee.
Oh, my dad's coming.
All right, Chef Pee, here's your birthday gift. Don't say I never done anything for you. Oh, I wonder what it could be.
Spatula.
Spatula? God dang, are you serious?
Well, Chef Pee, you should be grateful. Some people don't have any spatulas. You have 3.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't want 1, not even 2, but 3.
Well, Chef Pee, hold on. I got one more gift for you.
What, a 4th spatula? Is it golden?
All right, Chef Pee, here's your other gift.
You got me a new phone?
Well, no, this is my phone, but there's a video on the phone. I want you to watch it.
What?
Yeah, just click play.
Yo, Chef Pee, heard it's your birthday, dog. Shizzle my nizzle and keep it real for Rizzle. Also, your cooking sucks. Need to buy my cookbook and learn how to cook some shit.
Wow, so you got Snoop Dogg to insult my cooking on my birthday?
Yeah, but it's Snoop Dogg.
He said for shizzle my nizzle. He said the thing.
And he's Snoop Dogg.
Oh, I know who he is. Look, I don't care how big of a rapper he is. Look, I don't want anybody insulting my food, especially Snoop Dogg. Not on my birthday.
Well, at least he said happy birthday to you.
I guess so. He did say happy birthday.
So Snoop Dogg knows you exist. He said Chef Pee. He didn't know who the hell he was saying happy birthday to. He just saw Chef Pee. He thinks of Pee with a hat. Uh-oh, Chef Pee. There's your other birthday gift.
Is it Snoop Dogg?
Chef Pee, guess who is at the door?
Is it Snoop D-O-double-G?
No. So which one of you kids is the birthday boy?
I got you a clown, Chef Pee.
I don't want a clown, Junior.
Every kid wants a clown for their birthday.
He's not a kid.
Me?
So which one of you kids is the birthday boy?
Oh, it's him.
Oh, yeah. Hey, kid, grab him on the loon.
I'm not a kid.
He's 69 years old.
Oh, shit.
I'm 30.
So which one of you kids is going to grab this balloon?
Chef Pee, grab it. It's your birthday.
Look, I'm not a kid, but I'll grab it.
It's a dick.
Fuck, shit.
Okay, stop. No.
Oh, fuck. I just blew everywhere.
Is this the greatest birthday ever, Chef Pee?
No, this birthday sucks ass.
Well, I'll get you another gift. That's what you want. You just want another.
No, I don't want another gift.
No.
Oh, Chef Pee, I heard it's your birthday, so I got you a card.
Oh, thank you, Mario. Happy birthday, friend. $20? Oh, he actually is a friend.
Chef Pee, I got you this necklace.
Old dude.
Yeah, because you're old.
Junior, oh, I hate this birthday. This is the only thing that's good out of this birthday. God.
Mario, I forgot to tell you something, folks. What do you want, Black Yoshi?
Today is my birthday.
Well, no, it's not.
Yes, it is, folks. Look. It's my birth certificate.
Oh, no.
Yes, it got my name on it, Black Yoshi, and the date of birth.
Screwball, really? Wow.
Social security number is 123.
Yeah.
That's too short to be a social security number, Black Yoshi.
Well, Mario, I didn't put the whole thing on it because I ain't want you doing that identity thieves.
Black Yoshi, today is not your birthday.
Yes, it is, folks. And I ain't never had a birthday before. And I just never had any friends, so that's why I never told anybody when my birthday was.
So you've never had a birthday party?
No, Mario. And I just want you to throw me a good party with lots of cake and lots of cards with money in it.
Well, I do feel bad that no one's ever thrown your birthday party, especially on your birthday.
I know, it's today's.
So, you know what? Look, just give me a few hours and we're going to throw you a party. Just go upstairs and I'll call you down when it's ready.
Oh, Mario, you're the bestest friend I could ever have.
Woohoo! $20 all to myself. Ooh, I wonder what I'm going to spend it on.
Hey, Chef Pee.
Oh, hey, Mario. Oh, thank you so much for the money. Oh, it's the best gift ever. You know what? You're actually the only person that hasn't stressed me out today.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I kind of need a favor from you.
What is it?
Well, my friend's birthday's coming up, and I was wondering if you could make a cake for him.
Oh, sure. I can make him a cake. When does he need it by? Tomorrow? Next week?
Today.
Today?
Yeah.
Today's my birthday, Mario. What the hell?
Oh, yeah, his birthday's today, too.
So you want me to make him a cake on my birthday?
Yes, but I didn't know today was his birthday. I guess y'all share a birthday, so he needs a cake. He's never had a birthday.
But it's my birthday, Mario. The whole day is mine.
Well, it's about to end in an hour. It's almost midnight.
But look, I still have an hour. I want to spend it for me. I don't want to make nobody else a cake.
Well, I gave you $20.
Oh, so that was payment for the cake?
No, I did not know it was his birthday when I gave you that money. I thought it was just a gift. Oh, look, Chef Pee, please. He's never had a birthday before, and it would just be cool if you could make him a cake.
I guess so. I mean, you were the only one that was really nice and gave me money for my birthday.
Yeah, that.
What kind of cake does he want?
Watermelon.
Watermelon?
Yeah, like a watermelon.
Well, why can't he just go to the store and get a watermelon and put a candle on top of it?
Well, I mean, that's not a cake. He's never had a cake before, so if you could make him a cake with as a watermelon, that'd be cool.
God, you know what? I'll make the damn cake, Mario.
Thank you so much, Chef Pee Pee.
Whatever.
God. Ooh, folks, I can't wait for my birthday monies.
I feel sorry for Pee Pee.
Ooh, folks, are you doing a party just for me?
You asked for one.
Oh, yeah. Where my money's at?
Well, you have to have the party first before you get presents.
Oh, yeah, there. All right, well, let's go have the party then.
Wait, how old are you turning?
Mario, you know I can't read.
Wait, how does that have to do anything with your age? You know what, whatever, Black. You come downstairs, your party's ready.
Oh, no.
Man, Mario, why you blindfolding me, folks?
Because we're about to play a party game. We're going to play pin the watermelon seed on the watermelon.
And what's I gets if I do's it?
You win.
Man, what's I wins?
You don't win anything. You just win the game.
Man, bet you $5 I do it.
Okay, fine. I bet you $5. You have to pin it on the watermelon.
All right. Oh, where's the watermelon set? Where's the watermelon set? Oh, there it is. Ooh, get on there. All right. Oh, what is it for? Where my $5 at?
Black Yoshi, you're supposed to pin it in the middle.
Man, you ain't say that. You said pin the watermelon seeds on the watermelons, and that's exactly what I did. Where my $5 at?
You were supposed to get it in the center, but fine. I'll give you the $5 since I wasn't specific with the rules.
See, there you go.
All right, well, let's play another game. Put the blindfold back on.
All right. Man, Mario, why am I holding this back?
Because, Black Yoshi, you're about to hit a piñata.
Oh, what's a piñatas?
It's something that you hit and prizes comes out of it.
Is there money in it?
What? No, it's candy.
Man, I ain't wants it.
Black Yoshi, you said you've never had a birthday party before, so I'm trying to give you the normal things that people do at birthday parties.
Man, fine, let's go ahead and get this over with so I can get my monies.
All right, so hit the piñata.
Did I guess it?
Yeah, I guess. Come on.
Wait, is that an extension cord, Daddy?
Man, where the money's at?
Take your blindfold off, Black Yoshi.
Man, where the money's at?
Black, there's no money. It was just candy. You don't like candy?
Man, no. Unless it's grape Kool-Aid candy, but I want some monies.
Oh,
Black
God
Yoshi's time
damn.
for the cake. Come on. All right, Black Yoshi, here's your birthday cake.
Oh, man, you got me a watermelon cake?
Yep.
Where the money at?
Well, Black Yoshi, gifts comes later. Look, I have to sing you happy birthday and you have to blow your candles out.
All right, man, hurry up. Go ahead.
Happy birthday to you.
Where the money at?
Happy birthday to you.
Where the money at?
Happy birthday to Black Yoshi.
That's me.
Happy birthday to you. Now blow out the candles. Yay, he did it.
Yeah, now where the money at?
Okay, you can open up your gifts. Grab them.
All right, let's go.
Ooh, Black Yoshi, what'd you get?
Ooh, I got me some KFC chickens. But where the money at?
Well, you like chicken, don't you?
Yeah, but I like money more.
Well, open up your other gift.
Man, fine, folks. See what else I got here. Ooh, I got me some Poopas Kool-Aid. But where the money at?
Well, you like Kool-Aid, don't you?
Yeah, but I like money more.
Well, hold on, I got one more gift for you. Got you a card.
Ooh, there's where the money at. Where the money at?
You're not gonna read it?
Oh, I gets it. It's one of those trick cards with like a secret pocket that you hid the money in. So how's I get the money?
Well, no, Blackie, there's no money in there.
Mario, why? All I wanted was some money. That's all I be asked for my birthdays.
Yeah, but I threw you a whole party. I got you a cake, I got you chicken, I got you Kool-Aid.
But folk, I ain't asked for that. I ain't want no cake or some chicken or some Kool-Aid. All I says I want was a card with some lots of monies in it.
Well, Black Yoshi, the party doesn't count as all that? You don't want just a party?
No! Folk, man, give me $20. I want me some $20 right now. Oh,
here.
Okay, thank you. Happy birthdays to me.
Yeah, happy birthday to you. Who's that? Hello?
Hey there, is Black Yoshi here?
Oh, God,
Oh,
what
no.
happened?
No, nothing. I'm just here to give him back his driver's license. It's no longer suspended.
Oh, thank God. Yeah, he's upstairs. I can give it to him.
No, I actually have to give it to him. I can't give it to you. It's his driver's license.
Oh, okay. Wait, what's his date of birth say?
It says October 23rd, 1992.
So it's not today?
Unless today is October 23rd, it's not today.
Then
Not
why wouldn't
today,
you tell me that today's his
bitches.
birthday.
It sounds like you lied about it.
Come inside.
Yep. I was gonna do that anyway.
Ooh, folk, I can't believe I scammed Mario out of $20.
What?
He said, ooh, folk, I can't believe I scammed Mario out of $20.
Oh, Mario, I didn't see you right there, folk. I was just talking to my friend Andrew Jackson. He knows Michael Jackson.
Black Yoshi, is today really your birthday?
Yeah.
Then why does your driver's license say your birthday's on October 23rd, 1992?
Man, that is not my driver's license.
Well, yes, it is. It literally has your name and picture right on it.
That's not my driver's license. That's my twin cousin Rufus's.
You do not have a twin cousin named Rufus.
Yes, I do. Hey, Rufus, get in here, folk. Yeah, what's up, Black Yoshi? What's up, Rufus? Here go Rufus, guys.
Okay, look, it doesn't matter if you have a twin cousin named Rufus. This driver's license says Black Yoshi, not Rufus.
Yeah, so tell Rufus to leave.
Man, Rufus, you can go. All right, see you later, Black Yoshi. Bye, Rufus.
So this is your driver's license, Black Yoshi?
Man, that must be a fake, because that is not my driver's license. See, this is my birth certificate. It's right here. It says my birthday's is today's.
Birth certificate.
Mm-hmm.
And you were born today.
Yep, my birthday right there. It says date of birth, today's.
So tomorrow's gonna be your birthday too?
No, only today's, because it says today's, not tomorrow's.
Well, if you hold up this piece of paper tomorrow, it's gonna say today's, and it'll be your birthday.
I ain't gonna hold up the piece of paper tomorrow. It's gonna be locked away.
Okay, look, I really don't give a shit. I just came to give you your driver's license back.
You know, I'm gonna take this 20 back, Black Yoshi.
Ooh, Po, this crazy white dude just took my $20.
Well, I mean, did you really just take his $20?
No, I gave him this 20 for his birthday, but since it's not his birthday, I can take it back because I didn't mean to give it to him because it wasn't his birthday.
Ooh, he nasty. He just took my $20.
Okay, look, yeah, like I said, I really don't give a shit. So how about this? I'm gonna take the $20 because it's my birthday.
Well, no, it's not.
How do you know? That's right, I'm above the law. Ugly, I do what I want.
You have to do it I want.
Get the $20 now. How do you feel about that?
You just got my $20 B-tooks.
Black Yoshi, it's not your birthday today. You lied. Admit that you lied.
Oh, Mario, I was just wanting to get some money because everyone else was getting money and I just wanted some too.
Well, Black Yoshi, Chef Pee Pee got money because it was his birthday. And on your birthday, you would get money. But now that you lied, you're never going to get a birthday again because I'm never going to trust you.
Oh.
I threw a party for you and everything, and I hope you learned your lesson about lying.
Oh, but Mario, it's my bar mitzvahs.
Wow. 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 Seriously, wow. Was that enough of a palate cleanser, or should we have some more? What's the bar mitzvahs? I think it was supposed to be bat mitzvah. More of a palate cleanser. Okay, let's see. What do we got for more of a palate cleanser? Oh, that doesn't work. That's cursed eBay items.
Who will win? TBR by the champ. Who will win? TBR by the champ.
Good question. Who would win? Wow, I have 22 things. Nice. I got follows. I got follows. 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 Still don't know what's a bar mitzvah. It's a Jewish rite of passage. There's the bar mitzvah for boys and there's the bat mitzvah for the girls. Kind of like a Sweet 16 kind of dealio. It's a song.
What's your Scooby-Doo? We're coming after you. Gonna solve that mystery. I see you, Scooby-Doo. The trail is back to you. What's your Scooby-Doo? What's your Scooby-Doo? We're gonna follow you. Gonna solve that mystery. We see you, Scooby-Doo. We're coming after you. What's your Scooby-Doo? Don't look back. You may find another clue. The Scooby Snacks will be waiting here for you. What's your Scooby-Doo? We're coming after you. Gonna solve that mystery. I see you, Scooby-Doo. The trail is back to you. What's your Scooby-Doo? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's your Scooby-Doo?
Ba-da-da-da-bop, ba-da-da-da-bop, ba-ba-da-bop, ba-da-da-bop, ba-da-da-da-doo, ba-da-da-da-da. Mhm. Mhm. La da 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 da. Da da ba da 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 da. La da 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 da. Da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. Da 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 da. Ba ba ba. La da 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 la da da. Da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. La di da di da. Da da ba ba ba. Ba ba ba. What shall we watch? What shall we watch? Do, 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 do. Bow, bow, ba-da-da, ba-da-da, da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. Thank God I was out of ideas.
Marvin, are you ready to go out on our date night?
Then we'll go spoopy.
Okay, but did you find a babysitter to watch Jeffy?
He doesn't need a babysitter. He's 17 years old.
I don't think that's a good idea to leave Jeffy home alone.
All he's gonna do is watch TV. Look. Jeffy, did you just stab the couch with a knife?
No.
I just saw you do it.
Then why'd you ask?
I didn't think you were gonna lie to my face. Jeffy, stop stabbing the couch with a knife.
Give me $1,000 to stop.
What? No, I'm not giving you Jeffy, stop it. If you stab that couch one more time with a knife, you are grounded, mister.
I don't give a shit.
What, Jeffy, we were gonna leave you home alone.
Well, that's not a good idea.
What, that is it. Give me that. Baby, find a babysitter on Craigslist. I don't care how bad she is.
Make sure she has huge cans.
What? You got another knife? Give me the knife. Jeffy, that is it. You are grounded, and we're gonna get the meanest babysitter we can find.
All right, Marvin, I just called the babysitter. She'll be here any second.
Does she have huge cans?
There will be no cans, Jeffy.
Well, what if she recycles? You didn't think about that, did you, Daddy? Huh? Face.
There she is. I'm gonna go answer the door. Hello?
Hi, I'm the babysitter, Vicky. You must be Jeffy's dad.
Yes, I am. Jeffy's upstairs.
I can't wait to meet the little angel.
Well, come on inside. All right, Jeffy, I want you to meet your babysitter, Vicky.
Hi.
Hello,
Icky
my name is
Vicky.
Tiffy.
Jeffy, why are you talking like that?
Talking like what?
Ow, okay, I'll stop.
Say hi to Vicky in your normal voice.
Hello, Vicky.
Ow, okay, I promise I'll stop this time.
Hi, Jeffy. It's so nice to meet you. Now you two run along on your little date. I'll take good care of Jeffy.
Okay, maybe let's go.
Bye, Jeffy.
Hey, Danny, real quick, solid 0 out of 10 stars on the cans. Her chest is flatter than her back.
Jeffy, you be nice to the babysitter.
All right, Squirt.
I can't do that, can you?
3 things. Stay out of my way, go to bed early, and do the dishes.
Okay, well, I got 3 things for you. 1, get bigger cans. 2, get braces. And number 3, get bigger cans. I just can't get over that.
Go do the dishes.
Well, get out of it.
I won't kill you, and I'll order pizza with the money your parents left.
All right. Just don't get green beans on the pizza. I don't like green beans.
Oh, I'll make sure I don't get green beans.
Jeffy, do the dishes. I'll order pizza. Here. All right, all clean. I am done with the dishes, and I'm ready for pizza. Wait, you ate all the pizza?
Don't worry, Twerp. I saved you a piece.
What? Green beans? I hate green beans!
What kind of toy do you got there?
It's my cat piano, and it makes cat noises. Look.
Give me that.
Wait, give me my cat piano back!
Oh, I'll give it back after I break it.
Hey, get back here! Hey, stop hitting my cat piano!
Whoops.
Why would you break my cat piano?
Oh, good. Look, now you're in bed. I don't want to see your face for the rest of the night.
I don't want to see your face for the rest of the night. Oh, Magic 8 Ball, when will my wiener ever be 4 inches? Never!
Oh no! It actually told the truth.
Hey, Jeffy!
I'm Cosmo.
And I'm Wanda. And we're your fairy godparents. So what do you think, Jeffy?
I think I'm calling the cops.
You can't do that. If you tell anyone about us, we'll disappear forever.
Well, that's what I want. Leave.
But don't you want your wishes?
Wishes? You guys grant wishes?
Yep, we sure do. We're magic. Magic.
So I can wish for whatever I want.
As long as it follows the rules.
Oh, there's rules? That's gay.
Yeah, you just can't wish for anyone to fall in love with you.
Or wish for anyone to die.
Well, I do wish that my cat piano wasn't broken.
Oh, well, that's easy.
You guys fixed my cat piano? You guys really are magic.
We sure are.
We can grant any wish.
Well, almost any wish.
That is awful.
Just like your cooking.
I'm gonna check on that ugly twerp.
Oh no! My babysitter's coming! You guys gotta hide!
Well, what do you want us to hide as?
I don't know, goldfish!
Goldfish? I don't have any cards.
He said goldfish, you idiot.
Well, this isn't obvious at all.
This isn't going to work.
Can you guys be like a smaller goldfish?
Ooh, I got an idea.
What's going on in here? I heard fun, and I hate fun.
Oh, nothing. I was just playing my cat piano.
I thought I broke that. What's this? You know the rules. No snacks in your room.
Oh no, Cosmo and Wanda.
These goldfish are loud. Poor Cosmo.
Oh, my head hurts.
She sure chewed you out.
You could say that again.
She sure chewed you out.
Wait, you guys are alive?
Of course we are. What goes in must come out.
That's one mean babysitter.
I don't know. I kind of like her fangs.
Yeah, I hate her. I wish she would fall down the stairs.
Done and done.
I'm gonna go downstairs for a drink. That's gotta hurt.
I hope she had a nice fall.
Now I wish a bowling ball would fall on her head.
Ooh, what if it kills her?
I wish a bowling ball would fall on her head.
How about a malconcussion?
I'll take it.
Okay. Strike one.
That's baseball, you idiot.
Now light her on fire.
Whoa, I think she's gonna be out for a while. Let's go have some fun.
Okay.
So, Jeffy, what's something you always wanted to wish for?
Pee-pee sucking fairies.
Well, you already got one of those.
You'll be surprised that it's not me.
Wink, wink.
Jesus. Well, I wish I had a big booby to squeeze.
Coming right up.
Boo! Boo! Boo!
So, how did you like your boobie? Pretty scary, huh?
Well, that's not really what I had in mind, but I want a big round booby.
Oh, why'd you just say so?
Hi.
So, how do you like your poobie?
Not poobie, a booby, a female breast. You know what? Forget it. I don't even want it anymore.
Well, what else do you want to wish for?
Well, I never got my cheese pizza, so I wish for a cheese pizza.
Ooh, can I have some?
No, poobie, get out of here. Shoot.
Rats.
Order up.
Yay, I finally got my cheese pizza.
Did somebody say cheese?
That was a good one.
Oh no! Junior and Cody are coming! You guys gotta hide!
Let's try the goldfish route again.
And let's try not to get eaten this time.
Okay.
Hey, Jeffy, what are you doing?
Oh, no way, bro. You get goldfish?
You got cheese pizza?
Hell yeah.
Hey, Junior, how much to eat one of these fish?
A goldfish? I'll eat one if you eat one.
Okay, I'm down. Hey, Jeffy, can we eat your fish?
I don't care.
Oh, sweet.
Ooh, I'm like dunk my head and try to grab it with my mouth.
Yeah, it's like bobbing for apples, but the apples are alive and they don't want to die.
Yeah, that'd be sick. I think my head's too big for the bowl.
Yeah, and I really don't want to get my hair wet. It takes forever to braid these.
Hey, Jeffy, if you ever take them out of the bowl, we'll totally eat them, okay?
All right.
Whoa, that was a close one.
You were gonna let him eat us?
Well, he's been eaten before.
That's true.
Man, Junior, that pizza looked good.
Do you want to ask Jeffy if he'll let you take a bite of his pizza?
Yeah, sure. I don't have cooties. Hey, Jeffy, can we have your pizza? Wait, what was that?
Nothing.
What was that?
I thought I saw fairy godparents.
No, you didn't see that. You didn't see that.
Well, what happened to your goldfish?
I ate them.
What? You were supposed to let us eat them.
Oh, he's too damn greedy.
Too greedy. Well, can we have your pizza?
Yeah, sure. Take it. Just go.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, it came off the plate. Cody.
I got it.
Woo, double close one.
We have to be more careful. If anyone were to see us, we'll disappear forever.
Yeah, I got it. I know your rules.
All right, Jeffy. Any more wishes you want to make?
Yeah, I wish I had paper. Like cash, green cash.
What?
I wish I had money.
But Jeffy, if you wish for money, then that will take it from someone else.
I don't care. I wish I had money.
Okay.
Oh, Marvin, I'm stuffed.
Yeah, this dinner was so good.
Your bill, sir.
All right, let me just grab my money. Here you go.
Was that some kind of magic trick, sir?
Where'd my money go? It was right here. Did you see it go anywhere? Did it blow away?
No.
I am so sorry. Well, I don't have any more money.
Well, then you must wash dishes.
Wash dishes. Baby, do you have any money?
No, I don't have any money.
That was all the money I had.
There you go.
What, only $100? I wanted hundreds of thousands of dollars.
But Jeffy, that's stealing.
I wish I had hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Okay.
Now this is more like it.
Jeffy, this is wrong.
Well, I don't want to know what right is.
What are you even gonna buy with this? You could have just wished for it.
Money, cars, and clothes and hoes.
I'll drink to that.
Who threw that bowling ball at me? I bet it was that twerp. I'm gonna make him pay.
100, 200, 300, 400.
Oh no, the babysitter's coming.
Not icky ficky.
Hi, guys.
What are you doing in here, twerp?
Counting cash.
Where did all this money come from? And who said you could have fish? I'm gonna go flush them down the toilet.
No, you're not.
Who's gonna stop me?
Oh, I wish the cops were here to arrest you.
Whoa, where the hell am I? I was just in the shower. And where did all this money come from? Wait, am I a stripper?
Officer, what are you doing here?
I don't know.
She hit me.
What, really? Why?
No, I didn't.
Arrest her.
Well, I don't know that I can just arrest her.
Arrest her.
Well, but I don't think that I can...
Simon says arrest her.
I
wish you'd arrest her.
Well, for some reason, I have the sudden urge to arrest you.
Why?
I don't know, but I think I have to. Come on.
She better not drop the soap.
She's going to an all-female prison, Cosmo.
Oh.
Jeffy, why don't you give some of this money to charity?
I wish I had all the charity's money.
Jeffy, let's talk about this.
Oh no, my parents are home early. You guys gotta hide. Go back to being goldfish.
Jeffy, we're home. What? Jeffy, where'd you get all this money from?
My fairy odd parents, they're disguised as goldfish. Oh shit.
What happened to them?
They disappeared because I wasn't supposed to tell you about them. But good news is, we still have all this cash.
Well, we could have used some of this money at the restaurant. I thought I had money, and then when I checked my wallet, it was empty, so we had to wash dishes all night.
Well, I had to wash dishes too, and there's a shattered one downstairs, so you might want to clean that up.
What happened to your babysitter?
Oh, she got arrested for hitting me. Tonight's been a whole thing. I just don't really want to talk about it.
you had fairy godparents, what would you wish for? I'd wish that they took away my belly pain. And that... I've already got boobies. A better year. I think I'd wish to be able to afford to travel so that I could meet people, meet you guys and stuff. I think that would be awesome. Imagine if Cody had the bears instead. They wouldn't be very happy after that. Let's find out. Save the teenager's life. What should we watch now? Let's check out Anna's horror stories, shall we? Brain. No. Reach out. Last haunting photo. Serial killer confessions, yeah?
The fear was tremendous and deep throughout the entire community.
It's incredibly unusual for a serial killer simply to stop killing.
The serial killer is the Olympiad of the pathological liar.
Why are we fascinated with serial killers? It's not like we agree with what they did, or like we understand their point of view. In fact, it's quite the opposite. They're so far away from what we consider normal, good, or understandable that we're simply intrigued by this. We want to know how a person can be so different from us, yet how they can hide among everyone else for years. For a serial killer to become serial, they must learn to dodge the law quite well, and this makes them particularly scary. But sometimes their confessions are the scariest. You can finally see them for who they truly are: psychopathic monsters who take great pride in their work. In 2001, Gary Ridgway confessed to taking the lives of 49 women. He had escaped the police for 2 decades and had had 3 wives, completely unaware of his second life. A few decades earlier, Dennis Rader would send letters to the police describing in great detail all of the gruesome ways that he would torment his victims. Still, it took the police over 30 years to arrest him. His final confession was truly horrifying. And when Israel Keys confessed to his crimes in 2012, he said,
I thought I was smart. I would let them come to me.
and trust me, it gets even creepier. Without further ado, let's dive into the serial killer confessions that'll leave you with chills. Today's first story begins in the 1980s in a dodgy part of SeaTac, Washington.
This area back in the early 80s had very transient population. There were topless bars over here. There were a lot of hotels where you could rent rooms for an hour or two.
This is the area that Detective Faye Brooks worked at the time, trying hard to solve the piling crimes. The targets would always be young call girls. Unfortunately, they're often the most vulnerable.
A lot of the young girls had grown up in abusive homes, and that was why they were running away. And I could relate to that. I'm a survivor of child abuse, and there but for the grace of God were I, and so I could certainly empathize with them, and I also wanted to help them.
One of Faye's first proteges was Marcia Chapman, a 31-year-old mother of 3 who had resorted to this line of work out of desperation for money. She had been the victim of a horrendous violation, and Faye was trying to get to the bottom of the story. But unfortunately, the story was just unraveling, and it would get much darker. In 1982, a man sailing his boat on the Green River saw what he thought were 2 mannequins, but they turned out to be human bodies, not far away from the Strip, the area Faye worked in to protect the female workers.
Well, one of the victims in the water, her hand was just waving with the current of the water. And it was like, here I am, please help me. But of course, it was too late.
Within hours, the SeaTac police were searching the river and its banks for more bodies. Unfortunately, their hunches were well-founded. They soon found a 3rd body. All 3 victims had been identified as young women who were working on the Strip: Wendy Lee Caulfield, Giselle Ann Lavorne, and Marcia Chapman. This was when the FBI got involved. Clearly, they were hunting a serial killer with a clear MO.
The organized offender was more planned, more premeditated, was able to conceptualize crimes and carry them out very efficiently, mainly because of the fact that they had very little feeling for another human being. They looked at a victim as an object for their excitement. Basically, you're talking about a sexual psychopath.
The worst kind, and they were on a killing spree. By the fall of that year, 2 more bodies had been discovered. Also young illegal workers, also dumped in the Green River area. Then several more girls went missing, with no bodies turning up, and the police were simply at a loss. They knew the Strip would be, for lack of a better word, a good hunting ground for any psycho killer. But they had no idea who the culprit could be, so the only thing they could do was stalk the Strip's motels, hoping the perpetrator would try and strike again.
This was the area that I was working, and this is the area where the bulk of the Green River victims were picked up from. And we would sit here and look, trying to identify who might be the suspect. We had very dedicated detectives who were determined to solve this case.
By September 26th, a 10th victim went missing, 16-year-old Linda Jane Rule.
Linda Rule was a slender blonde girl who lived up in the North End. She had been working the streets, and she had a boyfriend who kind of served as a pimp.
Yeah, these girls were already as unlucky as they could be. Now their lives would be taken away faster than any police officer could react. Just in 1982, 15 girls were killed. With
I had a
nothing
boyfriend
but
that tried to
promises
put
from
me into
the
that
police,
line of work.
People started creating their own stories
Did not
about
end
the
well
Green
for
River
him.
Killer.
There was rampant speculation that it might be a law enforcement officer because of the easy access that the individual had to the number and variety of women in the community.
Imagine being a street worker during that time. This is never a safe job, but in SeaTac in the 1980s, it was anyone's worst nightmare. As the police continued to stalk the area, in April 1983, they spotted a woman getting abducted, Maria Melvar. She was having lunch with her boyfriend inside a small cafe. He went outside to make a phone call, and when he came back in, Maria wasn't there. He then realized she was put inside a truck and driven away by a man.
There was a man driving, and then she was talking to the man. And so he determined to follow the truck because he wasn't sure what was going on. He worried about her. And they got up to the stoplight at Highway 99 and 216th. But when he turned left, he couldn't see the car.
He didn't call the police at first. Instead, he took his family and drove through the whole area around the strip, looking for the blue truck. Finally, they found it, parked in front of a tiny home. That's when he rang up the police and asked them to search this man's house. When an officer rang the house's doorbell, a man answered, Gary Ridgway. There was nothing strange about him. In fact, he seemed like quite a nice guy. The officer simply asked if there was anybody inside the house with him, and he simply answered no. Somehow this was enough for the officer to say thank you and leave. Following this, Gary Ridgway would take at least another 40 lives.
All serial killers have the ability to appear so normal that they throw off even people who are considered experts. The serial killer is the Olympiad of the pathological liar.
By June 1983, 26 girls were missing. Tragically, they were all dead. The big problem, apart from the obvious, was that the more murders someone commits, the more efficient they become. Experts knew this, and the police were getting more and more desperate.
The fear was tremendous and deep throughout the entire community.
Even the police officers feared for the lives of those around them. Such a kill count in such a short amount of time was unprecedented. By the spring of 1984, the police had found 40 bodies, most of them simply dumped by the river or in shrubs like objects. All women had been violated and strangled. And then, before the police could do anything about it, the culprit seemed to stop.
It's incredibly unusual for a serial killer simply to stop killing. A serial killer will usually only cease murder when he's apprehended or when he dies himself.
What had really happened? Gary Ridgway had started dating Judith Lorraine Lynch. She was a divorced mom and a kind woman who came to like Gary for his kind nature.
When I first met him, I thought he was quite the gentleman and so polite and nice. He loved the country music and the dancing. And he was always smiling. He never got angry. And I just thought he was the greatest. It was like love at first sight.
Judith would go on to become Gary's third wife. In 1969, when he was 20, he married his high school sweetheart, Claudia Craig, but they split up in less than a year after he cheated on her with several illegal workers and contracted STDs. In 1973, he married Marcia Winslow after meeting him at a truck factory where he worked as a painter, but she would divorce him too. Throughout his years with her, Gary became extremely religious, reading the Bible aloud at home and crying for hours after sermons. Still, he saw ladies of the night frequently. This drove Marcia mad, and she broke up with him in 1981. Remember when the killing started? That's right, 1982. Now, in 1985, Judith moved in with Gary.
He offered to help me move and that I could move in with him if I like. There was no carpet in his house, so he let me pick out some carpet. He had previous renters in there. And he had told me that the little one had wet on the carpet.
There was nothing strange about this. 3 years later, the two got married. It was a perfect life for Judith, or so she thought, for 13 years. Indeed, it took until 2001 for the Washington police to arrest Gary Ridgway, and it was all thanks to the advancements in DNA technology. The police had collected DNA samples from the victims, including Marcia Chapman, but at the time they had no way of comparing them against the samples taken from every man questioned. After the turn of the millennium, everything changed.
This is the DNA from Marcia Chapman. And this is the DNA from the Green River Killer. And we looked at him and we're like, they're the same. They're the same. Scary which way?
Imagine being the wife of the most notorious serial killer in your country and finding this out when the police came to arrest him. Arresting him wasn't the end. The police knew that they had a huge case on their hands.
He'd been
That would
identified
scare
as
the
the
shit
most
out of me.
prolific serial killer in the history of the United States. Each of us recognized that this would be the biggest criminal case in the history of the state of Washington.
Ridgway was put in an interrogation room, and as you might expect from a prolific psycho killer, he was extremely normal.
All right. Pretty good.
A quick look at his life showed the same. Very normal guy. Gary Ridgway was born on February 18th,
1949. Salt Lake City, Utah. But I need to go to the bathroom, so I will return as quickly as I can. Sorry about this, guys. Sorry about that. I had to be. And I disappeared with ads on. But I'm back now. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to yawn. Shall we continue?
in Salt Lake City, Utah. He grew up with his parents and two brothers.
Mm.
His mom was a pretty strange character.
I always remember her wearing kind of the
really tight
shorts and
low cut
tops and longer hair.
But that was the least of her problems. Gary would wet the bed well into his teens. And every time, his mom would wash his genitals thoroughly.
And so our mother behaves in a sexualized or hyper sexualized way
It's very unsettling for an adolescent boy.
His dad was no saint either. He was a bus driver and would take Gary for rides through town. When they would pass illegal street workers, he would complain about them and call them names, but sometimes he would stop the bus and leave Gary inside while he went and had intercourse with them. Imagine growing up with that family. From then on, Gary developed a love-hate relationship with his mom and with illegal female workers. He wanted their services, but he also wanted to take their lives. In 1982, Ridgway was questioned by the police for seeing prostitutes pretty much every single day on the strip. He even passed a lie detector test about the Green River murders, but that's when the police collected the DNA swab that got him arrested in 2001. The first time he was questioned, Ridgway was adamant that he didn't do anything. He even convinced his wife that he was innocent and that the police had the wrong man. But a few days later, the police linked his DNA to 3 more murders.
Myself and another attorney were in the meeting room waiting for Mr. Ridgway. I don't recall what we were talking about, but we both had smiles on our faces when he walked in. And he said, "Oh, you won't be smiling when we're done. I've been lying to you all. I've been manipulating everyone for all these years. I killed them all."
He knew he was facing the death penalty, so he offered the cops a full breakdown of his horrific crimes in exchange for a life sentence.
When I got through having a climax with her, I jumped on her.
He get his arm around the girl's neck.
How much are you pulling on her neck? I'm pulling really hard on her neck. How? Just like this. What are you saying to her? Don't fight, and I'll let you go.
He would leave their bodies in the woods, and he would return to them to have intercourse with them. But not for long, he said, as flies and maggots would start appearing. Gary Ridgway was convicted of 49 murders, but he confessed to somewhere between 70 and 90 victims. Simply no one matched those numbers. And with a very calm attitude, Ridgway led police officers through the forests and river area where he dumped the bodies. He also explained his view on life to the officers.
You know, he seemed throughout the interviews to try to blame a lot of what had happened on the women in his life. That the women that he actually killed were kind of an extension of all the women before who had disappointed him in some way.
My releasing vote was killing them.
All of this stopped when he met Judith. Well, almost everything.
Gary would call home and say that, he's going to be late coming home, so he's going to grab a bite to eat, grab a hamburger, and, he'll be late. When I think back now, that was probably one time when he was out picking up someone off of the Highway 99 strip.
It's estimated that Ridgway took another 10 lives between 1985 and 2001. At his trial in 2003, he was asked how he pleaded to 48 deaths in a row.
For the death of Mary B. Meehan.
Guilty.
I just sat there and cried, and that's when it finally sunk in that
Ridgway was sentenced to 48 consecutive life sentences. The victims' families all had a chance to speak to him.
I can only hope someone gets the opportunity to choke you unconscious so you can live through the horror that you put our daughters, our sisters, our mothers through.
There was one man that made the Green River Killer cry, Linda's father.
There are people here that hate you. I'm not one of them.
Was very sympathetic, very compassionate individual.
What God says to do, and that's to forgive all. So you are forgiven, sir.
So there is an ounce of emotion inside this monster. Perhaps in this moment he realized what he had done, or maybe he didn't. Perhaps Gary Ridgway grew up in a terrible family, but he had the choice to not be like them. Instead, he was worse. Our next story takes us to Wichita, Kansas, on March 9, 1945. This is when Dennis Lynn Rader was born to parents Dorothea and William. He grew up with his parents and 3 brothers, but his house was rarely a lively place. In fact, he felt deeply neglected by his parents throughout his whole childhood. They would work long hours and see their children once in a blue moon.
His mother worked at a grocery store. His dad worked at the railroad and for a number of years. Very, very nice people. Dennis was very laid back, very quiet.
The brothers raised each other, but for Dennis, it didn't end well.
When he was growing up, one of the things that he mentioned was that he had a very distinct recollection of his grandmother killing chickens, and that he became thrilled with that type of activity.
Dennis spent his spare time trapping and hanging animals. Meanwhile, he had fantasies about taking his mother's life too. Around the same time, he began cross-dressing and stalking the women in his neighborhood. There was one particular moment that announced his transformation. When Dennis was 11, one of his female teachers humiliated him in front of all his classmates. That evening, he went to her house and peeked at her through a window.
And he had rope with him. He tied it around his waist, tied it tight, and as he watched her through the window, he had an orgasm. So now we have the rope very much associated with sexual pleasure as well as with voyeurism and the feeling of being powerful over another person.
It might sound creepy, but it's about to get so much creepier. Trust me. By 9th grade, Dennis was sure what he was going to be as an adult, a serial killer. This is one of the drawings he did as a young adult. But he kept his demons well hidden. In 1971, he even married a woman he'd met in college. He was kind, neighborly, and very much normal, as far as those around him knew. Skip to January 15th, 1974. The people of Wichita were in absolute shock at the news of a truly gruesome murder spree.
Murders like this, they happened in New York or on the West Coast or in Europe, but they didn't happen here in the heartland.
A mother, father, and 2 children had been found lifeless inside of their own house. They had been tied up and tortured, and in an even sadder twist, it was the family's older children who found them. They were at school when the murders took place. The police were desperate to catch the culprit, but it would take them 30 years to arrest Dennis Rader, and this only happened because he came forward.
First of all, Mr. Otero, a bag put over his head and strangled. After that, I did Mrs. Otero, then I strangled Josephine when she was down, and then I went over to Junior and put the bag on his head.
A few months after destroying the Otero family, Rader saw a 21-year-old woman, Catherine Bright, picking up her mail outside her home. This was all he needed to decide she was going to be next. So he snuck into her house while she was away and waited for her to come to her death. When she entered her home, she was with her brother Kevin. They were returning from college, but Rader had plans for both. He threatened them with a gun and tied them tightly to chairs. When Kevin got loose, Rader fired at him in the head. Still, somehow he managed to get up and run as Rader was busy impaling Catherine. And again, somehow, the police didn't catch him.
When you look at his early murders, he was lucky because there were mistakes made that he could have been caught first or second one easily.
Kevin could have been a key witness. After all, he'd seen Rader up close. But unfortunately, his brain injury meant that he was unable to remember most of what had happened that awful day. Here's where it gets interesting. Because the police had so little information about the killer, people started rumors. Before long, there was a rumor that 3 men had done the Otero family murders. Dennis couldn't stand that. He wanted credit for his deeds. So he decided to contact the police.
And the way that came to us was through a letter.
He tells the police this is not going to end. He's going to continue to do this.
So how's it looking,
if you don't
guys?
catch me, more people in this community are going to die.
Dennis signed the letter BTK, an abbreviation for bind, torture, kill. He was proud of his method and wanted the world to know who he was. The officers were afraid, but they simply didn't know who to consider a suspect. So they just waited for the killer to strike again, hoping he wouldn't. In 1977, BTK took the life of Shirley Relford, a 24-year-old single mom. Her children witnessed everything.
The kids were really banging on the door, hollering, screaming. She got sick, threw up, got her a glass of water, comforted her a little bit, and then went ahead and tied her up and put a bag over her head and strangled her.
In a pretty outrageous twist, because 3 years had passed, the police didn't even connect this murder to the BTK ones. But when someone else died in December that year, they connected the dots.
Nancy was a single lady, a beautiful young lady who lived alone.
I went around to the back of the house, cut the phone lines, broke in, and waited for her to come home.
By now, he had perfected his terrifying MO.
What is arousing for somebody like Rader is to prolong the victim's agony, because that's what's stimulating to the individual. The definition of sadism is essentially inflicting pain on someone else.
Rader was so proud of his most recent killing that he called the police to report the murder the very next day.
You will find the homicide 43 South Urgent, Nancy Pop.
2 months later, BTK wrote to the KAKE radio station. He confirmed all his murders to the date and wrote a poem mocking Nancy's death. By this, he was mocking the police as well. How were they so unable to arrest him? Rader then got a degree in criminal justice. You heard that right. He wanted to perfect his skills as a serial killer, and he took his time. He would kill again in 1985 after he spotted Marianne Hedge, a 53-year-old woman living 4 houses away from his. He then took her body to Christ Lutheran Church, where he was the president of the council and she was the deacon. He took photos of her in the most horrible positions. In 1986, 28-year-old Vicky Wegrell would be found dead by her husband. And in 1991, 62-year-old Dolores Davis would die. Incredibly, the police were nowhere closer to narrowing down the suspect pool. They were helplessly hoping BTK would get arrested for a petty crime and somehow linked to his crimes. But he wouldn't, nor would he strike again. He became a compliance officer and was a proud dad. That's right, he had had 2 children in the 1970s amidst the killing sprees.
He said that one time back in I think the 70s or the early 80s, when they had put one of his messages on the front page of the paper, that he'd been sitting there at the breakfast table reading the paper, when his wife came up behind and looked over his shoulder and looked down and pointed at it and said, "Look at that. He misspells that word the same way that you do." And Dennis had said, "I thought I was going to have to kill her then, but she didn't say anything more, so I just let it go."
Just like most psychopathic killers, Dennis Rader was extraordinary at manipulating and appearing normal. Skip to 2005, the Wichita Eagle published an article on the 30-year anniversary of the Otero killings. This triggered BTK. He wanted recognition. He started sending the police clues to find the bodies, letters, maps, cereal boxes, and Barbie dolls posed like his victims. He was arrogant and convinced he would never get caught. But he made a mistake. He sent the police an information disk, which they could track to Dennis's computer at Christ Lutheran Church. On February 25th, 2005, BTK was finally arrested. 30 years later, calm as ever, he admitted,
"Yes, you guys go." What else? Say we were.
He proceeded to talk for over 33 hours, over 2 days in court. He described in great detail everything he had done, as well as why.
Is this something you were doing for your personal pleasure?
Sexual fantasy, sir.
Rarely is a serial killer so open and truthful about his crimes and motives. BTK was proud, and he was eager to share his life with the world. He was sentenced to 10 consecutive life sentences, 1 for every victim. Our last story takes us up north to Anchorage, Alaska in 2012. 18-year-old Samantha Koenig was just closing up shop at the coffee stand she was working at. Just then, a man wearing a ski mask entered and ordered an Americano. He then pulled a gun at her and told her to turn off the lights. He tied her up and drove her to his house. There, he violated and killed her. He then left her body in his shed and left on a 2-week cruise with his family in the Gulf of Mexico. This was Israel Keys, and Samantha was his 12th victim. Keys was born in Utah in 1978 and grew up in a Mormon family. By the age of 20,
another
he
one
became
from
a
Utah.
serial
What the
rapist. And although still unconfirmed, he is suspected for the murder of 2 girls in Colville in 1996 and 97. This means that he became a serial killer in his teens. But most of Key's victims are unidentified. Throughout his life, he moved from state to state, even keeping kill kits hidden in remote locations across the country, just in case he'd be passing through. These contained rope, guns, and means to dispose of the bodies. Back to 2012, when he returned from his trip, Keys put makeup on Samantha's body, sewed her eyes open with fishing line, and snapped a picture of a 4-day-old issue of the Anchorage Daily News alongside her body, making it look alive. He demanded $30,000 in ransom, then dismembered the body and disposed of it in Montasuka Lake, north of Anchorage. This was his biggest mistake. The police tracked withdrawals from his account and eventually arrested Keys in Texas on March 13, 2012. He was taken to Alaska and put inside an interrogation room. What followed was a very creepy confession.
Didn't sleep much last night.
Although Keys was only being investigated for the murder of Samantha Koenig, he confessed to 10 others. He also explained exactly how he operated.
I thought I was smart. I would let them come to me. This remote area. Kind of go to a remote area that's not anywhere near where you live, but that other people go to as well.
Indeed, Keys did not choose the victims as much as he chose locations he thought were the most efficient killing grounds. Just like the Green River Killer and BTK, Keys seemed proud of his actions and was just curious to see where the police were at.
Where are they at? Did they find them?
Israel Keys was a killer, violator, burglar, arsonist, and necrophiliac, but he had no remorse about this. In fact, he wanted to share every detail of his sick life with the police and the media. FBI agent Jolene Godin spoke to Keys over months and months. He simply wasn't done talking about his crimes.
He was very meticulous, he was very organized. He definitely planned everything that he did.
To complete the horror movie, Keys was unwilling to take any responsibility for his actions. While awaiting trial, he took his own life in his prison cell. He left drawings of 11 skulls, another clue into his 11 murders. Sadly, with Keys dead, the police are pretty far away from revealing all the identities whose lives Keys took. It's a sad and worrying thought that he killed for over a decade and no one could track him down or even suspect him as a murderer.
Every serial killer, including, I believe, Mr. Keys, are not crazy. You cannot be that organized and deliberate and fit any legal definition of insanity.
All the more worrying. While these serial killers were caught, who knows how many more are operating as we speak. Hey, thanks for watching. Be sure to like this video and subscribe for more. Till next time, and stay safe. It's a strange world out there.
Yeah, it is. And some people are fucked up. I don't know how people can do that. Should we watch another, or should we watch something else? Actually, let's see what other kinds of things she's got. Yeah, let's do another terrifying places. That sounds like a good idea.
On the first day of my freshman year of high school, I was super nervous. My family and I had just moved from a few towns over, so I wouldn't know anyone. I knew most of my classmates would have known each other for years after having gone to elementary school and middle school together. I was so worried about not fitting in and not having anyone to eat with at lunch. My mom told me just to be my friendly self and that I would have no problem making friends. But I'm a shy person, and I doubted making friends would be that easy. That morning, I struggled to find my way to my first class, Algebra 1. I felt ridiculous walking around with a map. My heart was beating fast as I imagined how embarrassing it would be if I was late to my very first class. I was glancing down trying to figure out where I was going when I felt a tap on my shoulder. I looked up and a girl with blonde hair and glasses was standing next to me. She asked me if I was the new girl. I nodded and she introduced herself as Andrea. She happened to be heading to Algebra 1 too and told me she would walk with me there. I was super grateful and relieved to have someone who seemed like they wanted to talk to me. We chatted excitedly the whole way there and Andrea gave me the lowdown on all the school gossip. She told me who the mean teachers were, who the popular kids were, and who the cutest boys were. I felt like I was making a friend. Once we got to class, we sat right next to each other. Once class was over, we reviewed our schedule and found out we had 2 other classes together, history and English. Best of all, we were both in the same lunch period. I was super happy because I would no longer have to worry about eating alone. Andrea walked me to art class, and she told me she would catch up with me in history. Thanks to Andrea, my first week of school went by pretty smoothly. I liked all my teachers, and everyone seemed to be pretty nice. I was starting to get the feel of the school layout and wasn't getting lost anymore. Maybe this wouldn't be such a nightmare after all. When Friday rolled around, Andrea asked me if I would like to come over to her house for a sleepover. I had nothing going on, so of course I said yes. My parents didn't ask many questions when I told them my plans, since they were just glad I had made a friend. My mom dropped me off that evening at Andrea's house. We were both surprised by how fancy and large the home was, probably more than triple the size of our house.
Oh, wow.
There were wrought iron gates that opened automatically as we pulled up, and several luxury vehicles parked in the driveway. I had no idea Andrea's family was so rich. I hoped she wouldn't be bothered by the fact that me and my family weren't. Andrea's mom greeted me warmly at the door and directed me to Andrea's room. The room was stunning with a queen-size bed and lavender
What
pillows.
kind of teenager has a
desk
queen-size
with a Mac
bed?
computer, a
What the
walk-in
shit?
closet, and even a flat-screen TV. As
I didn't
fancy
even
as
have
the
a
room
room to
was, I
myself.
noticed that it didn't have many personal items. I thought of my room back home, the walls covered with pictures of my family and friends, posters of my favorite bands, and my own artwork. Maybe Andrea just had more mature taste, I figured. After we chatted in her room for a bit, Andrea asked me if I would like to go swimming in her family's pool. I said that I would, but I hadn't brought my bathing suit with me. She told me it didn't matter, that she had tons of suits I could borrow. She handed a red bikini to me. It was a bit skimpier than anything I preferred to wear, but since it was only the 2 of us around, I decided it would be fine. I went into the bathroom to change, and when I came out, I noticed Andrea's eyes scan my body from top to bottom. I shifted uncomfortably, wondering why she was looking at me like that. All my worries were forgotten a few minutes later, though, when we were splashing around in the pool. There was a water slide, a diving board, and every other fun feature you could think of. When we were all done, we dried off and headed inside for dinner. Andrea's family had a personal chef who told me he could make anything I wanted. I told him a simple margarita pizza would be perfect. He whipped it up from scratch, and Andrea and I split it, chatting about school all through dinner. After we ate, we went back to Andrea's room to watch a movie before bed. I was surprised to see a guest bed, fully made up, had been wheeled into the room for me.
Oh, wow.
Wow. This was a lot fancier than the sleepovers I had before. Usually I just slept on the floor with a blanket and a pillow. We were both ready to pass out around midnight and shut the lights off before calling it a night. I had always had trouble falling asleep in other people's houses. I tossed and turned for a bit before finally falling asleep. I woke up partway through the night and checked my phone to see what time it was. It was nearly 3 in the morning. Ugh. I rolled over and was startled to see that Andrea was wide awake and staring right at me. I rolled over to face away from her, feeling a bit uncomfortable. It was a long night for me with very little sleep, and I was almost grateful when morning came and my mom showed up. I waved goodbye to Andrea, telling her I'd see her in class on Monday. The next week at school was even better than the first. I had made friends with a girl named Sarah in art class who introduced me to one of her friends, Julia. Both girls were super sweet and had a lot of stuff in common. Because all 3 of us shared shared the same lunch period.
You
and we
can
decided we'd sit
give me a
together.
video
I
to
sent a
watch
quick
if
text
you'd
to
like.
Andrea, telling her I wouldn't be at our table, but that she could meet me, Julia, and Sarah at their table. Strangely, Andrea seemed annoyed at the change, and while she did sit with us at lunch, she didn't say a word the whole time. I worried that I had somehow offended her by changing up our normal plans, but I felt like I needed to keep
I like
trying
these
to make new
elements.
friends. Throughout the week, I noticed that Andrea was texting me a lot more than usual. If she texted and I didn't respond right away, she would call me and ask if I was mad at her.
Oh,
I
no.
explained that I was simply trying to keep up with my school load, which was getting heavier by the day. I felt like she wanted to spend every single second together. It was almost like she was obsessed with me. But still, I was grateful for her for helping me adjust to my new school, so I decided to give her the benefit of the doubt and didn't call her out on her possessive behavior.
You can call me
Andrea
Kage.
seemed to be jealous of the friendships
Okay.
I was building with
I
Julia
shall
and
call you
Sarah.
Kage.
She even told me that I should look out for both of them and that she had heard rumors they were backstabbers and were only pretending to be my friend. I didn't get the sense of that at all from them, so I ignored her warnings. As the days went by, it got harder and harder to put up with Andrea's behavior. I would be having a conversation with other friends in the hallway, and she would walk up and essentially pull me away. I felt like she was trying to isolate me from everyone else. I was confused and had never had to deal with a situation like this before.
'Cause
I
you were
wanted to
hers.
be nice and was afraid of hurting her feelings, so I continued to stay silent, even though I was getting annoyed. That Friday, Andrea asked me to come over to her house for another sleepover. I told her thank you, but that I was really tired from the long school week and just wanted to go home, rest, and go to bed early. She got really angry and accused me of making plans with Julia and Sarah without her. I assured her that this was not the case and that I simply wanted some time to myself to relax. Some of my classes were a lot harder than I had expected, and I wasn't getting much sleep these days.
Sorry about that,
Andrea
Kage.
still seemed annoyed, but I didn't care. I had to put my own health first. That night, Andrea texted me more than ever before. I sent back short responses, trying to send the message that I wanted to be left alone. When the texts kept coming after I told her I was going to bed, I decided to just ignore them. I heard buzzing and checked my phone to see that she had called me not once or twice, but 6 times. I grabbed my phone in frustration, powered it off completely before collapsing into bed and drifting to sleep. I was awoken in the middle of the night by a strange tapping sound. I looked around my room in confusion, trying to figure out where it was coming from. I pulled back my blinds and was shocked to see Andrea in the window. She had climbed a tree all the way up to where my bedroom was. I was terrified and called for my parents, who called the police. Andrea threw a massive fit when the police arrived and refused to leave our property. I eventually had to get a restraining order, and Andrea was placed into a psychiatric facility.
Oh, no.
According to police, this was the 3rd incident of Andrea stalking someone, and she actually had pretty severe mental health problems that she had quit taking medication for.
Oh,
Her
no.
parents thought it was under control, but it wasn't. I was shocked to learn that the person I thought was my best friend was actually my stalker. How would you have handled this situation? Drop a comment and don't forget to like and subscribe. Until next time,
Good
sleep
question.
tight and don't forget to lock your windows.
I always do. What'd you miss? Well, basically, she's telling horror stories now. We've got a couple of horror stories lined up. First one wasn't bad.
I'm from a small town, and there's a
And then
movie
there's
theater
Kage.
that is just a quick
Kage is
walking
just-
distance from my house. The owner had grown
Happy
up with
little
my dad,
scaly
and we were still
man.
great friends. So my family and I were able to see movies there for free whenever we wanted. If
Well,
we
that's
didn't
always
have too much
nice.
schoolwork, we sometimes would go to the movies 2 or 3 times in 1 week.
Oh, wow.
One Friday evening, there was this horror flick coming out that my sister and I were dying to go see. We had planned to go to the latest possible showing of it because we felt like it would add to the creepiness. Plus, there probably wouldn't be very many people there at that hour. The time of the movie was 11:30 p.m. You're probably wondering why our parents would ever let their 2 teenage daughters walk in the dark alone to a movie theater late at night. But truthfully, it was only about a 7 or 8 minute walk there, and we lived in a small town where crime was unheard of. As long as we got home at the time we told them we would, they wouldn't think anything of it. We set off on foot a little early so we could catch the previews before the movie started, and of course, grab some snacks. We chatted along the way, teasing each other and playfully arguing about who was going to be the most scared during the movie. I went to grab 2 bags of popcorn with extra butter, while my sister filled up 2 extra large Coke slushies for us to enjoy during the movie. When we had gathered up our supplies, we headed inside the theater where the film was going to be played. I glanced around the dark theater and saw that it was empty. We ended up picking 2 seats in the middle of the theater where we would have a good view without having to crane our necks. We sat with 1 seat in between us where we sat our enormous popcorn bags. Once the previews began rolling, we turned to face the screen and went quiet as we focused. When it was finally time for the movie to start, I took one more glance around the theater to see if anyone else had come in, but it was still empty except us. I turned back to the screen and was instantly immersed in the film. It was even scarier than I had expected, and my sister and I had screamed several times each, erupting into giggles after each time. The movie was about halfway through when I realized I had downed nearly all of my slushie and needed to go to the bathroom badly. I told my sister where I was going and she just nodded, her eyes not leaving the screen. I walked quickly towards the exit, not wanting to miss too much of the movie. As I was leaving, I noticed that a guy was sitting in the furthest back row of seats. He was alone. I thought it was strange that someone would pay money for a movie only to show up so late. But nature was calling and I didn't have much time to think of it. I went to the bathroom, then quickly returned to the theater, hoping I hadn't missed any good parts. When I walked into the theater, I noticed that the man from the back had changed seats. He was now only a few rows behind where my sister and I's seats were. I thought it was strange, but shrugged it off. Maybe he just wanted a different view. I sat down next to my sister, tossing a piece of popcorn in my mouth as I turned back to the movie. I tried to focus, but I kept thinking of the guy sitting behind us. I had that feeling you get when you're being watched. Casually, I turned back over my shoulder and was surprised to see that the man wasn't facing the movie. Instead, he was looking directly at me.
Oh.
We locked eyes for a few seconds before I turned back around, feeling uncomfortable for the first time in this theater that was always like a second home to me. I picked up my phone, opened my message app, and typed out a message to tell my sister that there was a creepy guy sitting behind us. I then poked her shoulder and handed her the phone so she could read it. She glanced over her shoulder casually and jumped a little when she realized how close he was to us. We both turned back to the movie and tried to focus during the last 15 minutes. The second the movie ended, we grabbed our trash and exited the theater as quickly as possible. Neither one of us wanted to risk the man trying to talk to us. Once we reached the main lobby, we quickly said goodbye to the few employees, not taking the time to make small talk. We walked in the direction of home a lot quicker than normal, checking behind us frequently.
Understandable, very understandable.
And had woods on the other side of it. I could see the shadows of headlights and knew a car was behind us and would be passing soon. But strangely, the car never came. I turned around and saw that there was a white van following us a short distance back.
God, no.
It was going at a slow pace, and it made me highly suspicious. I whispered to my sister that there was a van following us, and we both picked up our pace, almost doing a full-on sprint at this point. The driver of the van noticed that we were onto him, and he pulled up alongside us, rolling the window down. I instantly recognized the man as the creepy guy from the movie theater. Why was he following us? He told us to slow down, and that he only wanted to talk to us. We ignored him and continued running in the direction of home. Suddenly, he abruptly swerved the vehicle to the right, striking my sister in the process. My sister fell to the ground and screeched in pain. The man got out of the vehicle and started to approach us, an angry look on his face. He stared right at me, not bothering to look at my sister, who was on the ground, writhing in pain. He got right in my face, so close that I could smell his breath. He told me to listen when he spoke to me. He instructed me to get into the vehicle or my sister and I were going to be in major danger. His cold hand clamped around my wrist like a vice, so hard that my skin prickled in pain. He'd been dragging me towards the car as I screamed out desperately for help. I hoped that someone in a nearby neighborhood would hear my screams and come to help us, but the man used his other hand to roughly cover my mouth, stifling my scream. He had opened the door of the vehicle and nearly gotten me inside when I decided I had to make a move before it was too late. With my free hand, I reached into the front pocket of the purse I wore slung across my body. My fingers dug around until they finally connected with the small object I was searching for, a small pink taser my dad made me carry. I grabbed onto it and swung it forward until it connected with the man's chest, and then clicked the button, holding it down for several seconds. The man
sucked if it
instantly
wasn't
released
charged.
his grasp on me and dropped to the ground screaming in agony as the shock waves went through his body. The taser would only work if it was connected to his skin, so I knelt to my knees and gave him another blast, this time directly to his head. He let out more guttural screams as he shuddered in pain. I looked towards my sister, who appeared to have a dislocated knee and maybe some other injuries. There was no way she would be able to run with me back towards home, and the jolt of the taser would only hold the man down for so long. My sister screamed to me to run for help and leave her behind, but I knew this wasn't an option. I reached in my purse and grabbed my phone, quickly dialing 911. I had barely typed in the last digit of the number before the man lurched forward and grabbed me by my leg. The sudden movement made me drop my phone, and it fell to the ground, shattering. Luckily, my grip remained firm around the taser, and I connected it to the man's arm, causing him to jump back while letting out more screams.
You had a phone, why
I
didn't you
picked up my
call?
phone, but the screen was completely black. It was going to be of no use to me. I yelled over to my sister, asking if she had her phone. She said she did, but it was in her back pocket. I watched her struggle to sit up and pull the device from her pocket, groaning in pain as she moved. I instructed her to call 911 while I held the man down with a shock from the taser every few minutes. The second he seemed to be recovering from a jolt, I would shock him again and again and again, until eventually it seemed as if he had stopped fighting. Within minutes of my 911 call, an army of patrol cars and ambulances lined the street. The man was handcuffed and hauled away, while my sister was placed on a stretcher and loaded into the ambulance. I used her phone to call our parents, who met us at the hospital. The doctors determined that she had a dislocated knee and a fractured tailbone, but through physical therapy she would heal up good as new. As for the man, he was wanted due to suspicion that he was involved with child trafficking. After that day, I never went out without my taser again. Do you think they got a lucky escape? Would you have acted fast? Drop a comment and don't forget to like and subscribe. Sleep tight.
See, I would have had my hand on the phone the moment I saw the car. But that's just me. I don't carry a taser, so yeah.
When I was a junior in high school, my parents decided to sell my childhood home and buy a different one on the other side of town. We were going to be building it from the ground up and customizing it ourselves. Because our first house sold before the second was finished being built, we needed somewhere temporary to stay in the meantime. My parents ended up choosing to get a short-term lease for a 3-bedroom apartment. My older brother and I would each have our own room, and our parents would obviously have their own room as well. The apartment complex my parents chose wasn't exactly a very luxurious place to stay. Because so much money was going into building the new house, my parents were trying to save by choosing an older building. It was the kind of place with thin walls where you could hear people arguing in the next apartment over.
Oh no.
Still, I wasn't one to complain and decided to make the most of it. My brother chose his room and I chose mine. We were probably only going to be living in the apartment for 3 or 4 months, but I still wanted it to feel homey. I hung up some of my artwork and a few band posters so I wouldn't have to stare at blank white walls. During the first night that my family and I spent at the apartment, I had trouble sleeping. It was always hard for me to sleep in new places. I did everything I could think of to fall asleep, from counting sheep to playing calming music on my phone. Finally, a little after
Did this happen
midnight,
to
I was
her?
able to
I
drift
think it
off
was to someone that she,
A few hours
like,
later, a
a
sudden noise
story that
jolted
was
me awake.
submitted or something.
Someone was knocking on my door. I picked up my cell phone off of the bedside table and saw that it was 3 a.m. I sluggishly pulled myself out of bed and opened the door to see who it was. There was no one there. I looked both ways down the hallway and saw no one. Feeling confused, I poked my head into my brother's room and saw him in his bed right where he was supposed to be, snoring. I then tiptoed down the hall to my parents' room. I opened their door just a crack and looked in to see them clearly fast asleep. Had I dreamt that I heard the knocking sound? I was so sure I had heard as clear as day. I shrugged off the incident and went back to my room, soon falling back asleep. I didn't mention anything to my parents about the knocking the next day, having convinced myself that I just imagined it. That evening when I got home from school, I sat in the kitchen doing homework. My parents were still at work. My brother got home a couple of hours after I did because he had baseball practice after school. He muttered a quick hello to me before heading directly to his bedroom. A few minutes later, I heard him calling my name and I went to his room to see what he wanted. He pointed to a framed photo of him and his girlfriend that had been shattered on the wooden floor. He asked me if I had been in his room at all that day or knew how the frame could have fallen from the top of his dresser. But I told him I hadn't been in his room at all. When my parents got home, he asked them as well, but neither of them had been in the room all day. My brother and I were creeped out by the incident, but our parents dismissed it as probably just being caused by the draft from the AC unit. That night, I fell asleep quickly after having been up so late the night before. But once again, I was woken up in the middle of the night. I checked my phone and saw that once again, it was 3 a.m. What a weird coincidence. It took me a minute to pinpoint what had woken me up. I took in my surroundings and nothing seemed to be out of place. But suddenly, I heard it. It was footsteps from the hall. It sounded like a woman's stiletto tapping on the wooden floor. I listened as the tapping moved from down the hall closer to my brother's door and then intensified as it got to my door. My heartbeat grew faster and faster as I could hear the footsteps reaching my door and then stop. There were a few moments of silence and then a light tap on my door. It sounded like a woman's fake nail tapping on the door. I was frozen under my covers in fear. But then suddenly, just as quickly as they came, the footsteps retreated down the hallway and I heard only silence. I cracked open my bedroom door and peeked around, but there was nothing in sight. I was terrified. There was no way any of my family members were going to be pacing the halls at this time of night. I didn't want to wake up any of my family members, so I stayed there in my room and got barely any sleep that night. That morning at breakfast, I told my brother what I had heard. As I spoke, his eyes grew wide with fear. He told me he had heard the exact same thing that night. He assumed I was having trouble sleeping and had been pacing. I explained that I never left my room that night. By this point, my brother and I were pretty terrified, but my parents still weren't convinced. They told us that we were probably just hearing people moving around in the apartment next to us. The next day after school, I went to the front office of the apartment complex to drop off some paperwork for my parents. After I was done, I decided to check out the lobby area where there was a pool table, some vending machines, and a lounge area. There was also a sweet-looking little old lady at a nearby table who had just finished up a game of cards with one of her friends. She waved me over, mentioning she hadn't seen me around before. I sat down along her and explained that my family and I had just moved in, and we were only going to be staying a few months. She asked me what unit we were staying in, and when I told her, she got a strange look on her face as if she was remembering something traumatic. I asked her if she knew of anything bad happening in that unit, but she waved her hand dismissing it, saying she didn't want to scare me. I kept pressing her, telling her that both my brother and I had experienced weird things there and were really creeped out. Eventually, she gave in and leaned in to tell me the story. She explained that around 10 years ago, there had been a young husband and wife that lived together in that exact unit. They were newlyweds at the time. She said the pair always seemed to be super in love, but that the wife had a dark secret. She had been cheating on her husband with his brother, both before and after they were married. When he found out, he went ballistic and stabbed her over and over again with a knife, killing her. Afterward, he rolled her body up into a rug and stashed it in the boiler room in the basement of the apartment building. It stayed there for over a week before the smell was noticed by another resident who ultimately found the body. The man has been in jail ever since. The old woman went on to say that ever since the slaying had occurred, the landlord has had a lot of trouble keeping residents in the unit. They would complain of weird noises and would usually terminate their lease after only a few weeks. I was shocked, but thanked her for the information before returning back to our apartment. When I walked in, my mom was making dinner while my brother and dad were watching a game on television. In a rushed voice, I told them all about what happened in our apartment 10 years ago. My mom and brother were majorly creeped out, but once again, my dad just wanted to shrug everything off. He told us that ghosts aren't real, and after all, we were only going to be here a few months, if that, and we needed to make the most of it. I could tell the subject was not up for debate, so I dropped it. Even though my family and I didn't openly discuss it,
I know, right?
Creepy things continued to happen as the month went on. Sometimes I would find things in my room moved around, even though I knew no one had been in there. Other times I would hear the high-heeled tapping on the floor at night. It was always something. I did my best to put up with it, trying to assure myself that whatever it was wouldn't hurt me. Over time, things seemed to be intensifying. It was as if the ghost was angry at us and wanted revenge. All I could do was count down the days until we could move into our new house. One evening, I think my dad could sense how frustrated we all were getting because of how long it was taking for the house to be finished. To cheer us up, he decided to take us all out to dinner at one of the nicer restaurants in town. The dinner went well, and we arrived back home a little after dark. My brother and I sat down in the living room with our dad to watch a show together, and my mom headed up to her bedroom to get changed. After a few seconds of silence went by, we began to hear my mom scream like crazy from her bedroom. All three of us jumped up and ran to see what would happen. The room had been completely ransacked. Clothing was thrown about and every dresser was open. But the scariest part was the words "Get Out" rubbed into their mirror with bright red lipstick. There was nothing stolen and no locks had been picked. That was the last straw for our family. That night we grabbed our most important belongings and checked into a hotel where we stayed for the last few weeks until our house was finished. It was a terrifying experience for me because it made me realize that ghosts are real and they walk among us. Would you have stayed in that apartment? Drop a comment and don't forget to like and subscribe.
Yes, I would
Sleep
stay in
tight.
that apartment, even knowing what was in, because I'd know what I was in for. Not knowing what you're in for and then getting that? That's not good. What do you guys think? What would you do? Would you stay there? Oh, creepy Halloween encounters. For the win! Nope, you wouldn't. Fair enough. Oh, I don't like that. I did not like that face at all. I did not like that face. That face was creepy as fuck.
One day my grandparents were going out of town for a few days, and so they asked me to house sit for them. It wasn't a very hard job. All I had to do
Let me
was
know when
hang
you
out at
guys
the
need a
house
palate
until they got
cleanser,
back,
okay,
water their
guys?
plants, feed their cat. On the first night I spent at the house, I decided to take advantage of my grandparents' cable. They had a lot more channels than I had at home, so the options were endless. I scrolled through shows and movies until I found one that I liked and turned it on.
Ooh.
I was so focused on the show that I almost
You
didn't
guys
notice
are
that I
alright?
got a text from an unknown number. The message confused me. "How's Howie doing?" it read. Coincidentally, Howie is the name of my grandparents' cat, who was cuddled up next to me. But I didn't know any Howies in person, so I figured the sender had just sent the text to the wrong number. I was in the mood for a snack, so I headed into the kitchen to make a plate of brownies. Once I finished, I headed back into the living room and picked up my phone. I was surprised to see the number from before had texted me again. "What I would do for a brownie right now," it read. That was strange, but still, I knew there was a huge chance it was just a coincidence. "I think you have the wrong number," I replied. I then headed upstairs to the guest bedroom where I would be sleeping that night. I killed time before bed by video chatting with a couple of friends, snapping some selfies, and scrolling through social media. I was just about to plug my phone into the charger when I heard a ping letting me know I had gotten a text message. It was from the same number as before. "You're a great baker," it read. I was puzzling over the message when all of a sudden, the number sent me a photo. I tapped on it, and what I saw made my heart drop. The photo was of the plate of brownies I baked earlier in the evening and left on the counter. I could tell by the blue and white checkered pattern of the plate. My grandparents were not the type of people to play pranks, and I was the only other person to have keys to the house. An intruder was in the house. My heart was beating out of my chest as I tried to figure out what to do first. I slid out of bed and tiptoed across the room to the door and locked it as quietly as I could. I then grabbed my phone and dialed 911. I told the operator that someone had broken into the house and that I was afraid for my life. They instructed me to stay on the line and to be as quiet as I could. They were
Brownies
sending
is scary
officers
now.
right away. Just then, I got another text message from the same number. "Why are you hiding from me?" it read. It included a picture of my bedroom door. Then the banging started. Someone was hitting my door so hard, I was sure it would break. I could hear sirens approaching the house and could only hope they would get there in time. I held my breath as I heard police enter the room and approach the intruder. There was yelling and a lot of chaos, but the intruder was finally detained. The police told me that the individual had escaped from a local mental hospital and that I was lucky to be unharmed. 1 year, a few days before Halloween, my friend Hannah and I decided we wanted to go to a haunted corn maze. We'd heard about one in a local town that was supposedly super creepy and fun. Throughout the maze, people in scary costumes would jump out and try to scare you. The highlight of the maze was towards the end when a headless man with a fake chainsaw would chase after you. On the night of the corn maze, Hannah and I were excited and were teasing each other about how loud we were probably going to be screaming throughout the night. We arrived pretty late, around 11 p.m., and many people were already leaving. We had purposefully planned to come late, thinking it would make the whole experience a little scarier. We got our tickets, and after a short wait in line, we started the maze. It was trickier than we had expected, as there were lots of twists and turns and everything looked the same. We found ourselves retracing our steps a couple of times. The actors that popped out to scare us were terrifying. There was everything from witches to pighead creatures. We were screaming and laughing a lot and having a great time. When Hannah and I were nearly at the end of the maze, we heard a strange buzzing in the distance. We quickly recognized it as the sound of a chainsaw. We looked at each other in a mix of fear and excitement, knowing the finale of the maze was about to happen. Then we heard blood-curdling screams in the distance. The screams weren't followed by laughter, but sounded like screams of complete and utter terror. It was then that a group of teenage guys stampeded past us, horror visible on their faces. Run,
No,
they
you
told
do
us,
not chew on
panic
cords.
in their voices. He's not an actor. The chainsaw is real, another one of the boys told us. He had taken his jacket and wrapped it around his leg. As he ran, I saw blood gushing from a cut on his skin. Hannah and I were still trying to process what was going on when a man appeared a short distance away. He wore a black ski mask and held a chainsaw that had no guard on it. Blood dripped from the blade. When he saw us, he took off after us at full speed. Without saying a word, Hannah and I both took off running in the opposite direction of the man. We sprinted at top speed, taking twists and turns in hopes of getting the man off our track. We didn't even take the time to look back over our shoulder.
I think
After what
it's
felt
time you
like a
go out of
lifetime
the bedroom.
running, we finally paused to catch our breath. I listened intently but didn't hear the sound of buzzing or even the crunch of footsteps. Hannah grabbed her phone and attempted to call 911, despite having a poor signal. Meanwhile, I tried to figure out exactly where we were. We were deep within the
chewing on my
maze now,
headphone cords
and I
right
had
in front of
completely
me,
lost
like I
my
wouldn't
bearings.
stop it.
I had no idea where the exit was, and we hadn't passed anyone in a long time. Nothing looked familiar. I was terrified that man was still out there, maybe just around the corner, waiting to kill us. Finally, Hannah got through to 911 and was able to explain the situation to an operator. The operator explained to us that other people had called 911 on the suspect and that police were on the scene. Just then, we heard a loud sound above us and saw a helicopter circling over us, clearly in search of the suspect. The seconds felt like minutes as we huddled together, hoping we would just get out alive. Just then, we heard a loud crunch right next to us. We prepared to run, but we were relieved to realize it was a police officer that had come to help us out of the maze. We were told the suspect was in custody.
That would have scared the shit out of me.
When I was in high school, I went to a prestigious private school in New York City. My dad owned a very successful luxury real estate company, so we were pretty well off. Even though we had a lot of money, our parents taught my brothers and sisters and I to always be humble. We knew hard work was the only reason my dad had become so successful. If we wanted to continue to live a nice lifestyle when we were older, we would also have to work hard and be successful. Just about everyone that went to my school was also pretty well off, so I fit in well and didn't feel out of place at all due to my family's wealth. Every day, my family's driver, Julian, would pick me up from school in a black Escalade. He would usually get to the school about 30 minutes before classes let out, so he would be sure to get a spot right out front before all the other parents and drivers arrived. At the end of school one day, I waved goodbye to my friends and headed out the wrought iron school
Are these
gates
true stories?
towards
I don't
the
know.
vehicles parked along the
They're
curb.
just as
I didn't
creepy
see
as
Julian's
creepy
vehicle in the front
creepiest
like it usually
Halloween
was.
encounters.
This wasn't especially strange. He picked up my younger siblings at their schools before he came to pick me up, and it was pretty common for them to forget a lunchbox or a book and have to run back inside the school. I reached into the front flap of my backpack and pulled out my phone. I was going to check to see if Julian had texted me to say he was running late.
It doesn't
Before
say
my
that
fingers
if they're
could
true or
grasp
not.
my phone, I felt someone from behind me cover my mouth with their hand. I didn't even have time to get a scream out. I was half carried, half dragged into a nearby black vehicle. It was an upscale model that fit in nicely with the other cars awaiting students. Looking back, I should have at least attempted to take a note of the make and model. But I was so
Medley.
panicked, I couldn't even process what was happening to me. The second I was in the vehicle, the door slammed shut behind me, and the car pulled out and began driving away. The hand covering my mouth was quickly replaced with duct tape, so I couldn't make any noise, and a blindfold was placed over my eyes. I had no idea where I was being taken. My backpack was pulled off my back and set down somewhere else. I had seen enough crime documentaries to know that they were probably turning my cell phone off so the police couldn't track my location. I was fairly sure there were at least 2 men in the car, maybe 3. They didn't talk among themselves at all, and the only sounds in the car were that of the traffic outside. I hoped to hear the sound of police sirens, but I heard nothing. I felt like we had been driving for hours. I was desperate to simply reach our destination, whatever it might be. At least that way, I could take in my surroundings and maybe come up with some sort of escape plan. I wondered if the reason my captors had put a blindfold over my eyes was so that I wouldn't know where they were taking me and use it against them in some way. The minutes continued to tick by before finally I could feel the vehicle slowing and turning down what sounded like a gravel path. I heard the car door open and I was roughly dragged out of the vehicle. The gravel crunched under my feet and I could tell by the change in temperature that I had been taken into a building. I was walked down a long hallway before I was pushed down into a chair. My arms and legs were bound and my blindfold was taken off. The duct tape covering my mouth was ripped off so quickly I couldn't help but yelp as it pulled on my skin. Standing there before me were 3 very scary looking guys, each one in black clothing and covered in tattoos. There were others behind them working on complicated looking computer equipment. The one standing close to me wore jet black sunglasses and his arms were crossed as he looked at me. Without saying a word, he grabbed a large whiteboard from a nearby table and held it up to me. They wanted me to read what the board said, he told me. A man with a camcorder approached me, while another adjusted a light so my face was illuminated in the dark room. The red light on the camcorder indicated that it was already recording. The man told me to speak in a stern voice. It was only then that I realized I was being held for ransom. My voice shaking, I opened my mouth to begin reading the message on the whiteboard. Louder! The man shouted so loud that I nearly jumped out of my seat. I carried on in as loud a voice I could muster. I told the camera that the men wanted money to be sent to a specific account number written on the whiteboard, otherwise I would be hurt. I couldn't believe this was happening. As soon as I had finished reading the message, the camera was turned off and handed to one of the men working at one of the computers. The man took the memory chip out and plugged it into the computer. I watched as my scared-looking face appeared on the screen. Before I could see what exactly the man planned to do with the video, I was unbound from my chair and pulled upright by 2 of the men that had ridden with me in the vehicle after I was kidnapped. They dragged me down the hall and pushed me into a small room before shutting the door behind me and locking me in without saying a word. I wiped my tears away and tried to take in my surroundings. There was no bed, but only a thin wool blanket in the corner of the room. There was a bucket of water with a plastic cup and a loaf of what appeared to be molded bread. There was one tiny window, but it was too high for me to see out of it. There were no lights in the room, and a shiver went down my spine as I realized that if I was trapped here by nightfall, I would be left in complete darkness. As the hours continued to pass by, I heard nothing from outside my locked door, and no one came to check on me. I was afraid about not being let out to use the restroom, so when I did drink some of the water, it was only tiny sips, just enough to wet my lips. By the time the evening rolled around, I could ignore my hunger no longer and decided to try some of the bread, pulling off the moldy parts. I knew that once it got to be much darker, I wouldn't even be able to tell what I was eating. The sun eventually set, and I estimated that it was probably around 8 p.m. There were no clocks in the room, and I had no idea what was going on outside of this room. For the first time since I had been kidnapped, I allowed myself to think of my family. My parents would have gotten the ransom message by this time. I wonder if they had already turned over the money. I was sure I had probably been on the evening news that night. I thought about my younger brothers and sisters and how scared they must be. I had to find my way out of this situation somehow, for their sake and for my parents. That night was the worst I had ever felt. It felt like an eternity. I wrapped myself in the wool blanket to stay warm and tried my best to focus on happy thoughts. I thought of my comfortable warm bed back home with its plush mattress and soft pillows. If I ever got out of here alive, I would never take it for granted again. I also thought of my little brothers and sisters back home. Sure, they got on my nerves from time to time, always borrowing my stuff without asking, but I had never missed them more in my entire life. I would do anything to see them again. I barely slept that night, wavering in and out of consciousness. I listened hard for any sign of what may be
I don't
going
think I
on
could have slept
outside,
at
but I
all.
heard nothing. Early the next morning, I decided to give up trying to get any rest. I sat up and huddled in the corner of the room with the blanket wrapped tightly around me. Suddenly, I began to hear shouts from outside the room. I heard a whirring sound over my head that I assumed to be a helicopter. My heart dropped to my chest. Police must have arrived at the scene. The door to the room I was held in swung open and I was dragged out by one of the men in black. He took me to a wide window where I could be seen from outside. I looked out at dozens of SWAT officers, their guns drawn. I could hear one of the men scream. Shots rang out and I ducked, not even knowing where they were coming from. Most of my captors made a run for it, and the SWAT officers entered the home. 2 of them took me to safety, and I was eventually reunited with my family. My captors and all those involved with my kidnapping were caught and charged. They were former business associates of my dad's and had decided to get revenge after they had lost money during a deal. I thank God every day I was able to return to my family unharmed. I will never take my family, safety, or comfortable life for granted again.
Understandable. That's
When I was in high school,
terrifying.
my family and I lived right next to a beautiful forest that spanned for miles and miles.
Actually, how do you guys feel about the palette cleanser? I think the palette cleanser is a good idea. Palette cleanser.
5 o'clock, get a call to go blading at the skate park down by the mall. But my mom says I gotta prove that hostile aliens come annihilating us all.
Wait, what?
Angry Beaver, from here to the stars.
Pardon me.
Rides a kid with a knack for invention.
And then overly large head. Parents bury our parents. Our parents bury our parents. I like that one. I like that cartoon. That cartoon's awesome. Ooh.
This is me, Eliza Thornberry, part of your average family. I got a dad, a mom, and a sister. There is Donnie. We found him. And Darwin, he found us. Someone once told me the grass is much greener on the other side. Rocco's Modern Life. Rocco's Modern Life.
How many percent? Wait. They are? Huh.
He's a phantom.
Huh.
He's a phantom. Benny Phantom. Cat scratch, cat scratch. La 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 la, cat scratch. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? SpongeBob SquarePants. Whose yellow absorbent and porous is he? SpongeBob SquarePants. Nick, Nickelodeon.
Oh. Hmm? there appears to be full videos of our monsters. They're turning it into a show like South Park. Oh! Wasn't it always meant to be? That's what I thought.
Screw you guys, I'm going home. I'm going home. I'm good, I'm going home. Screw you guys, I'm going home.
So, do we need more palette cleanser? Or should we continue down our creepy Halloween encounters?
You got jebaited. You got jebaited. You got jebaited.
Jebaited. More palette cleansers, or shall we continue? What's it gonna be? Huh? Well, it's up to me. I ducked that boop. I ducked the boop. I ducked the boop. Wahahaha! I ducked the boop. I ducked it. You didn't get to get me. You didn't get to boop me. You didn't get to boop me.
Miles. It was the home
Let us
of
continue.
incredible wildlife, and it was one of my favorite places to take
the
walks.
boop.
For me, walking through the
touched
forest
the
was a way of distressing. I could tune out the rest of the world and just focus on the sights and sounds of nature. Because I was young, my parents were weary about letting me walk through the forest by myself. So they told me to always make sure I had our Doberman Drake with me. Drake was huge and well-trained. He could easily take down anyone who tried to hurt me. One sunny summer afternoon, I decided it was a perfect day for a walk through the woods. I left a note for my parents on the kitchen counter, put Drake on his leash, and headed out. I took my phone with me in case of an emergency. Usually I would stick to a paved path with mile markers, so I would know exactly where I was and how far of a distance I'd walk. But that day I decided it would be fun to switch it up. I had heard that slightly to the west of the main path, there were some really awesome waterfalls that I wanted to see and snap a few pictures of. The forest was pretty dense, and it was hard to see what was ahead of me.
I'm kidding, and you know
I had
it.
grown up in the woods, though, and felt pretty confident in my sense of direction. After about 40 minutes of walking, the heat began to get to me. I stopped to give Drake some water and take a sip myself. I decided that I would walk for 10 more minutes, and if I didn't get to the waterfalls by then, I would turn back and head in the direction of home. It was now later in the afternoon, and I wanted to give myself plenty of extra time to get back before it started to get dark. I began walking and smiled as I suddenly heard rushing water in the distance. I continued on and finally came to a clearing. I was on a hill overlooking a stunning waterfall below. The water cascaded over a hill and into a shadow-looking pool below. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and snapped a few photos. I was scrolling through the snapshots to see which one was the best when I noticed something strange. I zoomed in and noticed something I hadn't picked up on when I was taking the photos. There appeared to be a dark figure in the woods not far from the clearing below me. I was too far away to tell if it was a male or female, but the figure appeared to be dragging something behind them that was concealed in a black bag.
Oh no.
Whatever it was, it had to be heavy, because it appeared the figure was struggling to move it. I instantly picked up on a sense of danger, but also curiosity. I wanted to know what the figure was doing. I made my way down the hill, trying to be as quiet as possible. I concealed myself behind trees as much as I could, trying to get a better look at the figure. As I got closer, I could tell that it was a
1
man,
a.m.
probably
Wow.
in his 40s or 50s. He wore a black hoodie and black pants. He seemed to be confident that there was no one around him and was completely focused on moving the black bag. It appeared that he was trying to move it to the water. I got closer and closer, doing my best to step lightly. I watched as the man pulled the bag over a rock. He had nearly reached the edge of the water now, but the rock had a sharp edge to it, and it tore a hole in the bag. To my complete shock and horror, I saw what I knew was a human hand fall out of the bag. I covered my mouth to keep from screaming as I took in the sight. I was still processing what happened when Drake let out a sharp growl. The man instantly looked up and saw us. I was frozen in fear as the man approached me, one hand in his pocket. Drake's
Got
growling
one hand in
intensified as
his
the man got
pocket,
closer.
and the other
man
one's
asked me what I was doing out in the
holding the
woods. My
machete.
voice trembling, I told him I was just taking a walk. His eyes drilled into mine, and my heart began to pound faster and faster. He asked me if I had seen anything. I knew he was referring to the hand that was still barely showing from inside the bag. I told him no, knowing that my lie was unconvincing. The man sighed and ran his hand through his hair, clearly frustrated. He took one long look at me and shrugged his shoulders, commenting it looked like he was going to have to clean up more than one mess today. My heart dropped to my stomach as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small silver handgun. He raised one arm and pointed the gun directly at me. A cold and emotionless look was in his eyes. I shut my eyes, preparing for the impact. I thought about my parents and how heartbroken they would be if I never came home. Before I could even formulate some sort of escape plan, Drake lunged forward with a great force. The lunge caused me to stumble to the ground and drop his leash. I heard a gunshot go off and I braced myself to feel a wave of pain, but nothing came. The shot had missed me. I looked up just in time to see Drake launch onto the man, pinning him to the ground. I heard snarls followed by high-pitched screams as Drake locked his mouth around the man's leg. I used this opportunity to pull myself up
Good
and
dog.
race forward to grab the gun, which was now lying a few feet away from the man.
Very good
The
dog.
man was large, but hardly a match for Drake, who was refusing to let up.
Good dog.
Moving as fast as I could despite my trembling fingers, I managed to pull my phone out of my pocket and unlock it. Panic filled my chest as I saw that I only had one bar. I was in the middle of the woods. I knew there was a good chance I would have no service. Drake could only hold off the man for so long, and I needed help now. I dialed 911 and pressed call, silently praying as hard as I could that the call would get through. I had never felt more relieved in my life as I did when I heard the operator ask me what my emergency was. I did my best to explain the situation and where I was located, but it was difficult because I wasn't quite sure where myself. The operator assured me that a team had been dispatched and were on their way. The man was fighting back against Drake, using one arm to swing at his head, but Drake still seemed to be in control, teeth cutting into the man's now bloodied leg. I heard my dog let out a sharp whimper as the man's fist connected with Drake's head, and I could see his grip on the man was starting to loosen up. To my great relief, I finally heard the whir of a chopper overhead, and I began waving my arms around like a crazy person to try to get their attention. The chopper paused, and I could tell they had seen me. Using a safety harness, officers began to descend to the ground. Just as the first one touch landed, the man used his free leg to kick Drake off of him. He then began limping as fast as he could into the woods. The first 3 officers took off after the man, while the 4th stayed behind with me. I answered his questions while trying to regain my composure and comfort Drake, who appeared to be scared but injured. Eventually, more officers arrived, and I was escorted out of the woods and back to my house. I'll never forget the look on my parents' faces when I showed up at the front doorstep with a cop on either side of me. It was a long night and no one got much sleep. I lived in a small town and it didn't take long for the news of what happened to begin to spread. I remember my father disconnecting our landline because so many of our curious neighbors wanted to ask me what I experienced. It was nearly morning by the time the police were able to catch up with the suspect, who had moved surprisingly fast despite his injuries. They quickly identified the man as a wanted person from several counties over. The suspect had been stalking his ex-girlfriend, refusing to accept that she had moved on. When he found out that she had gotten a new boyfriend, he became furious and shot her in her home. He then packed her body into his pickup truck and drove several hours to dump it in the woods. He had particularly chosen this forest because he knew how vast and dense it was. He didn't think he would come across anybody else. In fact, if it it wasn't for me and Drake, he probably would have gotten away with it. The body might not have been found, and there may never have been justice for the poor woman he killed. I don't give myself any credit though. If I had been in those woods myself, I would never have stood a chance against the man. He would have easily shot me so that I wouldn't be able to tell anyone what I saw. If it wasn't for Drake, he might have gotten away with burying 2 bodies that day. The man is now behind bars and will never be able to hurt anyone ever again. As for me, I will never walk in the woods without Drake ever again. He literally saved my life, and I will always be so grateful for him.
You should pamper that dog.
I'll never
so beyond
forget
it
the
and
absolute
its last day.
scariest and worst Halloween of my life. I was in high school and my friend Abby had decided to throw a big Halloween bash in her backyard. We were going to start the night with trick-or-treating, then head over to her house for the party. We planned to take each of our candy stashes and dump them into a bowl so we could share them with everyone at the party. A big group
Nice
of
of
us
them.
headed out on foot around 5 p.m. for trick-or-treating. We planned to split up and cover different parts of town, so we would be sure to have tons of candy at the end of the night. The first part of the night went off without a hitch, and by the time we were heading back to Abby's house for the party, my bag was nearly overflowing. Abby had gone all out decorating. There were twinkly lights, hanging skeletons, glowing jack-o'-lanterns, and lots of Halloween-themed snacks. There was a large basket at the entrance of the yard where partygoers were dumping the candy they didn't like and pulling out the kinds they wanted. I dumped some Tootsie Rolls and other candy and grabbed a few handfuls of my favorite chocolates. I love your costume, my friend Kyla told me as she ripped off the top of a pixie stick and dumped the powder into her mouth. Thanks. I like yours too, I told her, gesturing at her Superwoman costume. That night was going well. Everyone was laughing and chatting while enjoying lots of sweet treats. Kayla and I were sitting around the bonfire roasting marshmallows when she told me she wasn't feeling good. Too much candy? I joked, but she claimed she only had a couple of chocolates and a pixie stick. I encouraged her to drink some water to settle her stomach. She had some water but continued to feel even worse. Her skin began to grow pale and her fingers were shaking. I told her I was going to find Abby and see if she had any medicine. I weaved through the people gathered at the party until I found Abby. She told me that she would go inside and see what kind of medicines her parents had, and then would meet me back at the bonfire. I nodded and headed back to where Kayla was. As I approached the bonfire, I saw that Kayla was laying on the ground. I ran towards her as fast as I could and realized that she was seizing and foaming at the mouth. I screamed for help at the top of my lungs and began desperately trying to figure out what was happening to my friend. A kid standing nearby dialed 911, and Abby raced into her house to get her parents. There was a lot of chaos and confusion. While waiting for the paramedics to arrive, I glanced across the yard and saw that my friend Maria was also convulsing. We were all terrified and had no idea what was happening. Both Maria and Kayla were transferred to the hospital while police remained at the scene to get an account of what happened. They told us that it appeared that Maria and Kayla had been poisoned, and they advised us not to eat any of the candy while they determined what had been tampered with. After an investigation, it was discovered that local men had put cyanide in the pixie sticks, sealed them back up, and handed them out to trick-or-treaters as some sort of sick joke. Sadly, both Maria and Kyla passed away in the hospital, and several local children became gravely ill. No one else at the party that night had any pixie sticks, but if they had, they would have ended up just like Kayla and Maria. The man who poisoned my friends was sentenced to life in prison. While I'm glad that justice has been served, there's nothing that can be done to get Kayla and Maria back. I know one thing for certain. I will never go trick-or-treating again, much less eat any candy that was given to me by a stranger. One day when I was in high school, my friend Liz invited me and 2 other girlfriends to her family's cabin for the weekend. It was in a beautiful area about an hour away from my home. It was at the edge of the woods and right alongside a stunning lake. We were going to just hang out, take lots of pictures, and go paddleboarding. Of course, I knew that my parents wouldn't let me go if they knew there weren't going to be any adults. So I fibbed a little and told them Liz's parents were going to be there too. They didn't ask any questions and didn't seem to have any suspicions. I felt bad for lying to them, but it was senior year and college was just around the corner. I was running out of time to make special memories like these with my friends. I packed a bag full of clothes, bathing suits, sunscreen, and some camera equipment. I loved photography and was hoping to get some cool snapshots during the trip. The next morning, Liz picked me up and the four of us hit the road. We arrived at the cabin without any trouble, and we were all thrilled to begin our weekend vacation. The house was so big that we each got our own rooms to stay in. They even had a hot tub that we tried out right away. The first day went off without a hitch, with plenty of laughter and fun. The next morning, I woke up earlier than everyone else. I laid in bed and scrolled through my phone for a while before deciding to go outside. It was a beautiful day and I didn't miss any of it. I threw on an outfit and grabbed my camera from my bag before heading downstairs and out the door. I snapped a few photos of the sun glistening off the lake before something caught my eye. It was a stunning yellow hummingbird drinking nectar from a flower. As I moved closer to take a photo, it began flying away into the woods. I went after it, running as it flew deeper and deeper into the woods before finally settling on a moss-covered tree. I snapped a photo, capturing it just in time. Pleased with myself, I looked at the camera screen to admire the photo. It wasn't until I looked up and began to take in my surroundings that I realized how deep in the woods I really was. I hadn't been paying any attention to my path when I had entered the forest, and I didn't even remember which way I had come from. There weren't any trail markers or even a paved path. The woods were so thick that things appeared dark, despite the fact that it was a bright, sunny day. Still, this was no reason to panic. As I reached into my pocket to grab my cell phone, I thought about how lucky I was to have remembered it. I could easily pull up a compass app or a GPS and find my way out that way. But when I unlocked my phone and tried to pull up an app, I realized I had no service whatsoever. I began walking around, holding my phone up in the air, in hopes of picking up some sort of signal, but I got nothing. I could feel the anxiety growing in my chest, but I was still determined not to lose my cool. I would simply try to retrace my steps. I wandered in the woods for nearly 30 minutes, but recognized nothing. My heart began to race as I realized how bad this was. Not only did I not tell my friends I was going out in the woods, but I had no food or water on me, and it was a hot day. I tried to remember how long someone can go without having anything to drink. I had only my camera
How the eyes
and the
looking?
clothes on my back. I decided I needed a way to tell where I had been, so I wouldn't just walk in circles. I grabbed a stick and used it to make an X in the ground every few meters. I walked, and before long, the sun was directly above me, so I knew it was about noon. Surely my friends had woken up and wondered where I was. Maybe they had been searching for me, or called for help. I listened for anything that might be a sign of where I was. I tried to hear any sounds of traffic out in the distance to see if maybe I was near a highway. I listened for the sound of running water, but there was nothing. I had walked all day, and I still had no idea where I was. I hadn't grown up in the woods, so I didn't know any kind of tricks of how to navigate or figure out my position. I came up with a desperate idea to climb a tree and see if a higher vantage point would help me figure it out. But after making it up only a few limbs, my foot slipped and I fell, hitting the ground hard. I wanted to cry, but knew that doing so would only cause me to dehydrate faster. By the time evening came and the sun began to set, my panic was starting to set in. I couldn't stand the thought of being trapped here overnight. I imagined how horrifying it would be with complete darkness.
How are you doing?
I thought about the mosquitoes and other insects. The darker it got, the more scared I became about who or what could be with me in the woods. I could barely see a few feet ahead of me, and I had no weapon. My paranoia was running wild as I felt as if I was being watched. I was no match for a bobcat or a mountain lion. I felt like
Just
prey.
got chips, so
I
you're
knew
good.
it was
That's
only
good.
a matter of
You're
time
freezing.
until something awful happened. I knew
Man.
trying to sleep wasn't going to be an option, so I continued to walk in hopes of somehow finding my way out of the dense foliage. Even though my phone didn't have a signal, I could still use it as a decent flashlight to illuminate my path, so I didn't walk headfirst into trees. But I knew my battery would run out eventually, and soon I would have no source of light. I stumbled my way through the woods until I eventually was surprised to find myself in a small clearing. There in the clearing was a small shack put together in a haphazard manner with logs and stones. I looked up and my heart nearly stopped as I noticed that there was smoke coming out of the chimney. Someone was inside. Surely they would be able to help me. I was definitely not the type to go up to random people's houses, and I understood that it could be putting myself in a dangerous situation, but I didn't have any other choice. I nervously approached the front door and gave it a few raps. I waited, but no one answered, and I didn't hear anyone stirring inside. Maybe they had left the house and would come home soon.
I'm
But
doing
as time
alright. A
passed and
lot
it
better than I
continued
have
to get
recently.
darker, I
I'm
started to
healthier.
get desperate. Hello?
Still
Is anyone
a little bit
home?
under the weather.
I could use some help, I called out. There was still no response. I decided to try jiggling the lock,
Listening
and the
to
door swung open with little force at all.
creepy Halloween
Hello?
encounters.
I called out again. The shack
Doing
was lit
my-
only
my-
by
my
a couple of
drawing.
candles and appeared to be only a few rooms. There was a wooden table, some personal items, and a bucket of what appeared to be water. A pile of blankets was laid down on the floor in the corner. What I noticed the most, though, was the deadly stench that seemed to be everywhere. It smelled almost like rotting flesh. I heard the pressure of footsteps on the floorboards and I spun around. What I saw made my blood run cold. Standing there was the most unkempt man I had ever seen, if it was even a man. He was covered almost entirely in hair, and instead of clothes wore a dirty rag around his waist. He was probably 7 feet tall and held a makeshift bat with nails sticking out of it as he glared down at me. I let out a blood-curdling scream and took off running past the man out the door. I didn't think. I focused every inch of my being on simply running as fast as I could and putting as much distance between myself and the man as possible. I hadn't bothered to turn on the flashlight on my phone, so I fell frequently, tripping over roots and slamming into trees. Thorns cut into my body and I could feel warm blood dripping down my knees and elbows. I continued to sprint until I physically couldn't anymore. I collapsed to the ground, nearly hyperventilating as I tried to catch my breath. Strangled sobs came out of my mouth as I processed what I had just experienced. I wanted more than ever in my life to be in the comfort of my own bed back home, my parents sleeping just down the hall. I hadn't even graduated yet, and now I was going to most likely die, alone, in the most miserable of settings. As I tried to calm myself down, I felt something that at first I thought was a strong wind. I looked up and could see a rescue chopper flying above me. They were using a powerful light beam pointed at the ground. When the light got to where I was, I jumped up and down, waving my arms around like a crazy person trying to get their attention. To my relief, they had a paramedic in a harness drop down to get me. I was attached to another harness and brought into the helicopter before being transported to the nearest hospital to be treated for my injuries. It was there I learned that my friends had searched for me for over an hour before calling for help. My parents were so relieved that I was okay that they forgot to even be mad about me lying before. I was lucky enough to be dispatched from the hospital the next day, and my injuries were only minor. But no matter how much time goes by, I will never forget the creature in the woods I saw that night.
Understandable.
When I was in high school, I worked at a jewelry
terrifying.
store at the mall to make some extra side money. It was an easy job and my coworkers were all very friendly. One day, I had worked a late shift and got all the way home before realizing that I had left my purse inside the store. I would need my wallet the next day, so I decided to go back in hopes that maybe the mall wasn't locked up yet. When I got there, the janitor was just closing up. I knew him well and explained the situation to him. He was more than happy to let me in. He told me that all the doors were locked, so when I left, all I would need to do was make sure that the door fully shut behind me. I made my way through the pretty dark mall. Only the
What you
emergency
doing?
lights.
I'm
had been left
working on a new
but I had
email.
worked at the mall long enough that I would be able to find my way around with my eyes closed. When I got to the jewelry store, I unlocked the door with my key and quickly found my purse sitting behind the counter. I picked it up and
I'll
went
show
to
you
the
in a
door to
sec.
lock it again. Just as I had finished turning the key, I heard a noise from further down in the mall. It sounded like a door shutting. I knew that there was no security guard at this particular mall, so I was confused about what could have made the noise. I chalked it up to my imagination. It had been a long day and I was really tired. Before leaving, I decided I needed to stop by the restroom. I had just entered the stall and closed the door behind me when I heard what I was sure was footsteps coming into the bathroom. I was completely shaken. Had the janitor not realized that there was still someone in the mall before locking up? Surely the person realized that the mall had closed. Were they here to steal something? I was scared of what would happen if they realized I was there, so I quietly stood up on the toilet seat so my feet couldn't be seen from outside the stall. I held my breath and tried to be as quiet as possible. I knew they would probably notice that the stall door was locked and realize that they weren't alone. I waited for whoever it was to use the bathroom or the sink or do anything at all, but all I heard was silence. I waited for what felt like forever before I was finally convinced they had left. I stepped down from the toilet and crouched down to look under the stall and see if I could see any shoes.
I'm working
I
on
saw
a funny
nothing,
emo.
so I quietly swung open the stall door. My mouth dropped open at what I saw when I walked out of the stall. On the mirror above the sink was a huge message scrawled out in what looked to be red paint. It read, "I see you," and had a horrifying looking smiley face underneath. I knew in my gut that the message was meant for me. I threw my purse over my shoulder and began sprinting towards the exit of the mall. I didn't bother to take in my surroundings. I just ran until I reached my car. The next day, I reported the incident to my boss, and even though the security cameras were checked, it was never determined who the person was that had been in the mall that night.
Huh.
Sleep tight.
Why have we come to the end of the stories? We've come to the end of the creepy Halloween encounter stories. Which is a pity because I was really enjoying that. I was really enjoying the quality of stories that she had. Ooh, spooky. Love it. Do you like my old Pyra costume? I'm quite fond of it. Let's... There. Now you can see it a bit better. I'm a Pyra. Although my makeup's a bit more me than Elvira, but hey. I had to be involved too. Hence the Pyra part. Excuse me. Creepy online encounters. Anna's Horror Stories is definitely a channel worth looking at. Yeah, I have things. That's more of the Elvira part. But if you make me mad, I have shark teeth. And I also have a flame on my tongue. But still, look. Oh. When I smile, I have them on top and bottom. If it's regular, I just have them on top. And they go all shark-like when I'm grumpy. So I can take more blood from my victims. See? Yeah, this, the Horror Stories channel is, quite good. I mean, her other stuff is good too, but these horror stories are much better than the going into killers thing, I think. But shall we continue with the horror? Or should I put on a palette cleanser? What do you think?
Emotional damage.
You want more emotional damage, Kage? Okay, more emotional damage it is. You having for the pets. Yeah.
One Friday night when I was in high school, I was just hanging out with my best friend Maya at her house and planning to sleep over that night. We weren't in the mood to watch a movie and felt like doing something more adventurous. She suggested that we go onto this anonymous video chat site that she had heard about from one of her friends at school. It was called Omegle, and I had never heard about it before. She said you could type in your interests and get randomly connected with people all over the world and could talk face to face with them.
Oh,
I
wow.
was a little skeptical. My parents definitely wouldn't allow me to use a site like this, but I guess they would have no way of finding out. Maya kept trying to convince me, telling me it would be a great way to meet some cute guys. Eventually, I gave in and agreed. We were both sitting on Maya's bed, her laptop propped up in front of us. She pulled up the site and we read the warning message that popped up before you enter the site. It said that you had to be 18 years old or older to use the site without a parent. Neither Maya or I were 18 yet, but she clicked the start chatting button anyways. We waited a moment while it connected us with someone. Finally, a girl's face popped up on the screen. She was around our age. She smiled and waved to us, and we chatted with her for a few moments before moving on to the next person. It was a creepy-looking older guy who looked especially eager to see us. I told Maya to click off, and she did so before the man could get a word in. When we connected to the third person, both Maya and I gasped out loud. It was a figure sitting in a dimly lit room. The figure was wearing a horrifying clown mask. The mask reminded me of Pennywise the Clown from the horror movie.
Which one?
Hello? Maya said hesitantly. Hello, girls, the figure said. It was a male's voice, but I had no idea what age he was. He was wearing a strange black cloak and matching gloves, so we had no idea what he looked like. The room he was in looked similar to that of a basement. There was no paint on the walls, and I couldn't see any furniture in the background. It was a creepy vibe for sure. He proceeded to tell us he was so happy that we were there, and it was a delight to meet us. We just stared at the screen, our eyes transfixed at the strange scene.
Sounds
The man
right,
asked us if we would like to see a magic trick. Maya and I both glanced at each other hesitantly. Okay, I guess, Maya told him. Wonderful, he replied. He then stood up and moved just out of frame for a second. When he returned, he was carrying a silver case. He opened it up and pulled out a black top hat. He shook the top hat around to show us that it was empty. He then told us he would need our help with the trick. He told us that when he waved his hand over the hat to say the magic words, abracadabra, out loud. I thought the whole thing was weird, but desperately wanted to find out what this crazy person was going to do next. When he waved his hand over the hat, we both said the magic words as he had told us. He then reached into the once empty hat and pulled out a living white rabbit. Wow, I said, somewhat impressed. After holding the rabbit close to the camera so we could see, he put it back into the hat and told us to say the magic words again. We did, and he waved his hand over the hat.
How's it looking?
He then turned the hat over and the rabbit disappeared
I
again.
just realized
Maya
if
and I
you
both looked
switch
at each
to
other in
what
amazement.
are
He then began the next trick. The camera was moved to show a dartboard hanging on the other side of the room. The man held the dart in one hand, turned around so that his back was facing the board, and threw the dart. I gasped when I saw that he had made the bullseye. He retrieved the dart and then said he was going to make things a little more interesting. He reached back into the case and pulled out a long, jagged knife. Again, he turned around, his back facing the dartboard. He hurled the knife over his shoulder at a startling force, and it slammed right into the board again.
Worship me.
Bullseye.
Everybody loves it. VOD Pyra.
I'm going to need my assistant, he said loudly, his voice creepier than ever. He stepped out of frame for just a few moments, and Maya and I looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what to expect next. I was surprised when I heard the word assistant, because the whole time we had been chatting with this man, we hadn't heard anyone else present. Suddenly, the man walked back into the view of the camera.
How's it looking
I was
now?
shocked by what I saw next. He was pushing a woman in one of those office chairs with wheels on the bottom. She was tied to the chair with ropes, her hands and legs bound tightly. There was duct tape over her mouth and tears running down her face. Wait, what's going on? I said, my panic rising. Something was not right. This is my lovely assistant, the man said. The woman looked to be in her early 20s. She had blonde hair that was hanging in her face, and one of her eyes appeared swollen. She was thrashing around on the chair, clearly trying to get free. Maya and I watched in utter horror as the man pushed the woman's chair so that it was back against the wall where the dartboard had been hanging. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out a big red marker. He took off the cape and drew a small circle on the woman's forehead. He then ripped the duct tape off of her mouth. She instantly began screaming for help. Her screams cut me to my core. The man ignored her screams and walked back to where the camera was. At first I was confused, not knowing what his plan was. But then suddenly Maya began screaming. She said that he had drawn a bullseye. As she said this, the man reached back into his case and pulled out an enormous knife. That was when it hit me what he was about to do next. I wish I had looked away, but I didn't. It was like my eyes were glued to the screen. I watched as the man turned his back to the girl, lifted the knife in the air, and hurled it right into her head. Her screams went silent, and the man let out a horrific laugh. Maya reached out and slammed the laptop closed. Maya was sobbing, but I sat there in silence, too stunned to process that we had just witnessed a murder. After she collected herself, she went and woke up her parents. After we explained to them what happened, they immediately called 911. We eventually had to go to the police station and describe in detail exactly what we saw. Maya had to turn over her laptop to the police so they could try to track the IP address. Months went by and they were eventually able to locate the suspect, who was going by a different name all the way across the country. As it turned out, the woman that we saw that first day was not his first victim. Several bodies were located in an abandoned warehouse where he had been seen. He is now, thankfully, behind bars.
Behind bars.
During the beginning part of quarantine, I was home from school and super bored. We hadn't had in-person classes for weeks. I couldn't see my friends or really even leave the house, except to go for a walk. I was sitting in my room trying to think of something fun to do when I suddenly remembered the video chat site Omegle. Back in middle school, I used to go on there all the time with my friends. I figured I would give it another try. After all, I didn't have anything else going on. I used the new feature where you can type in your interests in hopes of getting matched up with someone that you have things in common with. The interest I typed in was cooking, something I had been working on learning more about during the pandemic. I pressed enter and waited to be connected with someone. The first person I got paired up with was a girl my age. She was really sweet and we instantly hit it off. She told me about some cooking shows she really liked and mentioned that she thought I would probably enjoy them too. We were discussing different recipes when her mom called her to come down for dinner. We quickly exchanged phone numbers so we could chat more in the future and then got disconnected. I had enjoyed my first conversation so much that I decided to connect with another person. This time it was a guy. He was definitely older than I was by a decent amount, but he was also very cute. He greeted me, a smile on his face, and we began making small chat. He told me
These ones are only about a
that
minute.
he was 19 years
I
old.
don't know.
I was only 16 at the time, but I lied and said I was 18 years old so he would keep talking to me.
It only
He told
says
me he
10
was going to culinary
true
school at a college in
creepiest
Chicago,
online
which was only
encounters
about 30
ever.
minutes from
So,
where I
no,
live.
they're not all
I
about
know
Omegle.
I shouldn't have,
They just
but
are
I
right
got
now.
excited and told him what city I was from. We seemed to be really connecting,
Bad
and we
idea.
talked on and off for over an hour. We ended up exchanging our Snapchats before disconnecting. The next day, Tony sent me a couple of Snapchats. They weren't of his face, they were just little snapshots of his day, like a latte he had gotten and a view from outside the window of a bus. I sent him a few Snapchats in return. We kept this up over the course of several weeks. Then one day I decided to ask him if he would want a video chat through the feature Snapchat has. He told me that he would like to do so, and we set up a time that evening. When the time rolled around, I called him and he answered. Strangely, his camera was blurry and I couldn't make out anything. "Hello?" I said, but I didn't get an answer. While I was still connected, Tony messaged me saying that he had recently dropped his phone and he thought that it had properly damaged his camera and speaker. I told him that it was okay, we could just talk over chat instead, but he quickly told me no. He said that I could just talk as normal and he would answer through the chat, which I agreed to. The conversation started out normal with us just chatting about our day and how it had gone, but then after a few minutes, it took a very weird turn. He told me how beautiful I was and how much he wished he could be in person with me right now. I tried to steer the conversation back to cooking, but nothing worked. He began to get more and more graphic, describing things he wanted to do to me. He kept getting more and more uncomfortable. I didn't want to be talking about these things, and after all, I knew that it was wrong because I was a minor. I told him that I should really be going and that I had some homework to work on. He immediately got super intense and harsh with me. "Don't you dare hang up on me," he wrote in the chat, and even told me that if I hung up, I was going to be really sorry. I started to get really scared, so I quickly disconnected and then blocked him on Snapchat so he could no longer communicate with me. I hadn't given him my phone number or even told him my last name, so I assumed that would be the end of it. He wouldn't have any way of finding me online. How wrong I was. The next day, I was home alone while my parents were at work. My dad is a police officer, and my mom works as a nurse, so neither one of them had the opportunity to stay home when the pandemic hit. So most days, I would be home by myself, sometimes till around dinner time.
Well,
The
it's
days
not
were
exactly
pretty
her
boring,
story,
with virtual school, TV, and daily walks with my dog. On this particular day, I was in the middle of Zoom school when I got a text from an unknown number. I opened up the message, and it was my full name in capital letters. Underneath it said, "I told you you would regret blocking me." I immediately knew it was Tony. He must have found me somehow. I was scared, but didn't think I was in any immediate danger. After all, Tony had no way of knowing where I lived, and all my social media pages were private, so he wouldn't be able to find out any more personal information about me. I decided that the best thing to do was ignore him. I blocked the number again and tried my best to pay attention for the rest of the school day. When I was finally done with classes for the day, I decided to text my dad to see what time he would be home from work. It would usually just be he and I at dinner during the week since my mom worked late. He told me that he had gotten pulled into a high-profile case and wasn't going to be home until midnight or later. He said for me to go ahead and have dinner without him. I was a little disappointed. After so many hours in the house alone, it was beginning to feel a little lonely. I didn't feel like cooking that night, so I put some pizza rolls in a pan and placed it in the oven. Right as I was doing so, my phone began ringing. I picked it up and noticed that it was another unknown number. Hesitantly, I answered it. "Hello?" I said softly. The voice on the other line was gruff and scary. "If you don't answer my messages, you're going to be sorry," the person said. Immediately, I knew it was Tony, so I hung up the phone and blocked this new number. I was beginning to realize this was going to be a real problem. I could block him as much as I wanted, but he could still get a different number to call me from. I brushed it off as best I could and told me that he would get bored and go after someone else eventually. After having dinner, I cleaned up the kitchen and went up to my room to scroll through some TikToks. I was getting sleepy and about ready to change into my pajamas when all of a sudden there was a huge shattering noise that caused me to jump up with a gasp. I saw glass on the floor and quickly realized that someone had thrown a rock through my window, breaking it. The rock was large, definitely big enough to cause some damage if it hit me. I glanced at the rock closer and saw that it had a note attached to it. My fingers shaking, I picked it up and read it. "Open your front door now," it read in big, bold letters. I had barely finished reading it when I heard a loud, aggressive pounding on the front door. Immediately, I thought of Tony. He had come for me. I rushed to my bedroom door and locked it. I then grabbed my phone and dialed 911. I told the dispatcher I was in danger and needed help right away. It took 7 minutes for the police to arrive, and the pounding continued until the police sirens were roaring outside. Tony tried to run, but luckily a neighbor watching the whole thing had seen which direction he went in and told the police. They caught up with him shortly after, and he was arrested. It turned out that he had a long track record of becoming obsessed with women and harassing them. I'm very lucky that I got help before something worse happened.
Yep. Definitely lucky.
I was really shy growing up and had trouble meeting friends. One evening when I was bored, I decided to try out the popular chat site Omegle. I decided to use the text feature as opposed to video. I always found that when I was texting instead of talking in person, I was less awkward because I had more time to formulate a response or think of something witty. I ended up getting connected with a girl who was the same age as me. Her name was Erin, and she lived in California, the exact opposite side of the country as me. We ended up totally hitting it off and having a great conversation. I loved hearing about what life was like in California, a place I had always dreamed of visiting. Similarly, she liked hearing about life in New York, where I lived. We ended up exchanging numbers and we began texting on a daily basis. We talked about everything from school to shows we liked and our different celebrity crushes. I had a few close friends, but this friendship was different. It felt like Erin really cared when I told her about
Yeah,
my
they
day
all seem
or
to start
ranted
the
about
same
different
too,
things
don't
I was
they?
passionate about. The strange thing was, I don't even know her last name. She would occasionally send me selfies though, so I felt like I knew who I was talking to. We talked nearly every day for a month. One day I decided to ask Erin if she would like to video chat. She said that her laptop camera was broken and that she was waiting to get it fixed. I brushed it off since this made sense at the time. Sometimes I would even send to her a selfie or two just so she could have an idea of what I looked like. Every time I did, she would shower me in compliments and tell me how beautiful I was. No one else really said things like that to me, so it made me feel really good and definitely boosted my confidence. I always told her that she was way prettier than me, which she always denied. Months went by and we got closer and closer. I considered her my closest friend at the time. The more we got to know each other, the more comfortable I got sharing more personal details about my life with her. I told her that my mother had breast cancer and how hard it had been on the family. She was a great listener and gave me lots of support, which meant a lot to me. I also talked about a guy I liked at school, and she encouraged me to go after him. One day, Erin told me that she had a secret she wanted to tell me. She said
Watch
she was
it be
worried I would
mad.
be mad when I found
It
out.
was taking
I was
pictures.
curious
Oh, no.
what she could mean, but assured her I would not be mad. She then told me that she had gotten her laptop camera fixed and wanted to tell me the secret over video chat. I was so excited to talk to her. I propped up my computer and gave her a call. When the camera connected, I was shocked by what I saw. I was face to face with a middle-aged man in a ripped white undershirt. At first I thought it was Erin's dad or someone, but then he said, "Hello, I'm Erin. It's nice to meet you." I gasped and my mouth dropped open. He then began to laugh like a madman at the top of his lungs. I slammed my laptop shut and burst into tears as I realized that I had been the victim of a sick joke. The person I thought I had known so well was nothing like they appeared to be. This experience crushed me, and I never used Omegle again.
It doesn't sound like
The
a
first
good
weekend
site.
after I broke up with
Does
Matt,
not
my
sound
parents
like
were
a
out of
good
town
site
for a
at
high school
all.
reunion or something. I was excited to have the house to myself for the first time in literally a year, with no boyfriend begging to come over the second my parents' car left the driveway. My big plans didn't include a party or a sleepover. No, I was going to have a weekend of total self-care. I was gonna turn off my phone, catch up on some TV shows, maybe even read a book, and of course, there would be pizza. On Saturday morning, I waved goodbye to my parents as they drove off and put my phone in a kitchen drawer, ready to enjoy my weekend. Everything was going great until the sun started going down, and I've gotta be honest, I started to get a tiny bit spooked. I hadn't slept alone in the house ever. I thought about getting my phone again just so I could watch some videos or something as I fell asleep. As if on cue, my MacBook sprung to life and I could see that my friend Amy was trying to FaceTime me. I grabbed my MacBook off my desk and hit answer, smiling with relief until I saw the look on her face. "Thank God you're okay," she said. "Why aren't you picking up your phone? You need to check SnapMap right now." I literally had no idea what she was talking about. I picked up my laptop to take it with me down to the kitchen. I was kind of freaked out by the way she was acting and didn't want to go down there alone. I asked her if she was trying to prank me or something, and she looked at me like I was an idiot. I turned on all the lights as I went through my house until I got to the kitchen. It was then I noticed something was wrong. The sliding glass door that led to my backyard was slightly open. I could feel the cool breeze from outside drafting in.
Oh,
I grabbed my
no.
phone out of the drawer and my hands shook as I switched it back on. I was greeted by what must have been hundreds of notifications. They all sprung up on my screen so fast my phone couldn't keep up with the notification vibrations. Anna told me to hurry and check SnapMap, and my heart stopped. I could see myself at my house, and in the same spot was a contact I didn't recognize. They had their Bitmoji dressed in all red, and the area surrounding me was lit up blue and green with an abundance of activity. I tapped my screen and watched in confusion and horror as my own house popped up onto the screen. The username of the person recording was househunting666. In the first clip, they were obviously standing at the edge of my backyard, filming me as I made dinner. That was a few hours ago. What the hell had they done since then? Over the next couple of videos, my suspicions were confirmed. They opened the sliding door, which I stupidly forgot to lock, and snuck inside. It gave me goosebumps to think that this person had been where I stood at that exact moment. They went through my living room, my dad's office, even the garage. How hadn't I heard them? And then they started walking upstairs. I could see the light from my bedroom coming out from the cracks in the doorway and even just barely hear the movie I'd been watching. My whole body froze as I watched them reach for my door handle with a gloved hand, only to pull back suddenly at the sound of my voice. That must have been when I got the call from Anna, which meant they were almost definitely still in my house. I could hear police sirens now getting closer and closer, but my eyes were still fixed on my phone screen. The person had watched me go downstairs with my laptop and started following me. Just as the video ended, I saw a flash and looked up just in time to see the figure illuminated in the doorway to the kitchen. I screamed so loud my ears were ringing and
that
ran
was
as
horrible
fast as I
timing
could
to play
out
rock,
the sliding
paper,
door,
scissors
slamming it
with the
shut
cat.
behind me. I kept screaming as I rounded my house and burst through the side gate onto the front lawn.
You
where
made me
cars were
jump.
flashing blue and red, pulling up to the front. The cops ran inside, and a few minutes later
Hello
came
there,
out with
Lucy.
a
How are
masked figure
you?
in handcuffs.
Oh,
I watched from the
Jake
back of
just
the
made
ambulance
me
as they
jump
patted
so
him down
bad.
and pulled a huge knife out of the pocket on his sweater.
But
They
other
then
than that, I'm
took his
alright.
mask off, and I
How are
couldn't
you?
believe my eyes. It was Matt. Later, he told the cops he only wanted to scare me because he was mad about our breakup. But that's not what the evidence said. He texted everybody he knew before he came to my place saying the same thing. I'm sorry for what I'm about to do. He won't be getting out for a long time, and I've removed my location from Snapchat.
Oh, wow.
I always
That is
loved
terrifying.
dog sitting for my grandparents. Since I was their only grandkid and lived a couple of towns over, they spent most of their time looking after their dogs. A pack of 5 pugs, all varying in age and origin story. Plato came from a long line of show-winning pugs, and Pig was found in a newspaper ad from the local shelter. Usually my mom was in charge of watching the boys when my grandparents went out of town, but now that I was 17, that responsibility was passed on to me. I also suspected my grandparents wanted to use it as an excuse to give me some money for college. I pulled up to their house and saw my grandpa lifting suitcases into the back of their car, ready for a week away at their lake house. They'd explained to me before that they would take the boys, except Percy had a habit of throwing himself off the dock. They brought me inside for a cup of coffee before they hit the road, and I was greeted with a chorus of pug snorts and timid barking. They took me through the walking and feeding routines, which dogs needed meds, and which were most likely to bite if I didn't give them treats quick enough. Didn't matter all that much, since they literally gave me a handbook complete with a timetable as they went out the door. Suddenly, without adult supervision in the house, I felt a little overwhelmed as my wrinkly companion stared up at me with some confusion and anticipation. Maybe they figured I was nervous and that if anything happened to them, my grandma would throw me over a cliff, and that's why they decided to take it easy on me.
So,
After a
how are you doing,
slightly
Lucy? You
chaotic
didn't
walk
answer my
and dinner, things were
question.
going pretty well, until they weren't. As I was texting my mom to tell her how well the first day had gone, I got a message on Snap from my friend Jake. Dude, have you seriously got a girl over at your grandparents' place? LOL, the message said. I frowned at my screen and quickly messaged him back with a bunch of question marks. Look at your
Wait,
map, she
what?
has her location on. Still totally confused, I opened my Snap map, and sure enough, it looked like there was a second person at my grandparents' house. A Bitmoji resembling a girl with long blonde hair. What was weird was I didn't recognize the user at all, and I definitely didn't invite her to my grandparents' house. I figured maybe it was just someone walking nearby or someone had dropped their phone on the sidewalk. It was dark out, but I went to take a look using the torch on my phone to make sure I didn't stand on anything by mistake. I searched around in the front yard for a few minutes but couldn't find anything. There wasn't even anyone walking through the neighborhood. I checked my map again and the Bitmoji hadn't moved, even though they'd been active just a couple of minutes ago. I figured it must be a glitch until I heard the dogs barking. I jumped at the sounds of the pugs yapping from the house and I raced inside. I had no idea what I was going to do if I came face to face with an intruder. All I knew is that the consequences would be equally as bad for my grandparents if I let something happen to those dogs. The house looked untouched, but when I rushed into the living room, all the dogs were barking at the window. Well, 4 of the dogs were. I couldn't see Plato in his bright red collar, and just as I started calling for him, my phone buzzed. The mysterious user sent me a photo of Plato in a crate in the back of a van with text over the image saying, "Gotcha." I looked at the snap map to see if I could track where they were headed, but by now they'd disabled the setting. I called the cops and my parents, who took on the task of calling my grandparents to tell them what happened. Of course, they were totally heartbroken, but at the same time, they were glad that they'd only managed to take Plato. The authorities couldn't trace who took him, the account was long deleted by the time they got involved, and they were totally off the radar. We'd come to terms with the fact that we'd never see Plato again until a couple of months later when my grandma got a call from a vet, saying someone had dropped him off with them. He was totally unharmed, and the receptionist that took him in said the mysterious guy who abandoned Plato just told her he found him as a stray, and he was gonna keep him, but he was the most annoying dog he'd ever met. They never did catch the guy, and I never sat alone for my grandparents again.
Understandable.
But at least Plato was home safe, and no one tried to trick me
I'm
via
leaving,
snap
so
map
if
again.
that's good enough.
I've tried to tell this story 100 times, and every time I get a different response. Some people believe
Oh
me,
yeah,
some call
neither
me a
would
liar,
I.
but
It's just not who I am.
Your own mind. I'd just moved into my first place by myself, and I was stoked. No more roommates or pesky neighbors. I was in my own little slice of heaven. I was shocked by how cheap the place was. An old stone cottage out by the sea with a ton of character and history. My closest neighbors were the seagulls that congregated on the sand dunes, waking me up with their squawking. Everything seemed normal at first. I thrifted and upcycled a lot of the furniture that I collected from Facebook Marketplace and thrift stores, a total cottagecore fantasy. I got most of my groceries from the farmer's market and even started baking my own bread.
Oh, wow.
It took one little thing for all that to change. I noticed that things had started to move around. One night after I finished dinner, I went to wash my plate and saw all the pots and pans that I had put in the sink were now spread out on the counter, still soapy and wet. I convinced myself that I must have taken them out and forgot about it, but in the back of my mind, I knew that something was off. Over the next few weeks, things slowly escalated.
I think
My
that's the
keys were
smartest
missing,
option,
and I'd
yeah.
find them in the toilet. Brand new light bulbs started flickering. I never felt like I was truly alone. It wasn't until I finally got my Wi-Fi working that things got really scary. I ran out of data a couple of days before, so I'd basically been off the radar.
Oh, no.
I started wading through my notifications on my phone, responding to messages, and sending pictures of my newly decorated bedroom to my mom. Then I noticed something weird on Snapchat. I wasn't the only person in my location. I was one of 4. The other people at the location didn't have Bitmojis or usernames. They were just gray shapes. I figured it was a glitch at first, but it creeped me out, especially since there isn't anyone else for miles around. But then they started moving. Sometimes they were in the backyard or by the front of the house. Sometimes their Bitmojis were right on top of mine. It was after this discovery that things started to get worse in the house to the point where I was scared to sleep without the lights on. I could hear footsteps in the hallway, walking towards my door, and then they would stop when they couldn't get closer. One time, I swear I saw my door handle move. It's a good thing I always remember to lock my door. The last straw came when I went back to the city to visit my mom for the weekend. When I get back, I knew before I even parked my car that something was wrong. All of the doors and windows were wide open. The house was full of sea air, and half my stuff was soaked from a rainstorm that happened while I was gone.
What
I
the
called the police,
shit?
and they were less than helpful. Even though I knew I'd locked everything before leaving, there was no sign of a broken window or door lock. Whoever opened them had a key. Since none of my stuff was missing either, there wasn't really anything to report, and they left without opening any kind of investigation. Their theory was that I had forgotten to lock every door and window when I went out of town, and
It's not legal, but it's safe.
I knew better. As soon as they were gone, I stormed back into the house. "This is my house," I shouted. "I live here now and you are not welcome here anymore." As soon as I said that, I wished I hadn't. It was like my house erupted. Everything started flying around me at once, and it was so loud and quick I was lucky not to get hit by anything. I got down to the floor and covered my head, waiting for something to hit me or for everything to go quiet. It could have been an hour later or a minute, but suddenly everything went quiet. I slowly lifted my head and it was like nothing ever happened. All my furniture was back in place, the doors and windows were closed, nothing had even looked broken, except for one thing. All of my kitchen blades and scissors were stabbed into my hardwood floors in a circle around me. I knew what a threat looked like, and I knew it was time for me to leave. Over a year later, I can't say I love my new apartment as much as that cottage, but at least I feel safe again. I'm still trying to sell the damn place, and even though I haven't been back since I moved out the furniture, I sometimes still watch the strange gray figures hovering around the lot on SnapMap.
Huh.
When I was in 7th or 8th grade, Club Penguin was all the rage. My friends and I all enjoyed going online at the same time every day after school and playing together. It was a simple concept, really. It involved earning coins, playing games, decorating our virtual igloos, and sometimes messaging with other users. One day I sat down at my computer and pulled up Club Penguin to play for a while before starting my homework. I checked the usual virtual places my friends and I would hang out on the site, but quickly realized they hadn't logged in yet. I decided I would play a few games to pass the time until my friends joined in. But just before I clicked to open a game, I got a message from another user. Most of the time, I would just chat with my friends while playing, and I didn't recognize this person's username, but I decided to open the message anyway. The conversation started as small talk regarding aspects of the game, but then started to get a little weird. The person wanted to know how old I was, what my social media pages were, and what I looked like. It's a strict rule in Club Penguin not to give out your personal information to anyone else on the site for your own protection. That's why my username had nothing in it that would give anything away about me, and my full name wasn't anywhere on my account that anyone could see. I had a bad feeling about the person who was messaging me, so I ended up blocking him and playing for another hour or so before eventually logging off for the day. I went to my room and got started on my homework. About 30 minutes or so had gone by when I got a text message from a number I didn't recognize. I figured it was just spam, but I opened it up anyway. My blood went cold as soon as I read the message. There was only 5 words, but it was enough to send a shiver down my spine. It read, "Why did you block me?" I knew instantly it had to have been the guy from Club Penguin. I had not blocked anyone else anytime recently. I decided to pretend not to know and texted back, "Who is this?" The reply came a short time later. It read, "You know who this is, Cassandra." Even though I usually go by Cass, Cassandra is my full name. The fact that the person had somehow found this out scared me to my core. I didn't respond for the rest of the evening. I was just about to go to bed when I heard my phone vibrate, causing me to feel on edge. I picked up the phone and sadly saw it was the same unknown number as before.
Oh no.
This time, a picture had been sent with no text. I clicked on it, horrified by what I saw. It was a photo of the outside of my school. It didn't look like any photo that could have been found online, but rather one that had been taken in person. I ended up telling my parents everything that had gone on, and they filed a police report. They traced the phone number to a middle-aged man who lived in a few cities over. He later faced a slew of charges, one of which was related to sending inappropriate text messages and pictures to underage girls. I am relieved to know that he is now behind
I
bars.
still use Rocker. Yeah.
I'm a female gamer, so I have come across...
I will be right back, because I got to pee. So yeah, I will return shortly. Actually, you know what? I've been streaming for like 7.5 hours. But Lucid did just get here. I don't have to go. I could stick around. Why does it sound like this? Birds in the background? Because due to the weather being nicer today, I decided to leave my window open while I stream. And so yeah, that's why you could hear the birds. Give me a minute. But yeah. That would be why. Actually no, I do need to go. Sorry about this, guys, but yeah, I am Aussie. That means there are a fuckload of bird species and a fuckload more spiders. And let's not forget the drop bears. But first we shall do a little bit of a raid, I think. Yes? Who do you think we should raid? Hina Bobina? Okay. That works for me. First, the raid message. As it is the spooky season, I am changing it up a little bit, just for the fun. No, that doesn't look right. I was gonna try Halloween Pyra Z, but it didn't work. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Sorry I'm leaving with such short a notice, but well, when you gotta go and all that stuff, right? So yeah. Here is the raid message. I will be streaming again tomorrow, for the D&D game. So yeah, that should be fun. Thank you for allowing more spoopy content. I do appreciate it. I love the spoopy content. I really do. You guys are awesome. Don't forget that. And I guess let's raid, motherfuckers. Let's raid, hey? Bobina. Shit. Doing that. Yeah. You guys are awesome, and you better not forget that, because I really do appreciate each and every one of you. Yeah. I'm Pyra Z, your little fire flower. Now let's raid. Raid! Raid! Good night. Mwah.
Pyra Z, VTuber, hello! Thank you for the raid. I'm trying so hard to find where to go. And I can't do it.
Always in good fun.
Too stupid. Thank you for the
Oh no!
shout out.